Assassin's Creed has always been a series that's meant a lot to me. Since it began in 2007, this franchise has gone through so many changes, be that for the better or the worse. Today we're going to take an in-depth look at the very first game, as I explain exactly why I feel it not only laid the groundwork for its own series and the incredible trilogy that followed, but also set the benchmark with innovative design that the games industry adopted as a whole. I'll take you through my own beginnings with this series, along with the game's development, and then move on to cover everything, from what made it function great to a breakdown of the narrative that introduced us to this world and built the backbone of this tightly weaved together series, as well as further details and introspection on Altair's life before and during the game. So join me as we take a look back at the game that began it all, 15 years later. The original and very first Assassin's Creed. Alright, first let's rewind the clock. My 12th birthday was approaching, and I had asked my parents for the shiny new Xbox 360, mainly because that's what my best mate played on, and I guessed it would be a good way to stay in touch with him since we had parted ways leaving primary school earlier last year. Not long after I got the console, I went along to my local game store. Remember going to those and buying physical games? Actually, to be fair, you may well be too young to have done that, so that makes me feel old. Anyway, I picked up both Red Dead Redemption and GTA 4, two other games I absolutely love. But the very first game I had for this new console was, of course, the one and only Assassin's Creed Brotherhood. Yeah, Brotherhood. Now, hear me out, okay? Of course I'm aware now that the third entry in a franchise isn't a great place to start for anything, especially back in the OG days of Assassin's Creed, when knowing what was going on was pretty much essential to understanding these games. But look, I was a child, and after I'd seen my brother playing AC2, I just figured that looked cool, so might as well grab the latest one. Oblivious to the fact these games had a very deeply connected storyline from one to the other, and Brotherhood was possibly the worst entry point to this series from the very first scene of the game. But I'm getting ahead of myself. This video isn't on Brotherhood, but there is a reason I'm explaining all this to you. You see, when I first saw my brother playing AC2, I was absolutely fascinated by the level of detail in the world he was playing in, and the fact you could quite literally run, jump and climb your way through the environment to traverse across the entire map. I'd never seen anything like it in a game. I look at my Xbox 360 as the first console that got me into real games, ones that pushed the boundaries of what I personally knew was possible in a video game. Previous to this, the only ones I had played were simpler and made for a younger audience, such as Super Mario or Rayman, and although those still hold up and I'm sure are great fun, the biggest worlds I had seen games do up to that point was that of Mario Sunshine or The Sims 2. They appeared large to me at the time, of course, but in hindsight were obviously tiny in comparison. They don't even compare to the size of the very first Assassin's Creed game, and now even AC1 seems minuscule in size compared to games of today, though that is in part due to the fact certain companies have the need to make their maps feel larger than the actual places they're based off these days, as if they're purposely trying to give me anxiety and dread when I open them up. But I digress. Those beloved games of my childhood were on the Wii or the DS, and this was the first time I was playing on a proper next-gen console. I didn't even know how good games could be. So, after finishing Brotherhood, leaving me even more confused than I was when I began it.
Wait! There's so many questions!
I of course couldn't wait to experience more, so out I went to pick up a copy of AC1 and see how this story began. Now, let's take the clock back even further, to 2003 to be exact, where AC1's development truly began. Ubisoft had just released their latest entry in their Prince of Persia series, that being The Sands of Time. This project was led by game director and our gaming king, Patrice Desolé. The Sands of Time was met with positive critical and financial success, and after the title's successful launch, Ubisoft tasked Patrice and his team at their Montreal studio to create the next installment to follow on from this. Very initial game development began akin to the past entries in the series, that being a completely linear experience. Although once the team had learned the capabilities of the upcoming next-gen consoles, they shifted the game development into that of an open world, introducing a sense of freedom and exploration, all while wanting to retain the core aspect of fluid movement and parkour that the Sands of Time held. This was, of course, developed into the parkour we now know from the original AC, which feels less acrobatic and a lot more grounded and realistic than the Sands of Time. You know, other than the jumping off rooftops into haystacks, but that was grounded in the franchise from day one, and video games need to take some liberties with realism in exchange for gameplay. Anyway. In a development diary with Patrice, he said they wanted to take advantage of the newest hardware, creating an open world where the player could, quote, go anywhere and interact with everything, something I believe they nailed with the final product. Now that the game was looking more like a spin-off to the mainline Prince of Persia series, the story was at least to some degree based off the historical fiction book Alamut by Vladimir Bartol, respectively titled after Alamut Castle, where the real-life assassin order were based in Persia. The novel itself explores the assassin Hassan-i-Sabah and his rise to power at the end of the 11th century. Hassan, although he does exist within Assassin's Creed lore, was in reality an Israeli missionary who founded the Assassin Order. Although referred to as assassins or hashashin by their enemies, the group were really a Shia Islamic sect called Nizari Ismaili. The plot of the novel covers the conflict between the secret society of the Assassins and the Seljuk Empire, who appear to influence the fictional versions of the in-game Knights Templar as the main threat, or at least inspire some of their actions in the events that play out at the beginning of the game, drawing heavy parallels to ones from the novel. Getting back to the game now. They wanted to focus on the elements of assassination that the group carried out, hence the game was to be created from the perspective of one of the prince's personal bodyguards, a protagonist that held the rank of second highest among the assassins, presumably to give the player an endgame goal of proving ourselves worthy as leader through protecting our prince in various missions. The game therefore was under the working title Prince of Persia, Assassin. The dev team and upper management quarrelled over this direction however, as Ubisoft were not keen on releasing a game where the famed face of the franchise was not the lead character, but instead a young iteration of the prince, who acted along the lines of an AI companion of some sort. The dev team stood up for their vision however, and suggested that with the new hardware and the step into the open world formula, they could turn the game into a new intellectual property, separate from the Prince of Persia series altogether. Henceforth, it became Project Assassins by 2004. The prince was dropped, and their sole focus on the assassin protagonist was decided. He was to be based on the real assassins, but given character and personality of his own. With all this in place, they suggested the renaming of the game to Assassin's Creed, which Patrice apparently took a shine to, as it fit with his interpretation of the game's core themes, as well as the philosophy regarding the creed, which we will get into in just a little while. And so, on the 13th of November 2007, Assassin's Creed was released to the world. We begin our story watching a man dressed in white robes, standing in what appears to be a garden surrounded by women, which might sound nice to some, before you realise these women harassing you won't leave you alone. Also, they don't have faces, which is less than appealing. On top of this, we are disorientated in some way. Everything is foggy, spaced out, and we've lost our bearings, unclear of where we are. As we move around, we can see we're in some sort of paradisical garden, perhaps. Wherever it is, the scene playing out gives us a sense of something biblical in nature, and what we're looking at, whether it be a dreamscape, holy vision, or a mirage, we're definitely not at peace. As all this is happening, we hear a distorted and menacing voice, echoing biblical scripture to us, as if the person speaking were giving a sermon to an audience of sorts. This, funnily enough, is what you see when you approach the front of the garden. On a small platform, a bright white and ghostly silhouette of a man stands with most of the women in the garden looking onto him, mesmerised by his words.
I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind, for in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow.
Perhaps they're locked in a form of trance, but before we can ponder on this any longer, we are ripped from this scene by a bright flash of light. Now we are thrown into another just as confusing area, a market with more crowds of people gathered but still no inkling as to what the man we're observing is meant to be doing there. We hear clearer voices this time, different to the one heard previously, two people discussing someone before talking directly to them.
Desmond, I need you to try and relax.
Let me try and stabilize.
Focus. Listen to the sound of my voice.
We need to pull him out. Now.
All right, Desmond. We're going to try and bring you out now.
With another flash of bright light, we are dragged out of this vision which trapped us, albeit to a place that isn't much better.
You okay?
I told you he'd be fine.
Bastards!
Now, I just saved your life.
Saved my life? You kidnapped me. You strapped me into that thing.
Animus. It's an animus.
I don't even know you people. Why are you doing this to me?
You have information we need, Mr. Miles.
Information? I'm a bartender, for Christ's sakes. What do you want me to do, teach you how to mix a martini?
Desmond Miles, our protagonist in the modern day, is dragged out of the simulation his kidnappers had forced him into. He sits in a room, sterile, void of any form of interior decorating, bar a couple of chairs and some lighting fixtures. Standing in the room with him is Dr. Warren Vidic, who tells him the machine he was in is called an animus, and that it's the key to unlocking information stored in Desmond's head, that the people he works for need. Offering an ultimatum, Desmond retreats back into the Animus for a breakdown of how it functions.
Whoa. Where am I?
You're inside the Animus.
Which is...
It's a projector that renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions.
genetic memory.
Seems you'll need a bit of a tutorial. Very well. We'll start simple. What is a memory, Mr. Miles?
It's the recollection of a past event.
Specific to the individual remembering the event.
Yeah, sure.
What if I told you that the human body not only housed an individual's memory, but the memories of his ancestors as well? Genetic memory, if you will. Migration, hibernation, reproduction. How do animals know when and where to go? What to do?
That's just animal instinct.
Now you're arguing semantics, Mr. Miles. Whatever you call it, the fact remains. These creatures hold knowledge absent the requisite first-hand experience. I've spent the past 30 years trying to understand why. I discovered something most fascinating. Our DNA functions as an archive. It contains not only genetic instructions passed down from previous generations, but memories as well. The memories of our ancestors.
And the Animus lets you decode and read these DNA files.
Precisely.
But there's a problem. This is the specific memory we're trying to access. Unfortunately, when we try and open the memory, your mind withdraws. You lack the confidence to step into your ancestor's body. That's what happened earlier. You got knocked out of the target memory and pushed back to a more stable state.
Why?
It's your subconscious. It's resisting. We've found similar reactions among patients who undergo hypnosis to relive traumatic events. They can't jump directly into the specific memory. They need to be eased in. Even then, there can be problems.
So how do we fix it?
We find a memory you can synchronize with, and we move forward from there. You'll get used to it. This is the closest we can get, so it's where we'll have to start. I'm uploading the tutorial program now.
As Lucy explains, Desmond cannot access the memory they're aiming for, and so the premise of the Animus and the goal of the game is presented. You, as the player, must progress through the ancestors' genetic memories in chronological order from the earliest point Desmond can synchronize with them until you reach the one holding the information they need. The premise of the Animus, for gameplay as well as narrative, is genius from the offset. This sci-fi idea that there are secrets encoded within your DNA that elude you and could show you the life of someone you're related to in the distant past is a crazy imaginative storytelling device. And after a basic explanation of how genetic memory works, only telling Desmond what he needs to know, of course, and not anything about the potential side effects or dangers that being inside the machine presents, we enter the Animus once again to learn how synchronization works. Referred to as Subject 17 by the lovely Animus lady, where did she go after this game? She was great. Desmond must now learn to embody his ancestor inside the Animus by way of the puppeteering controls. Now, this system is probably one of the most genius ideas in video games to link together both the narrative aspect to the controls and that of the input of the real world player. That sounds a little strange, so let me explain. Let's start with the HUD in the upper left hand corner. It shows a representation of Desmond's synchronization status with his ancestor. If that falls too low, he falls out of sync with his ancestor, and returns him to a previous point in the memory where he was strongly synchronized with them. To the real world player, it basically acts as a health bar. If too much damage is sustained in combat, you'll be killed and have to respawn at the last save point of the game, normal stuff. But loss of synchronization also applies to situations outside of combat, meaning you cannot deviate too far from what the ancestor would have done in certain situations and the morals they would have lived by, like harming civilians or injuring themselves from too high of a height. Performing these actions in the Animus does not correlate with what the ancestor did in reality. Therefore, if you do perform them, it will lead to loss in synchronization. Moving on to controls, you have your 4 buttons on your controller mapped out to the position of your character. The top one is for your head, the lowest ones for your legs, and the other 2 are for your armed and empty hands. You'll then introduce the low and high profile modes, which basically means you have 2 sets of actions you can perform with all of the buttons and triggers on your controller. Low profile actions are socially acceptable, such as using your empty hand to gently push aside NPCs that are in your path. Although, I imagine if you did this in real life, people would think you're a bit of a weirdo. So, is it really that socially acceptable? You can also use your other controls to simply walk around, look around your environment, and use eagle vision, of which I'll dive further into later, as well as place your hands together, mimicking a scholar's prayer to blend with them. High profile actions on the other hand means that with the same parts of the ancestor's body, you'll perform very obvious and action orientated moves that will draw attention to yourself, whether you intend to or not. This means gently pushing becomes grabbing, peacefully praying becomes jumping, and slowly walking becomes sprinting. Next, you're introduced to how social status works. Whenever you're in eye shot of a potential enemy, the Abstergo symbol in the corner next to the sync status will have a small yellow eye icon appear inside of it, warning you are being perceived. This is the first state of the witness or social status indicator. In this state, you are being watched by guards, but they are not yet aware of your identity or any threat you pose. When guards are in the state of suspicion after finding a dead body on the streets or being caught where you shouldn't be on the rooftops above, performing any socially unacceptable actions within their sight will have them immediately detect you. They are also more wary in this state, having their swords drawn is your indicator for this, and additionally you will not be able to assassinate guards from the front. Your best course of action is to either blend manually or find an external spot to blend within the game world, to help you remain undetected whilst you wait for a gap in which to slip away. When you perform socially unacceptable actions and guards are actively after you, the SSI will turn red and you will be in the state of being hunted. Also, I'm not sure if it was an intentional design decision or not that the eye indicating you're being watched happens to be in the Abstergo logo because, they're always watching. It might just be a nice coincidence. Anyway, once you are detected, the indicator has 5 modes. You're either exposed, which will usually be if you're in combat or running from enemies, out of sight, in which you will need to find somewhere to hide before the line of sight is reaffirmed, and then you will be vanishing, vanished, and finally back to anonymous, where you will be free to leave the hiding spot and move around the world once again. The whole social stealth system in this first game might just be the best it is in the entire series. Something about it makes it feel much more intimate and thoughtful than later entries in the franchise ever handle it, even if other improvements are made. It really gives the player agency to take the time to think about their actions they're performing in this world and the consequences of doing so. Even the things that any other game wouldn't consider, like guards noticing you based on the pace at which you're walking, all adds to the experience of knowing you're being watched in this world and staying vigilant of your suspicious actions that in real life would get you caught too. All this combined makes up a rather simple system, but an honestly brilliant one. Even the smaller things in the game, like a health bar, are made more immersive to the player, with it being something contextualised in-world within the Animus for our characters to see, while having all of these controls and icons on the screen showing you how to play. This is also the first instance where we can see the game actively encouraging you to act stealthily, as it increases the points in your synchronization bar when you do so, further indulging you in this assassin fantasy the developers are trying to push, rather than wanting you to engage in combat, which is there of course, but I feel was crafted in mind to deter you from engaging in it, and only doing so as a last resort. After that quick tutorial, we can now get back to our story, where Desmond has finally safely synced enough with his ancestor, enough to load into the very first memory of our other main character, 26-year-old Levantine assassin, Altair ibn La'ahad.
Wait! There must be another way. This one need not die.
An excellent kill. Fortune favors your blade.
Not fortune, skill. Watch a while longer and you might learn something.
Indeed. He'll teach you how to disregard everything the Masters taught us.
And how would you have done it?
I would not have drawn attention to us. I would not have taken the life of an innocent. What I would have done is follow the creed.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. Understand these words. It matters not how we complete our task, only that it's done.
But this is not the way
My way is better.
I will scout ahead. Try not to dishonor us further.
What is our mission? My brother would say nothing to me. Only that I should be honored to have been invited.
The Master believes the Templars have found something beneath the Temple Mount.
Treasure?
I do not know. All that matters is the Master considers it important. Else he would not have asked me to retrieve it.
The year is 1191 AD, and here we are introduced to Altair, scurrying through the dark catacombs of Jerusalem underneath the Temple Mount. We already get an example of the type of person he is right from the get-go. Even from his very first line, not fortune, skill, in response to him being called fortuitous, shows he's full of himself, fueled by arrogance, and the skill he does possess, he's willing to boast about. We are also introduced to Altair's fellow brothers, Malik and Kadar al-Sayf, who are also brothers in the more literal sense, Kadar being the younger between them. The components on his robes and the markings upon them show he is more of a novice among the three, to be expected, with both Malik and Altair dressed in similar garb. And though Malik has a high rank among the Brotherhood, Altair still stands above him. He is in charge on this mission, the most skilled and holding the position of Master Assassin. That he has already made clear to the audience. Malik is clearly frustrated by Altair's lack of care in his work, as we saw, stating that he disregards all his teachings. Though to Altair this matters little when completing a mission, as he says, only that it is done. Malik in turn doesn't feel Altair's attitude towards his lack of adherence to the creed bodes well for his younger brother, being in awe of Altair's abilities, perhaps enough to blind him from taking into consideration his brash actions, already having killed an innocent man and drawing attention to them previously, which directly and blatantly disregarded 2 of the 3 tenets of the creed. In the Secret Crusade novel, which I'll be referencing throughout this video, it states that even at this moment, Altair holds back a sneer directed at Malik in regard to what he considers weakness in him. The fact that this is our first impression of our character speaks volumes, that he is obviously too confident in his abilities to the point that it clouds his judgment, which will be to all their detriment in only a moment. You may already notice that Altair sounds a little more American than his friends here. That's by choice, although I never really understood why. His voice actor, Philip Shabazz, is actually Iranian American and can speak with a perfect Arabic accent that fits his character here. He claims he was asked to drop his accent altogether by the time of recording and simply go for a more American one, I guess to appeal to an American market. I don't understand why everyone but Altair would have a Middle Eastern accent in the game though, it just makes it stand out more. Maybe that's what they were going for. I've read all over that this decision could have been made for political reasons, or animus magic reasons, or it was just the state of the industry that wanted our main protagonist to sound like an American hero like other video game and film protagonists, but if it's true, it's a dumb decision regardless. I scoured the internet to try and find a clip of him using his accent, but sadly couldn't find it to insert here, so you'll just have to take my word that the initial accent he would have used kept everything he perfectly brought to the role of Altair with the final product, but with a more immersive and appropriate portrayal. It's a shame we never got to see that in the final game. Moving along, we are greeted with our first basic piece of traversal in the game, learning to parkour across beams and scale ladders. Then we see a guard, who we can approach and assassinate either in low or high profile, making this our first kill. Now our assassins journey further into the mount, where they are greeted with a well-known enemy.
There! That must be the Ark.
The Ark of the Covenant?
Don't be silly. There's no such thing. It's just a story.
Then what is it?
Quiet! Someone's coming.
I want us through this gate before sunrise. The sooner we possess it, the sooner we can turn our attention to those jackals at Masyaf.
Robert de Sable. His life is mine.
No. We were asked to retrieve the treasure and deal with Robert only if necessary.
He stands between us and it. I'd say it's necessary.
Discretion, Altair!
You mean cowardice. That man is our greatest enemy, and here we have a chance to be rid of him.
You have already broken 2 tenets of our creed. Now you would break the 3rd. Do not compromise the Brotherhood.
I am your superior, in both title and ability. You should know better than to question me.
Here, our titular character lays his eyes on what appears to be the fabled Ark of the Covenant, though Altair would of course not admit that he was in awe of it to his brothers here. After all, it surely couldn't exist, could it? Whatever did lay in front of them, Altair felt it certainly had an aura about it. But before he has the time to dwell on it any further, a group of men enter the Holy Chamber, and after yet another confrontation with Malik, of which I'm not entirely sure how the Templars below didn't manage to hear.
Discretion, Altair!
You mean cowardice.
I guess this room has bad acoustics or something. Altair makes his way down the ladders to confront the assassin's greatest enemy, Rebirth, face on, with absolutely no preemptive thought on how this will go.
Hold, Templars! You are not the only ones with business here.
Well, this explains my missing man. And what is it you want?
Blood.
You know not the things in which you meddle, assassin. I spare you only that you may return to your master and deliver a message. The Holy Land is lost to him and his. He should flee now while he has the chance. Stay, and all of you will die.
At this moment, Altair wanted to show his fellow assassins and the Greater Brotherhood that he could dispatch the Grandmaster of the Templars and end their present conflict with them. He was more concerned with being exonerated by his mentor and being fully recognised as the Master Assassin. So, with his mind fixed on this outcome, he had dreamt up, he rushed Rebirth without a second thought, and with Malik failing to hold him back in time, Altair is easily overpowered by Rebirth's ultimate Chad strength and thrown through the scaffolding as the stone walls and pillars cascade around the entry to the main room of the temple, still holding the mysterious treasure Altair was tasked to retrieve inside. With no way back to save his brothers, he is now forced to hear them be cut down, all because of his own recklessness in wanting blood.
Kill the assassins!
He doesn't seem too concerned with this actually. No, I kid. As events are described in the Secret Crusade novel, Altair does in fact look for a way through the rubble without any luck, as he's filled with panic and shame. It's just not showed in game here. Now, out of options, we are forced to scale the only other exit to this place, with another slightly larger area filled with a few choices in how you wish to navigate out of here, subtly enticing us to consider the many options we as the player will have going forward. We are then introduced to the first piece of climbing with a high wall, all the points visible here being interactive and graspable. By navigating us up this wall, we are made to realise that, oh, I can literally grab all of these protruding objects on the building, and that's how this game works. A basic introduction, but now we know how to scale things, and the kind of things we can expect to be able to grasp going forwards. Climbing up, we see the bright sun shining over Jerusalem, and we are given a quick vista of the city before skipping a few days further into our story, where also canonically the Animus actually freezes for Desmond, and he has to exit to the Xbox dashboard.
Altair, you've returned.
Raouf.
It is good to see you unharmed. I trust your mission was a success.
Is the Master in his tower?
Yes, buried in his books as always. No doubt he expects you.
My thanks, brother.
Safety and peace, Altair.
On you as well.
After a tiring 5-day ride back to Masyaf, Altair hitches his horse at the stables to be greeted upon entering the city gates by Raouf, a fellow brother who, like Kadar, looks up to our protagonist as the master assassin he feels like, or rather felt like, when he left for Jerusalem. Now, as we make our way through Masyaf's bustling market and up the slopes towards the citadel, let's take a quick break from current events to take a step back into Altair's childhood, some 30 years before where we are now in his story, on a bright day in August, during the year 1176. The Sultan of Egypt and Syria, Salah al-Din, marched on Masyaf in retaliation after previous attempts on his life by the assassins. His sole focus? To lay siege on their main citadel and claim the life of their leader, Al-Mulim. A lookout raised the alarm upon seeing the Sultan and his army of 10,000 soldiers. The townspeople were protected in the main citadel, and the assassins fortified the castle, readying the forthcoming invasion. However, the invasion they were expecting never came, and instead their enemies made camp in the village below. Although assassin Fahim al-Sayaf, father of our recently felled brothers Malik and Gadar, suggested that they take this opportunity to strike Saladin whilst he camped at their doorstep, Al-Mulim testified against this, as killing him would not be a useful method in maintaining balance throughout the Holy Land, and leaving the Saracens without a nearly as competent leader would do nothing for them. Although the assassins were the enemies of the Saracens, so too were the Christian Crusaders, who could potentially pose a greater threat should they fill the power vacuum thereafter. Instead, Al-Mulim chose to answer this with a scare tactic, sending one of his best, Umar, also young Altair's father, to sneak into the Sultan's tent and leave only a warning, a letter pinned by dagger to his mattress, or his pillow, or left attached to his belt, or perhaps the dagger was poisoned, or possibly there was no dagger and instead there was a pile of cakes arranging the symbol of the assassins. I can't seem to find a solid answer. It seems there are just as many conflicting sources in AC lore as there are in real life history that inspired this event. Although, as a side note, I do find it kind of funny to imagine a master assassin approaching a sleeping target and choosing to carefully arrange cakes in a neat little pattern of their logo. This tactic, however, worked. Saladin absconded from the region, although sent his uncle Sahab to the fortress gates to deliver one final request. You see, Umar had acted hastily to not get caught after fleeing from his cake delivery, and in the process killed one of Saladin's generals. In return for the Saracens to retreat from Masyaf and a continued peace between the two factions thereafter, he demanded the head of the man who killed the general, Umar's life, in exchange for the ending of the threat upon Masyaf. Although Al-Mulim initially rejected this request, they offered another ultimatum. They had captured a spy that had infiltrated the camp and helped Umar get close to his target. The man's name was Ahmad Sofian, and after the threat of his life being taken as reparation, Umar managed to convince his master into taking his place, as it was his own quick hand that had led to his mistake, and so too he decided it should be his burden to bear the consequences, in this instance, with his life. Umar made his way through the citadel gate, Beaten and bruised, his brother Ahmad traded places with him, as he was positioned on the executioner's block. Although the young boy was spared the sight of this, Altair could hear his father being beheaded from behind the gate, at only 11 years old. We now find ourselves just below Masyaf's central keep. The Byzantine castle was founded as the assassins' headquarters in 1162, although it was built long before that. Its huge limestone towers encapsulated the centre of the Brotherhood, wherein its recruits would sleep, study, train, and come to learn the tenets of the Order, instructed under the command of their leader, Al-Mulim. Based on the real Alamut Castle, which loosely translates to something along the lines of Eagle's Nest, you can already see the eagle appearing within the iconography of the assassins here, along with Altair's name, meaning something along the lines of flying eagle in Arabic itself, and the design of his robes and hood intentionally resembling that of an eagle. The positioning of Masyaf was perfectly situated within the Levant, in proximity to three major cities, Jerusalem, Acre, and Damascus. When assassin leader Hassan Sabar, also leader of the assassins in real life if you remember, sent Al-Mulim to establish a stronghold in Masyaf, he also wanted to make sure the Brotherhood's activities were more well known to the general populace, as to make them a visible political force in the region. So, while the assassins had a secret network of agents stealthily functioning within the shadows outside the citadel, the actual Brotherhood at this point of time had a proudly militant design, very much the opposite of what it would later become. Their leader, Al-Mulim, was based off Rashid ad-Din Sinan, or the Old Man of the Mountain, that Hassan sent to govern the real Syrian branch of assassins. Masyaf itself was one of the 9 strongholds in the general region, along with Alamut and Alep, just to name a couple. Making our way further up the walkway towards the Barbican, we encounter a face we haven't seen before, but is all too familiar to Altair, Abbas Sofyan.
Ah, he returns at last.
Abbas.
Where are the others? Did you ride ahead hoping to be the first one back? I know you are loath to share the glory. Silence is just another form of assent.
Have you nothing better to do?
I bring word from the Master. He waits for you in the library. Best hurry. No doubt you're eager to put your tongue to his boot.
Another word and I'll put my blade to your throat.
There'll be plenty of time for that later, brother.
As you can see, Altair and Abbas aren't particularly the best of friends. In fact, they loathe one another. But it wasn't always that way. Abbas's rivalry with Altair had begun many years prior. After Umar's death, Ahmad was consumed with guilt for giving him up in interrogation, trading his life as sacrifice with Umar's to end the siege. Altair was taken in by Al-Mulim and cared for, as the Master had promised Umar before his end. Ahmad, however, continued to be consumed by grief, a broken man. One night, he came to Altair's room and stood over him before uttering his final words, "I'm sorry," and slicing his own throat in front of the boy. As if the 2 deaths were not enough to scar Altair, Al-Mulim made him promise that he would not tell Abbas of what happened that night, and instead wove a narrative that bred speculation that Ahmad had abandoned his son and the Brotherhood, shamed and forced to leave. This lie was created as the truth to Ahmad's shameful actions would bring dishonour upon his own son. Thus, Altair kept up the ruse. After a time of studying, training, and bonding for the two, the secret he had sworn to keep proved too much to bear, and one night he decided to tell Abbas the truth about his father. Abbas responded with silence. For a time, anyway. The next afternoon in the training yard, he snapped on Altair, attacking him for making up falsities in his father's name, pinning him down until he admitted he had lied about everything, before collapsing into tears and being held back a year in his training for his actions, as Altair continued to rise to the rank of Master Assassin. This cemented a burning hatred for his fellow brother, one that would last more decades than we can cover for now. Entering the central keep, we can see the training grounds where Altair and Abbas had their spat all those years ago. It's where the Brotherhood spar against one another to test their skills, if you didn't know what a training ring was already, I guess. You'll also notice that the Animus HUD informs us there are no weapons allowed in the central keep, as per the rules. Except when one of your fellow assassins decides just to not do that and start attacking you for no reason, while your brothers stand around and don't do their jobs as you're brutally murdered. As we carry on into the inner castle, we can hear the guards bow their... No, wait. We can see the guards bow their heads. That wouldn't make much sound. We can see them bow their heads and greet us with deference because of Altair's position, although he knew this gesture would be disregarded in but a moment. Inside the castle now, we see the walls lined with books, thousands of years of assassins' teachings passed down the generations, some of which Altair himself must have read time and again throughout his own years of training. Heading up the steps towards the Master's chamber, Altair still dwelled on his failure and how he would break the news to Al-Mulim, who we find waiting for us, eager to hear the good news of our mission. Oh, how disappointed he will be.
Altair,
Master.
come forward. Tell me of your mission. I trust you have recovered the Templar's treasure.
There was some trouble, Master. Robert de Sable was not alone.
When does our work ever go as expected? It's our ability to adapt that makes us who we are.
This time it was not enough.
What do you mean?
I have failed you.
The treasure?
Lost to us.
And Robert?
Escaped.
I send you, my best man, to complete a mission more important than any that has come before. And you return to me with nothing but apologies and excuses.
I did.
Do not speak! Not another word! This is not what I expected. We'll need to mount another force.
I swear to you I'll find him. I'll go in.
No! You'll do nothing. You've done enough. Where are Malik and Kadar?
Dead.
No! Not dead.
Malik?
I still live at least.
And your brother?
Gone. Because of you!
Robert threw me from the roof. There was no way back. Nothing I could do.
Because you would not heed my warning! All of this could have been avoided! And my brother would still be alive! Your arrogance nearly cost us victory today.
Nearly?
I've what your favorite failed to find. Here. Take it. Though it seems I've returned with more than just their treasure.
Master, we are under attack. Robert de Sable lays siege to Masyaf's village.
So he seeks a battle. Very well. I'll not deny him. Go. Inform the others. The fortress must be prepared. As for you, Altair, our discussion will have to wait. You must make for the village. Destroy these invaders. Drive them from our home.
It will be done.
Breaking the news of his failure wasn't easy, nor did it impress Al-Mualim, who was enraged by the turn of events. Altair also felt great disappointment in himself, no doubt. He was as eager as Al-Mualim was to kill Rebirth, enough for him to head off in search this instant to dispatch him and claim back his lost honour, hoping to cure himself of this embarrassment. Embarrassment that only grew upon seeing his thought-to-be dead brother walking into the room. Malik stands there, burning with rage, explaining it was Altair's fault he was bloodied and injured, and his younger brother lay dead in the temple back in Jerusalem. We see Altair respond with excuses that even he knows are feeble at best, knowing full well the tenets of the creed had been broken, leading to the events in question playing out. But there was more. Malik had recovered the Templar treasure, the artifact. Quite how he managed to fight the guards off and have Rebirth escape is beyond me, but he did manage, and for sure wasn't going to give Altair the luxury of avoiding him gloat for completing the mission he himself could not. Staring at the decorated casing, Altair felt the same strange aura about it as he did in Solomon's temple. Before he could think more on the artifact, a messenger comes running in to warn us of the impending attack on Masyaf, led by Desab. And so Altair, relieved to be able to escape this embarrassing lecture, is tasked to fend off the attack in the lower village, hoping to make amends. Making our way out of the castle and towards the twin gates, we can take a minute to look to our right, where villagers have already been taken inside the confines of the castle to shelter them from the attack that has already begun. Quickly making our way down to the foot of the castle, we're met by a Templar soldier, keen to be the first to die by Altair's sword, before we move on to the others harassing the innocent locals and dispatching them quickly. Oops, sorry mate. This may only be our first combat encounter of the game, introducing us to simple light sword attacks and defense, but from the get-go you can feel how weighty and satisfying the combat feels and flows as you perform these basic attacks, and also get hit if you're bad at games like me. We carry on, down to the lower parts of the village, continuing to take down the invaders. Along with that person. I mean, you ran into my sword there, I'm clearly engaged in a fight. Despite our best efforts though, the invading force becomes too much, and we must return to the safe confines of the castle.
Break off the attack and return to Masyaf! Al-Mualim commands it!
The castle gates close behind us, the last form of defence against the Templars. We can take another moment to see those who are still alive, villagers and warriors alike, now hiding inside the fortress, awaiting someone to think up their next move. Innocents are scattered throughout the training yard, grieving those close to them, as assassins lie dead or injured. Jesus guys, you could have removed those arrows from his chest, damn. We head back towards the castle, only to be called upon again by Raouf, who tells us Al-Mulim has a plan in place, and not a moment too soon. As we climb the ladders up the defensive tower to the ramparts of the castle, we can see a group of assassins waiting, overlooking the matriculation. Going higher still, we walk carefully out to the edge of the platform, standing over 250 feet from the ground, and await our orders.
Heretic! Return what you have stolen from me!
You've no claim to it, Robert. Take yourself from here before I'm forced to thin your ranks further.
You play a dangerous game!
I assure you, this is no game.
So be it! Bring forth the hostage! Your village lays in ruins, and your stores are hardly endless. How long before your fortress crumbles from within? How disciplined will your men remain when the wells run dry and their food is gone?
My men do not fear death, Robert. They welcome it, and the rewards it brings.
Good. Then they shall have it all around.
Follow me, and do so without hesitation.
Show this fool knight what it is to have no fear. Go to God!
We jump from the tower to what appears to be our death in the ravine below, only to land in a haystack strategically placed there, performing the iconic leap of faith for the first time ever in the series. Although this serves purpose from a practical aspect and helps maintain a fluid pace during gameplay, the leap of faith is also grounded and, dare I say, soaked with in-game and real-life lore as well. See, the real assassins were actually no strangers to performing this sacrifice either. They were notorious for targeted killings of high-ranking members of both Christian and Muslim sides of the Crusade. This sometimes resulted in years of commitment to infiltrate and rise up through the ranks, unrecognised for all that time, for the solitary goal of killing their target, sometimes sacrificing themselves for the cause. This idea that they did not fear death but embraced it is taken from the real assassins, who would also, in some accounts, throw themselves from towers to prove their dedication and loyalty to the cause and their absolute devout following to their leader Hassan. Exactly how they were convinced to do this, however, is something we will touch on later in the video. Whether you believe this or not, these acts of not fearing death had led us to the point we are now in game, although death is not something any of the assassins here succumb to. Landing heavily in a pile of hay that breaks our fall, we emerge unscathed, unlike our one brother who broke his leg performing the plunge. Dumbass. This act was merely subterfuge to trick the Templars into thinking they had jumped to their deaths, whilst in reality they were executing a retaliation to drive them from their valley. Altair is then tasked by Raouf to traverse the chasm beside him. As we carefully cross over the shimmering rivers below the mountains, we can really get scope and scale for just how grand and prominent Masyaf Castle is as it stands above the valley. After watching our step over the beams, we ascend the watchtower, giving us our second mandatory piece of parkour to practice for the game ahead. With a slash of our sword, we rain down logs upon the Templars below, sending Rebirth and the others lucky enough to survive, scampering away from Masyaf, and for a good long while, probably.
You did well to drive Robert from here. His force is broken. It shall be a long while before he troubles us again. Tell me, do you know why it is you are successful? You listened. Were it that you'd listened in Solomon's temple, Altair, all of this would have been avoided.
I did as I was asked.
No, you did as you pleased. Malik has told me of the arrogance you displayed, your disregard for our ways.
What are you doing?
There are rules. We are nothing if we do not abide by the Assassin's creed. 3 simple tenets, which you seem to forget. I will remind you. First and foremost, stay your blade.
From the flesh of an innocent. I know.
And stay your tongue, unless I give you leave to use it. If you are so familiar with this tenet, then why did you kill the old man inside the temple? He was innocent. He did not need to die. Your insolence knows no bounds. Make humble your heart, child, or I swear I'll tear it from you with my own hands. The second tenet is that which gives us strength. Hide in plain sight. Let the people mask you such that you become one with the crowd. Do you remember? Because as I hear it, you chose to expose yourself, drawing attention before you'd struck. The third and final tenet. The worst of all your betrayals. Never compromise the Brotherhood. Its meaning should be obvious. Your actions must never bring harm upon us, direct or indirect. Yet your selfish act beneath Jerusalem placed us all in danger. Worse still, you brought the enemy to our home. Every man we've lost today was lost because of you. I am sorry. Truly I am. But I cannot abide a traitor.
I am not a traitor.
Your actions indicate otherwise. And so you leave me no choice. Peace be upon you, Altair.
After Altair had cleared the Templars from Masyaf, there was a moment of victory for the assassins, but only a moment. By now, most know of what happened at Solomon's Temple, of how Altair drew the Templars to their home, and of Kadar's fate. Gathering in the courtyard with the others, no one could ignore the bodies of all the soldiers and citizens of the village that they had lost today, lying beside them, all because of Altair, all because of his arrogance. Altair knew this, though still he hoped he could be redeemed for his actions, starting with the good work he had just done. The work that Al-Mualim had tasked him with, and he had completed as he was told, not as he himself thought was best, like in Solomon's Temple. This brings us to another lecture, reminding Altair of the tenets of the Creed, as well as being a good way to lay them out to the player. Al-Mualim explains them perfectly fine here, so I shan't linger on repeating them to you. These tenets, forming the Creed, are a set of rules that govern the behaviour and the acts committed by the Brotherhood, compiled into a philosophical ideology guiding both the Order as a whole and the individual who abides by them throughout their life. The tenets are the bedrock of the Order, and it is believed without adherence to them, they would lose sight of their goals and the morally appropriate methods in which they go about to achieve them. I'd like to mirror what Al-Mualim says here in the scene to Altair with something that is barely mentioned within the games at all, the 3 ironies. These points were written by Altair later in his life to observe the contradictory nature of the Brotherhood and the means of which they achieved their goals. However, let's look at how they apply here to him and his own actions, years before he would have written them. The first tenet, which is to prove restraint within the individual by only taking a life when necessary, exists to stop the assassins being marked as indiscriminate killers, separating themselves from their enemies who should be feared, and to not tarnish them with a bad name. The first irony, that the assassins seek to promote peace but commit murder, questions this, as if they are seen to kill, then are they truly promoting peace, committing such unpeaceful acts? The second irony, that the assassins seek to open the minds of men but require obedience to the rules, seems contrary to the fact that their end goal is that of freedom, yet they are constrained by a directive written to keep them from deviating in how they execute their missions. The third and final irony, the assassins seek to reveal the danger of blind faith, yet practice it themselves, ask if they can be trusted with their goal of stopping these exact would-be leaders who wish to impose and govern rules upon society, ones they believe to exist beyond, yet also have rules and boundaries in place for themselves, imbued within the tenets that they follow. These ironies exist not to dismantle their ideology or invalidate their cause, but to act as a means of contemplation for the Order, and make it so their goal isn't twisted and each member doesn't deviate from their collected vision based on their own personal emotions or potential fulfillment gained from their work. These ironies may have been something Altair could have fallen victim to at this point in time, as it was his own disobedience to the Creed and acting on his own accord that resulted in everything that has happened thus far happening. It's also worth considering that by this time he probably had come to understand and reflect on the facts of his father's death, and what happened with Ahmad technically breaking the third tenet and revealing Umar to have been the assassin their enemy was looking for, resulting in his father's death rather than Ahmad's, the individual who had broken the Creed in the first place. This could all play part to Altair not having complete blind faith in the tenets and being less obedient when it came to his teachings of them, as he knew following them still ended in him being robbed of those he loved. Despite all this, Altair was still loyal to the assassins and to Al-Mualim. He wanted to make amends, but perhaps it was too late now. His master, after brandishing him a traitor, pulls out a dagger before plunging the blade deep into his stomach, ending him, dying a traitor the worst way Altair could possibly imagine. Also he, and we, are led to believe.
He's experiencing a far better adoption rate than the other subjects.
I'm still pulling him out. He's been in there way too long.
No, not yet. We're still so far from where we need to be.
We shouldn't risk it.
What's another hour or two?
Why don't we discuss this in the conference room? Give Desmond a minute to stretch his legs.
I really don't see the need.
Warren, please.
Fine.
Back in the modern day, everything's going great for Warren, as Desmond is settling into the Animus, syncing with Altair comfortably. Despite this, Lucy still seems cautious of whatever potential risks could arise from him staying in there too long, and so we get our first opportunity to explore the laboratory in which Abstergo has imprisoned us. The first words that come to mind describing this place are grey, dingy, and quite frankly exactly what we should expect from Abstergo. It's completely unwelcoming, and if you glance around you'll even notice several security cameras constantly surveying Desmond's every move. Even in the shower? Warren? As Lucy insists Vidic and herself discuss things in the conference room, we as Desmond are left to our devices. There's not actually a great deal of things to interact with at this point in the modern day, though I do like it that you're left to work out for yourself to listen in on the conversation in the next room from your bathroom. It's not something I've really thought about in years, I suppose, but the game does a great job in guiding the player towards working out what they need to do, with the muffled dialogue coming from behind the glass, which is presented to you front and centre as you hop out the Animus. This was back in the day where games didn't treat you as an audience like a moron, and left you with the small challenge of working things out with your own brain. Can you imagine, eh? Listening in on their conversation, we can gather that if Desmond stays in the Animus too long, it will lead to irreversible effects. The worst one, death. Not ideal for our protagonist. But there is a deadline and pressure on Warren from his higher-ups to locate, well, whatever it is they need. After being told to go to bed like a good little boy, we can head into our room for some shut-eye. But not before having the first of many quick conversations with Lucy. Once the Doctor leaves the room, we're able to gain a little more insight on both of these characters through some real good pieces of dialogue, and boy do I love it, despite it being a little hidden away, left for the player to take the initiative to engage in conversation with Lucy.
So you're really an assassin? Like Altair?
Yes and no.
What do you mean?
I was supposed to be one, but I ran away from the farm when I was 16.
Farm?
Yeah, that's what they called the place where I grew up. The farm. Like Messiah, I guess. Only not so, creepy. Just a small community in the middle of nowhere. About 30 of us, living, off the grid.
Why?
Thought my parents were just crazy hippies, trying to stick it to the man, My dad was always going on about our enemies, how they'd be looking for us, how we'd have to be prepared. No one ever came. Nothing ever happened.
Why'd you run away?
I could never leave the compound. You have any idea what it feels like being trapped in a place, knowing there was a whole world out there I'd never get to see?
Don't you miss your parents?
No. As far as I'm concerned, they weren't my parents. They were my wardens, and I was their prisoner.
Here, Lucy questions Desmond about the farm where he grew up on, and we get some perspective on his relationship with his parents and how he felt being trapped there by them. We also get a few more nuggets of information into Abstergo and how powerful this so-called drug company really is, but Lucy quickly shuts that down.
How did they find me? I mean, I haven't been anywhere near another assassin for 10 years.
Use your real name?
Nope. Not before today.
Credit cards?
Cash only.
Telephone?
There's no one to call.
Driver's license?
Motorcycle. Guilty pleasure.
There's your answer. Photo, fingerprint.
This is a drug company. What does Abstergo have to do with the DMV?
Desmond, these guys are everywhere. I'm sorry, I really can't talk about it.
That's about all we get for now, with the door quickly locking behind us, like I said, welcoming.
Damn it, they locked the door.
We head to bed. We get some demonic red writing flash up on our screen, I'm sure that's irrelevant, I mean, I see that every time I go to sleep, before waking up for a brand new day.
Gotta say, that's a little creepy, Doc. Waking up to you standing over me. You been watching me sleep?
We're always watching you. Now get up. We've got a lot of work to do.
Ooh, wonder who I get to kill today.
Don't be so cavalier. Your ancestors almost had the right idea, Mr. Miles. If the deaths of a few people, evil people, no less, could save the lives of thousands more, well, it seems a small sacrifice.
What do you mean, almost?
They didn't go far enough. To use a rather tired analogy, corruption is no different than cancer. Cut out the tumors, but fail to treat the source and, well, you're buying time at best. There's no true change to be had without comprehensive, systemic intervention.
Chemo for the masses.
Education. Re-education, to be more precise. But it's not easy, and it doesn't always take.
Let me guess. You've got a better solution. What is it then?
Now that would be telling.
Again, I really like these chunks of conversation we get from both Lucy and Warren. Lucy tries her best to console Desmond, giving sympathy for his situation, but Warren just loves to give us a good lecture. These are also some really good points he makes, and I love that he generally doesn't feel that the assassins are stupid. He in fact praises them here, even if just for their vision and feeble attempts to fix society. It's something that is sorely lacking from AC in recent years, the fact that this conflict between these two factions isn't black and white, but in fact many shades of grey, and there is a moral complexity both sides can understand and even praise about the other. Anyway, I digress. After our quick chat with the doc on the cancellated society, we hop back into our ancestors' shoes.
I am alive. But I saw you stab me. Felt death's embrace.
You saw what I wanted you to see, and then you slept the sleep of the dead, of the womb, that you might awake and be reborn.
To what end?
Do you remember, Altair, what it is the assassins fight for?
Peace, in all things.
Yes, in all things. It is not enough to end the violence one man commits upon another. It refers to peace within as well. You cannot have one without the other.
So it is said.
So it is! But you, my son, have not found inner peace. It manifests in ugly ways. You are arrogant and overconfident.
Were you not the one to say that nothing is true and everything is permitted?
You do not understand the true meaning of the phrase, my child. It does not grant you the freedom to do as you wish. It is a knowledge meant to guide your senses. It expects a wisdom you clearly lack.
Then what is to become of me?
I should kill you for the pain you've brought upon us. Malik thinks it only fair. Your life in exchange for his brother's. But this would be a waste of my time and your talents. You will see you have been stripped of your possessions. Your rank as well. You are a novice. A child once more. As you were on the day you first joined our order. I am offering you a chance at redemption. You'll earn your way back into the Brotherhood.
I assume you've something planned.
First, you must prove to me you remember how to be an assassin.
So you'd have me take a life?
No. Not yet, at least. For now, you're to become a student once again.
There is no need for this.
Others tracked your targets for you, but no more. From today on, you will track them yourself.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
Then tell me what it is that I must do.
We have been betrayed. Someone was assisting Robert de Sable, one of our own. You must find him and bring him here for questioning.
What can you tell me of the traitor?
But that's just it. I've given you all I will. The rest is up to you.
We reawake once more in the body of Altair. Not in the afterlife in fact, but back in familiar surroundings. He stands in Al-Mualim's quarters, stripped of rank and possessions, his prayers for life answered. It is explained what he saw was only an illusion, projected from the artifact, and reawakened from his symbolic death and rebirth, he is given a second chance at redemption. Pointing out it would be pointless to kill Altair and rob the Order of his talents, he is demoted to novice. From here, Altair has a second chance to redeem himself by working his way back up through the ranks and showing he has the discipline to relearn the principles of the Creed and what the Brotherhood fights for once more. His first task? Bringing in the traitor who helped open the gates for de Sable's attack. But as far as information goes on our target, that is all we have to work with, so we set out into Masyaf to find out what we can. It's always kind of depressing seeing all of the equipment that you had be listed off as it's taken away from you piece by piece, as well as all of your abilities, some of which don't make complete sense mind you, like losing the ability to tackle or dodge, but I have a theory on that to fill you in on later. For now, we are unarmed, and after a quick chat with the brother, told to remind Altair of his skill set, he's given a hint to head towards the market to begin his investigation. It's fair to say Altair is less than pleased now that he needs to depend on assassins out in the field. He felt that this testing of his commitment to the Brotherhood was more of a test of his patience, though Al-Mualim had also said inner peace was just as necessary as peace in the Levant, so maybe annoying Altair was all part of his lesson anyway. Now we're introduced to one of the main investigation activities in the game, eavesdropping. Very much like an assassin would, this is built around finding 2 or more targets, conversing, and sneakily sitting yourself on a bench, blending with 2 citizens whilst you listen in on what the others have to say. We learn here that the assassin called Masoon betrayed us, and was the one who opened the gate to the invaders, though he did not act alone. A basket weaver helped exchange messages to his accomplice just before the attack, but is now lying low.
Probably inside one of his own baskets.
Hey, good one. So, we head off for our next task, this time, pickpocketing. We listen in on our basket weaver, who's acting all jittery about the letter handed to him. To pickpocket in this game, you simply approach the person in question in low profile, as to not arouse suspicion and act socially acceptable. As they are walking away, we get close enough to interact with our empty hand button to pinch whatever of interest we need off them. A simple mechanic like many in the game, though when you mess it up or the game just wants to piss you off, it can really piss you off. The letter tells us the person who wrote it remains here, not hiding in fear, but in the village centre, on stage in fact. Sure enough, we find him there, sprouting propaganda to the people, apparently trying to make them understand the truth of what's to come, and the real way for them to be free and have peace, by rising up against Al-Mulim. This begins our 3rd type of investigation mission, interrogation. We listen to a man give a sermon of sorts to the public, then follow them to a secluded area where we politely ask them for the information we need. Nah, just kidding. We immediately start fucking wailing on them until they cave and tell us what we want to know. We learn Masoon favoured the Templars' ideologies, and his accomplice, an assassin named Jamal, convinced him to open the gates and let them into Masyaf. He tells Altair he is unfearful of death, though it is not up to Altair to decide what his fate is. Therefore, we take the traitor to the Master to see what might be done.
You stand accused of betraying our Brotherhood and opening the way for our enemies. How do you answer to these charges?
I deny nothing. I'm proud of what I did. My only regret is that they failed.
I offer you a chance to repent, to renounce the evil in your heart.
It is not evil in my heart, but truth. I will not repent.
Then you will die. You did well, Altair, and have earned the right to carry a blade once more.
What will become of the one who helped him?
It remains to be seen. Some do ill out of ignorance or fear. These men can be saved. Others suffer from corrupted wills, their minds poisoned and twisted. These men must be destroyed. Soon enough, we'll know what sort of man Jamal is.
I've passed your test then. What now?
Oh, my child. We've only just begun. I hold here a list. 9 names adorn it. 9 men who need to die. They are plague bringers, war makers. Their power and influence corrupts the land and ensures the Crusades continue. You will find them. Kill them. In doing so, you'll sow the seeds of peace, both for the region and for yourself. In this way, you might be redeemed.
9 lives in exchange for mine.
A most generous offer, I think. Have you any questions?
Only where I need begin.
Very well. Ride for Damascus. Seek out the black market merchant named Tamir. Let him be the first to fall. Be sure to visit the city's assassin bureau when you arrive. I'll dispatch a bird to inform the Rafik of your arrival. Speak with him. You'll find he has much to offer.
If you believe it best.
I do. Besides, you cannot begin your mission without his consent.
What nonsense is this? I don't need his permission. It's a waste of time.
It's the price you pay for the mistakes you've made. You answer not only to me, but all the Brotherhood as well now.
So be it.
Take your equipment and go. Prove that you are not yet lost to us.
After dealing with one of the traitors, Altair inquires to what will happen with the other, Jamal. Al-Mulim tells him not to worry about him, as he will be brought to justice by another. Perhaps he can be saved if he only acted out of fear or ignorance, but perhaps not. If his mind had been filled with twisted lies, then he must be destroyed. Interesting little opinion you have there, Al-Mulim. Maybe that'll be important by the end of the game, who knows? Interestingly, during development, Jamal was actually meant to be a target we assassinated, but was ultimately cut due to time constraints. You can, however, find him just outside Masyaf, where, although he's just another assassin standing guard, in Eagle Vision he glows red, signifying him as the traitor, which is a nice little Easter egg, and not something I've personally come across before making this video. Thinking his test over, Altair asks what lies next for him. Al-Mulim holds a list, 9 targets we must hunt. These poignant individuals on both sides of the conflict ravaging the Crusades are all to blame for the worsening continuous carnage. And so, Altair has his core motivation, to redeem himself by ending the lives of these 9 men, bringing peace to the land, and regaining his honour as he does so. Oh, and the scroll itself that Al-Mulim holds is actually based on a real scroll the assassins kept with the names of their victims adorned upon it, so there's a fun fact for you. Altair is instructed to head firstly to Damascus, in search of the black market weapons dealer by the name of Tamal. He is told to report to the local bureau there, only being able to actually carry out the assassination of the target when the Rafiq, another member of the Brotherhood, gives him permission. Obviously displeased by these terms, but begrudgingly accepting them anyway, as it's what Altair knew he deserved, we are rewarded with the basic sword and our hidden blade, feeling like an assassin once more. Why did they ever get rid of the sword holster, by the way? It looks so much better than later entries without it. We head outside, where we are greeted with a plea to help some students practice combat moves. This introduces us to the training we can complete in the courtyard. In our first session, we are simply taught how to deflect and perform a combo attack. I'm sure this won't be asked too often of us, to show the students what we know, right? Right? Then we promptly head to the stables, where we can grab a horse before heading off to the kingdom. I always grab the white one for obvious reasons, being that, you know, it matches Altair's white robes. I'm not like wildly racist or anything like that. As we leave Masyaf, we see corpses, both assassin and Templar, left from the recent attack. This is where we're also introduced to viewpoints. These are simple climbing puzzles to interact with and gain a scope of the world around you when playing, revealing markers on the map and points of interest such as hide spots and objectives to progress further in the game. Obviously, it's pretty common to have these kind of viewpoint things in games these days, but Assassin's Creed was one of the first games to do this kind of thing in a game. Some people blaming it for that, given over the years the game mechanic of scout the area and reveal icons on your map has been absolutely abused, even later in the very franchise it was introduced in, by having simply far too many of them dotted across the map, making it feel less like an immersive part of playing the assassin and looking for targets and more of a chore. The city maps in this game are fairly small, so it's not too bad, but to be honest, even the 12 placed out here in the kingdom reveal 2/5 of fuck all to the player. Thankfully they're optional, but there's really no incentive to do them. The kingdom itself acts as some open world space to travel between the cities we visit in the game. Both the kingdom and all the cities in it were created by a portion of the people working on the game called the Kingdom team. Would you have guessed it? Many people find this area boring or to exist simply to pad out the game, however I never remember finding it either of those things. It more so just kinda exists, to be honest. Sure, there are some nice looking areas of enemy encampments or small villages like this one which are honestly quite well crafted in the world, but there isn't a great deal to do in them other than the small side content like collectibles, so there's not much more to say on them here. I suppose once combined with everything else that makes up the game, it makes it a little more immersive and gives us a sense of the world that we're in and the grand journeys Altair had to go on, but given you can cross it within a couple of minutes and later in the game you unlock the ability to fast travel anyway, it doesn't break pace nor is it very intrusive overall. Something I will note that is somewhat silly, however, is the fact that if you're riding out in the kingdom and you're not in low profile, which on horseback means literally moving at a trotting pace, guards will immediately detect you and come to hunt you down and kill you. Why the guards chase you, I'm not sure. No one actually ever slows down when you're about to pass them, especially since, well, you're on a horse and they're not, so it's not like there is ever going to be any chance they're going to catch up. If you ride far enough away, you just return to being incognito anyway, purely because of the distance. Talking of side content, we also run into our first flag in the game, of which there are 100 to collect, of this particular military power. Overall there are 100 of each King Richard, Saracen, Jerusalem and Templar flags. The Templar flags are divided into 3 types, but there are still 100 overall nonetheless, as well as 20 Assassin flags in Masyaf, totaling to a whopping 420 flags in the game. Why? Because fuck you completionists, I guess. They have absolutely no bearing on the game when collected, except if you want to 100% complete it and drive yourself insane if you're so inclined. Apparently these were put in the game because, and I almost wouldn't believe this if it wasn't Ubisoft, the CEO's child at the time played the game and thought it was too boring. So essentially the higher ups asked the dev team to make their deeply philosophical and genre defining game have pointless padded out collectibles in it because a small boy thought that more content equals more fun. Either that or the CEO and another grown adult in power in the company genuinely thought that would make it more engaging. I really don't know which one of those is worse, to be honest. This is exactly why rich old people who own these companies and don't play the games shouldn't poke their noses in when it comes to game development. The game isn't completely flawless, of course, other than these flags, but I hate it when there's 2 or 3 times more collectibles in a game than there needs to be. It's one of the most annoying things in game design that brings it down from what could potentially be a perfect experience. Anyway, as I was carrying on towards Damascus, I happened upon a Templar Knight. I guess killing these guys could also count as a collectible activity. When it comes to Templars, it makes more sense as to why they might attack you on sight, and given he's in a full suit of armour, I'm sure it'll be challenging and a formidable foe. Well, I'm sure the other 59 will be harder to defeat, right? Right? Well, I think it's time we just head to Damascus in search of our first proper target. We arrive in the capital of ancient Syria, Damascus, the first of the 3 main cities in the game, this particular one controlled by the Saracens at this point of the Crusades. We ride our way down to the city gate, greeted by a huge imposing wall surrounding the city. The music cues make our arrival feel grand and royal, already welcomed by the tropical trees and the merchants lining the outer city markets. Immediately, we find a scholar being harassed by the guards, in need of help. These Save Citizen events pop up all over the 3 cities in the game and reward us differently upon succession in completing them. This one grants us the opportunity to use a group of scholars outside the gates as a moving blending spot, making it so we can masquerade as one of them and slip inside the city undetected. Damascus was a city well known for welcoming its more academically gifted to study and wander freely, so this is our way in. Despite the fact that Altair is visibly armed, but the city guards don't seem to worry about that, so you shouldn't either. You can access the city by other methods too, mind you. Climbing on the interactable areas of the walls and over the guards without them seeing, or just going in by starting a fight and killing every guard in sight are also options, though stealth is always encouraged, so I choose that most times. With our new scholar friends, we are able to enter through the restricted area without alerting any guards, as a true assassin should. Upon entering the city, my first instinct is to climb the nearest tower and get a view of my surroundings. Maybe because I've played the game many times, but it's also somewhat presented to us that way. Making it so these towers are the tallest visible structures to catch your eye when entering the city gates was a good decision, whether intentional or not. Taking to the rooftops, I head to the nearest one. Damascus has a more traditional Arabic style to its architecture compared to the other cities we will visit, and you can see it has a rather flat design. The buildings, only being a couple stories tall, make the easily locatable domes and minarets of mosques stand out as they pierce the skyline. There we go, picking up the first Saracen flag. I'm really excited to not collect all 100 of those. Quickly scaling the tower, we sync with our first viewpoint in the city, thus finding the Bureau Al-Mulim mentioned. Remember earlier when I said I had a theory as to why Altair lost his physical skills in game? Well, let me elaborate. Before now, it had been years since Altair had needed to delve into investigations for the persons of interest or locations in cities he was sent to dispatch his targets in. Only just the year prior, he had been to Damascus, but only to carry out a couple assassinations, not to complete any busy work that other low-rank members in the Order could do for him. Therefore, he had forgotten how exhilarating it was for him to climb up to these high points in the cities and connect with the world around him. Scaling the tower, he could feel his senses and skill set reawakening. Altair is refamiliarizing himself with the skills he did not necessarily lose after all this time, but that remained dormant and unpracticed. Altair's character at the beginning of the game, being brutal and reckless, could also be characterized in his method in combat. He's a capable killing machine from the moment we meet him, but all his fighting and the will to survive the fight is done through anger and bloodlust, not through calm and contemplation. Altair may not be able to counter enemies or dodge attacks when we begin his journey, not due to him having forgotten how to, but because those moves are defensive and he is only in the mindset of being offensive, so when he is caught off guard, he is not controlled and pragmatic enough to respond. Perhaps I'm just spewing nonsense, but if that resonates with you, let me know, as I feel this is a good enough reason to the fact he's gaining his skills back throughout our time embodying him. He literally hasn't practiced many of them in years. You might say that's also why our protagonist moves slow when climbing. He has to be more careful with what he's scaling, but I think that was more of a design decision. Leaping faithfully, we then make our way to the hidden bureau entrance, descending inside and meeting with the local Rafiq of the city.
Altair, it is good to see you. And in one piece.
You as well, friend.
I am sorry for your troubles. Think nothing of it. A few of your brothers were here earlier, in fact. Oof, if you'd heard the things they said, I'm certain you'd have slain them where they stood.
It's quite all right.
Yes, you've never been one for the creed, have you?
Is that all?
I'm sorry. Sometimes I forget myself. What business brings you to the mass?
A man named Tamir. Al-Muallim takes issue with the work he does. I meant to end it. Now tell me where to find him.
Surely you remember how to track an enemy.
Of course. Learn where he will be and when. But that sort of work is best left for... I understand.
Despite this man not directly showing any personal hatred towards Altair, unlike others, he's clearly heard about his recent failures and demotion in rank from the mentor and his fellow brothers. Altair, displeased with his snarky and sarcastic remarks, refrains himself from rash action and persists through them, before they both eventually remember their purposes here and get down to the job at hand. Altair again forgets his place in the Brotherhood, and is reminded he is once more a novice, who must do his own work, track his own targets, and only kill them once their leaders grant him permission to do so, all without question. This was how the Master deemed it, so this is how it would be. We are given some information at least. The Souk district, also being the poorest district of Damascus, is where we wish to go, as Talal is a merchant, therefore that's where the most chatter regarding him would be. The three core locations in the district we are given are the Madrasa to the east, that being an institution for religious studies, some gardens to the north, and a souk to the northeast of the bureau. In essence, you could play this game purely off the Rafiq's instructions alone, with no minimap or HUD required, which is apparently how Patrice Desolé had crafted the game, with this method in mind. I imagine, if you're invested enough, this is an incredibly fun and rewarding way to play, although you would need significant patience to do so. The first investigation we carry out focuses on pickpocketing. We learn of a huge shipment of weapons, enough for 1,000 men, all being produced in the largest souk in the city, and financed by a mysterious benefactor who loves to throw lavish parties. The next couple of investigations reveal a few methods of approach for when we pull off the assassination. One being a route to the rooftop leading into the souk, and the other showing beams exist as an entry and exit point. These types of intel can later be found in the memory log, with a graphic for each to review and help with the assassination. We are also introduced to other allies we have in the city besides the assassins. Citizens threatened by the city guards can help us in fact. All we need to do is assist them, and they offer their thug friends to support us in return. This investigation also acts as a kind of way to introduce us to the optional side objective of saving citizens throughout the cities. Kill the guards, and you gain allies to help on street level when escaping or engaging enemy pursuers. Following this, we learn Tamir is focusing on the biggest weapons deal he has ever had. So big in fact, he has abandoned the ways of the Merchant Guild entirely. Who he's serving now, however, is yet to be seen. Finally, an orator tells a story of how Tamir gave his food to the Saracen army, giving them the strength to be victorious in battle thanks to his generosity. Also, this guy looks eerily similar to Masoon from Masyaf. Maybe he's been reincarnated. We stalk him into a secluded alleyway, promptly giving him potential flashbacks to his former life until he talks. The weapons Tamir is making are not for Saladin's men, but another yet unknown recipient. With our information acquired, the orator is of no more use, and we silence him. Why exactly must Altair kill these orators, just giving speeches and likely being paid minimum wage? I wonder what that was in 1191. Probably like 1 silver coin a chicken. He likely kills them to cover all bases and make sure they don't snitch and blow his mission before we even begin it. That covers the beginning of the gameplay loop. Investigating, mapping out territory, and pinpointing our prey. All done in the 6 available investigations as with every target, though you only need to complete 3 of them before continuing with the final assassination. Though I recommend you play all 6, because this approach to targets is one of the things that makes AC1 unique. Now we return to the Bureau to share what we've learned.
Altair, welcome, welcome!
I've done what you asked. Now give me the marker.
First things first, tell me what you know.
Tamir rules over the Souk El Salah. He makes his fortune selling arms and armor and is supported by many in this endeavor. Blacksmiths, traders, financiers. He's the largest death dealer in the land.
And have you devised a way to rid us of this blight?
A meeting is being arranged at Souk El Salah to discuss an important sale. They say it's the largest deal Tamir has ever made. He'll be distracted with his work. That's when I'll strike.
Your plan seems solid enough. I give you leave to go. Let Al-Mualim's will be done. You may rest here until you are ready.
We update the Damascus Bureau leader, and yes, that is his actual name, look on his wiki page. After seeming satisfied, he hands us our marker, giving us leave to finally carry out our mission. Journeying again to the Souk Salah, the courtyard is filled with merchants and clientele alike, and for the first time, locking eyes upon our target, we are met with an ill-sounding conversation.
The numbers change nothing. Your men failed to fill the order, which means I have failed my client.
We need more time.
This is the excuse of a lazy or incompetent man. Which are you?
Neither.
What I see says otherwise. Now, tell me,
What do you intend to do to solve this problem of ours? These weapons are needed now.
I see no solution. The men work day and night, but your client requires so much, and the destination. It is a difficult route.
Were it that you could produce weapons with the same skill as you produce excuses.
I have done all I can.
It is not enough.
Then perhaps you ask too much.
Too much? I gave you everything. Without me, you would still be charming serpents for coin. All I ask in return was you fill the orders I bring you, and you say I ask too much? You dare disrespect me?
Peace, Tamir. I meant no insult.
Then you should have kept your mouth shut!
No! Stop!
Stop? I'm just getting started.
No! Stop! No!
You came into my souk, stood before my men, and dared to insult me? You must learn your place! No. Leave the body. Let this be a lesson to the rest of you. Think twice before you tell me something cannot be done. Now get back to work.
Sickened by this, Altair knew he must put this man down. Making our way through the scrambling crowd, Tamir is distracted to our benefit, and we bring an end to his death dealing.
Be at peace.
You'll pay for this. You and all your kind.
It seems you're the one pays now, my friend. You'll not profit from suffering any longer.
You think me some petty death dealer, suckling at the breast of war? A strange target, don't you think? Why me, when so many others do the same?
You believe yourself different, then?
Oh, but I am. For I serve a far nobler cause than mere profit. Just like my brothers.
Brothers?
Ah, but he thinks I act alone. I am but a piece. A man with a part to play. You'll come to know the others soon enough. They won't take kindly to what you've done.
Good. I look forward to ending their lives as well.
Such pride. It will destroy you, child.
Here we see our first Animus confession. Now, there's conversation about exactly how these take place, as it would seem the entire confession exists in a single snippet of time between us killing our target and the guards attacking us. Honestly, there's no concrete answer to this. Sometimes we just have to suspend our belief and accept that this is a video game and these sort of things happen in them. We need focus only on the confession at hand, and the fact that we are momentarily separated from the rest of the world, showcasing its significance and importance in what the scene is wanting to tell us. Dying in Altair's arms, Tamir clues us in on his work, and questions why Altair thinks he of all people should die when so many others like him profit from death and disaster, weapons and war like himself. His commentary on his own actions and the lack of remorse for the deaths his wares cause show he's an immoral man, that we knew, but he also does not regret his actions, nor the fact that they brought about his end. He takes pride in the fact his actions here serve a higher purpose than just mere profit, moreover stating he did not act alone, and brings mention to his brothers helping him with a noble cause he claims to serve. He alludes to Altair regretting his meddling, with those he works with being displeased. Finally, in his dying breath, he warns Altair that his pride will destroy him. But these words are hollow to the Altair we are seeing at this point in the story. Pride was once all he was concerned about, before the feeling of it was taken off him due to his actions. I'm sure he feels it again here after eliminating his target, albeit misplaced pride for the actions he performs under the ostensive promise of gaining back his honour from his mentor and the Greater Brotherhood. Now, church bells toll through the streets as the city is placed on high alert. As the guards chase us down, we make our escape through the souk and onto the rooftops away from the guards below. When in City Alert, our notoriety is raised to its highest, and our witness indicator is permanently red. While in this period after assassination, guards will attack within a split second of laying eyes on us. Therefore, time is of the essence, and it is our one and only objective now to reach the Bureau once we have broken the line of sight with potential pursuers and we are in a state of non-nity. Only then may we retreat inside and wait for the storm to die down before we can leave Damascus. With the entire city after us and all guards ordered to kill on sight, every NPC on the street below is an obstacle to the player. Guards themselves will form choke points in the streets and cut you down if you get too close, leaving you susceptible to enemies surrounding you, forcing you to engage in combat, which really should be a last resort, like I did here, trying to escape down an alley only to run into yet another Templar. At least this one put up a decent fight. You died well, soldier. However, guards are not the only deadly force on the streets below. Your own carelessness is just as much a threat here, and carefully placed footing is detrimental to keeping your momentum and eventually ending the chase. Your footing is dependent on how you interact down on the streets, with a sea of civilian crowds. Down here, crowds are obstacles, and obstacles are threats. You run into one person, you trip, losing momentum and letting your pursuers get ever closer. You run into two people in a short enough time frame and you lose your footing, tumbling to the ground and potentially breaking the chase you're engaged in, again increasing the likelihood of you engaging in combat or getting detected if you're not so already. As an assassin, the rooftops are your friend. Above the city streets, you have some breathing room when it comes to escape, and you have full use of your assets when it comes to parkour, with the least amount of distractions that could lead to more ill-timed and poorly judged steps, leaps and wall ejects. Here you have the most efficient chance at evasion and escape due to the least amount of resistance. Breaking the line of sight is a function I sorely miss from these games. The escape used to be as much of a core pillar to the fantasy of an assassin as carrying out the assassinations themselves. Once you have broken the line of sight, you must hide from your pursuers in one of the nearby available hiding spots. I don't know why they wouldn't be available, it's not like anyone else is hiding in roof gardens. Then wait until you have reached the state of vanished, so you may leave as anonymous and return to the Bureau unfollowed as the leader had requested, therefore not compromising the Brotherhood. Again.
Word has reached me of your victory, Altair. You have my gratitude and my respect.
Thank you.
It is a shame that the other assassins continue to hold you in such poor regard.
Rafik, I do not care what the others think of me.
As you wish, Altair. You should bring news of your victory to Al-Malim. I'm certain he has more work for you to do.
Fast-forwarding memory to a more recent one.
Eliminating the first of our 9 targets, we now return to Al-Malim and share the good news. But not before a quick break for Desmond back in 2012. Back in 2012? Or like, forward in 2012? Whatever.
Out of the machine, Mr. Miles.
What's the matter, Doc?
Miss Stillman is once again insisting I let you rest.
We're able to take a quick break from the Animus to stretch our legs a little, accompanied with a chat with Lucy. Warren's a bit anxious at the moment, due to his impending deadline he has to meet. 7 days, with 1 day down already. We still have no inkling as to what Abstergo is searching for, or why it must be found within the week, and Desmond makes it clear to Lucy how screwed up his situation is.
Man, put yourself in my shoes. I'm being held hostage by a group of scientists, at least I think you're scientists, and forced to spend all day in some crazy-ass machine. You won't tell me what you're looking for or why you want it, but I'm supposed to be thanking you for keeping me alive. This is so fucked. Sorry, but it is.
Again, she responds stating she can't share anything of value, only telling us it's safer for him and herself if she doesn't. We do get some nice insight on in-game lore though, learning that the Animus translates essential conversation into modern English, which explains away that rather large inconsistency with language. If you think about it from a development point too, that helps the devs write modern dialogue that makes sense for a modern audience playing these games. The only other thing Lucy can offer is some emails on our computer, dropping a subtle hint towards the telecom email specifically.
Can you tell me more about Abstergo? What goes on here? Beyond the whole keeping me prisoner thing.
Abstergo is one of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world. Their primary focus is antidepressants. There's some information on the computer over there.
But you already said this isn't about testing a drug. So what's the deal?
I don't like where this is going.
So it's safe to assume the Animus is not a part of their public face.
What, you haven't seen the commercials?
Oh my god. She has a sense of humor.
Again, I love seeing their relationship develop, even if it's just a little.
Aren't you tired?
Before we drop off again, let's take a look at those emails. Hot take, but I love reading emails in these games. Yeah, it sounds boring to a little kid, and I get that, but it's just more world building, which I'm always down for. Plus, how else would you give us insight to the state of the outside world when you're playing as a prisoner? There's some really great little subtle language used in these too. The way we get Lucy planting key bits of info in capitals for Desmond to pick up on, here bringing focus to Vidic's access key pen we can nab off him later. We can also see what kind of work relationship Warren and Lucy have by the way he talks to her, with barely any proper punctuation or politeness in his messages. We get a very corporate and low-key threatening non-disclosure reminder from HR, as well as the latter part of a conversation about an ex-colleague of Lucy's who had something mysteriously happen to her whilst at the company. Anyway, back to bed, demonic scribbles, same old, when we wake up to another morning chat with Vidic. It almost also looks like Desmond is still deep in sleep here and isn't going to get up for a second, which I found funny.
Where's Lucy?
Oh, don't worry, she'll be with us soon enough.
So why are you doing all this, Doc? What are you hoping to accomplish?
You turned the television on lately? Read the newspaper?
Never cared much for that stuff.
Then, let me sum it up for you. The world's a mess. It's pathetic, really. You've seen it firsthand yourself. 1,000 years between you and your ancestor, and society remains just as barbaric, just as stupid.
And your point is?
Order, Mr. Miles. The world needs order. That is what we're working towards, and that is what you're helping us to achieve.
You expect me to believe you're building a better tomorrow?
That's exactly what we're doing. The human race calls out for direction. They want to know why they're here, what they're meant to do. Well, we're going to tell them. And once they understand how to live their lives, everything will be better.
Better how?
An end to all conflicts, large and small. Isn't that what you assassins strive for? Peace in all things?
I told you, I'm not an assassin.
Right.
I still don't see where I fit into things.
In time, Mr. Miles. In time, you'll understand. Or you won't. I don't care either way, as long as you show us where it is.
Where what is?
Yes, we are.
Vidic has some pretty nice opinions about the work Abstergo is doing and how they plan to fix the mess that the world is in, much like Desmond's ancestors wanted to, although Desmond isn't convinced. Then, back in the Animus, and back to Altair, who's now made the ride from Damascus back to Masyaf.
You've done well, Altair, and I'm confident that this is but the first of many successes.
Tamir spoke as if he knew you well. He implied my work had a larger meaning.
Significance comes not from a single act, but the context within which it is performed. The consequences born of it.
Then is there more I need to know?
Altair, your greatest failure was born of knowing too much. If I choose to withhold information, it is only to ensure you do not make the same mistake a second time.
I see.
No, you don't. And it will remain this way until you've learned your lesson. Still, you have performed competently, and as such I restore a rank and will return a piece of your equipment. Go now, either to Acre or Jerusalem. There are men in both cities who require your attention. The Bureau leaders can tell you more about what needs to be done.
After the successful elimination of Tamir, we are rewarded with the return of the short blade. With this, we also remember that we can counter-kill enemies, both of which will make combat a little bit easier and more varied next time we find ourselves in a scrap. Oh, it's this guy again, wanting help with training students. Yeah, okay, I have a little time to spare. Or should I say, time to spar. Hey. We quickly slap about this poor lad, and then we are on our way to the kingdom. Arriving, I immediately and innocently nudge a guard by complete accident with my horse, so, understandably, he tries to end my life. His friends join him, of course, and within 2 minutes of arriving, and before I've even reached the main gate, I've been forced to kill 14 people who could have just not attacked me, to be honest. This encounter does, however, give me a chance to segue into the combat system of the game. Mentioned in a developer diary, Patrice and his team worked on the combat mechanics to the point they were originally overly complicated, before eventually stripping them back down to simplify. They probably began by building combat similar to Prince of Persia, which would make sense, but decided against it. I imagine it was because it was rather floaty and ninja-like, jumping around and being all flashy, but because AC was now separate, they could play into its own identity when it came to fighting, and approach it with a heavier, more realistic playstyle. This helped add more flow and weight to Altair's moves and give it a more grounded tone compared to Prince. It does play fairly simply, but the fun is found in the brutal killing animations which reward you once you pull off moves correctly. This is done by keeping an eye out for openings, and therefore the player must be engaged and watching themselves at all times as they are surrounded by multiple enemies. The team thought they nailed the challenge of keeping balance between having it be fun and playable but also realistic, and I too agree with that. It requires player agency and isn't just a button mashy mess like so many games these days, even ones in this very franchise. Keeping you on your toes and punishing you when you're not paying attention means despite its simplicity there is a learning curve for the player to master, and just when you think you've learnt the system you're met with new challenges as you progress, gaining new equipment to learn how to efficiently use. It keeps the combat from going stale early on and the gameplay loop engaging and interesting. Though remember, combat is a last stand, a final necessity when other options aren't presently available, and it was designed that way. You can't take great amounts of damage like other games, another part of the gameplay that's balanced to keep the player engaged. That being said, you do still have the option and freedom to play as you wish, stealthy or not.
You're the co-creator of the experience, let's say.
For efficiency though, escape through traversal should be your first thought, and what you do most of in the game, and therefore they thought it smart to make these systems function similarly. So, in the interest of simplicity, the combat system also uses the same puppeteering concept as traversal. This means that movement in combat, just as movement in parkour, are all performed with the controls mapped out and each specific body part assigned to a designated button. Attacks are done with your armed hand, dodges performed with your feet. Your free hand can both grab and throw an enemy, as well as counter a grab directed at you that greater skilled enemies will try to perform themselves. This gives the player a greater range of motion at their disposal when in the fight, in turn maximising the freedom that comes with fighting. On top of this, you of course have your selection of weapons to use as you wish. Depending on the scenario, you have your choice between your broadsword, for both quick and basic, as well as slow and more powerful attacks at close quarters, your short blade, which you can unsheath for agile attacks in quick succession, throwing knives to use out of combat for long range stealth takedowns, as well as close range when you have a short blade equipped to perform a high profile kill, plus your fists, which you use mainly for interrogations but are also useful to scare off nuisance NPCs found in the cities that act as distractions to you as you stalk the streets, such as beggars, drunks or crackheads. For some reason hitting those NPCs is socially acceptable to guards, I guess. In initial development, Altair did also have a crossbow to use, but this was ultimately removed because of historical inaccuracy. A good choice in its own right, but I also feel it makes gameplay even more important given you have little ranged weaponry at your disposal. Finally, you of course have your signature weapon, the hidden blade. To wield this weapon, an assassin must sacrifice their ring finger to show commitment to its use, in which its returns are more than beneficial. It comes in handy for a multitude of uses, including low-profile stealth kills, high-profile takedowns, air assassinations, which yes, you can perform in this game, running assassinations, and generally getting a cool-ass shot for the trailer. You also have the ability to use the hidden blade in combat, where you risk a greater chance of being open against oncoming attacks with no defense in exchange for an instant one-hit kill. If you time these attacks well enough, you can perform them in quick succession, giving you the feeling of the deadly assassin you are as you pick off each soldier effortlessly, one after the other. This takes skilled timing to pull off, but the fact the hidden blade in this game has a much shorter time window for pulling off an insta-kill compared to future titles, I feel works better in a risk-reward sense. One thing to mention here with the hidden blade is the shock and awe mechanic. When enemies let their guard down for a small amount of time, they are susceptible to any attacks, including kills with the hidden blade. If you kill enough guards in succession with it equipped, either from counter kills or by other means, the remaining ones will surrender or simply run away, the exception being higher skilled set enemies such as Templar Knights. This, like many other things, is in the game but as if the developers left it to be discovered by the player, which is nice when it comes to some things but also confusing and restrictive with others. I imagine half the people who know about this mechanic, including me, only do so thanks to other community members disclosing it, like one very specific parkour move. And I'm going to touch on parkour later, but I've spent a good 5 minutes talking about combat for now, so let's get back to our story. We approach the second city in the game, and that of our next target, Acre. Birds circle dead bodies left to rot from the recent conflict at the entrance to the battle-worn city. This is due to Richard the Lionheart, or King Richard I, and his recent invasion and capture of Acre. It is pronounced Acre, right?
Remove this stain from Acre, Altair.
Oh, Acre.
I've been here in Acre since the Crusaders were laying siege.
I've always called it Acre, so I'm just going to call it Acre. Despite it currently being under Christian control, Acre has exchanged hands a number of times over the past few years due to multiple invasions and sieges. Just the year prior, Altair had been here, foiling a plot to poison the city's water supply. The poisoning still affected hundreds of residents though, and many who hadn't died from disease had instead starved to death. The famine, the starvation, and the political climate all culminated in Acre being left as a decrepit cesspit of disrepair, suffering, and bloodshed. The reason it was so heavily vied over by both Christian and Saracen forces was due to Acre being a city with a major port, existing at the northern end of the Haifa Bay. This made it important for coastal trading and a strategic gateway to the region by sea, but was also located near to coastal roads for transport of weapons, supplies, or anything else needed for the ongoing conflicts across the region. Therefore, the Christians made this the base of their operations and pronounced it the capital of the Kingdom of Jerusalem, an incredibly beneficial area to hold for the city's current occupiers, the Knights Hospitaller, one of those knights being Altair's next target. Already we can see there are a greater number of archers patrolling in Acre compared to Damascus, and so we must navigate more cautiously across the city rooftops. Reaching the bureau, we quickly discuss our intention of being here in the city, not to kill just a Hospitaller knight, but the Grandmaster of them, Garnier de Naplouse, a French doctor exiled from his home and under the protection of King Richard, thanks to family connections. He resides in the Hospitaller district in the city, who would have thought? Exactly where though, we cannot yet say, and so our next set of investigations begin. As we traverse the environment and sync with the viewpoints, we can see just how much damage the city has sustained from the continuous attacks. In another development diary, Jade Raymond, who helped lead the team's growth and direction as producer, and who would later become executive producer on Bloodlines and AC2, mentions how the vastness of the cities in the world could have gotten easily repetitive, but they didn't want that to happen. This city's vibe matches the state the city is in itself. Gone are the rich, vibrant tones of Damascus, replaced here with the greyish blues in the brickwork, or what's left of the brickwork, across the city landscape. But the height and width of the buildings within Acre stay similar to the other two cities in the game, all keeping mostly condensed, which benefits our traversal. Looking deeper, however, helps us see what gives this city its own identity, which consists of more than just buildings. The atmospheric tones you sense in the architecture, the colour palette that bleeds into the air, and the body language of Acre's inhabitants that wander around the streets, looking like they can barely traipse to the market through the fog that eerily dances on the surface of the streets, all helps build this bleak story of hopelessness that the city is telling. The inhabitants of Acre are different to the people you would find in other cities, with each district having people from varying walks of life. In Jerusalem you would find nobility in the richer districts, in Damascus, working middle-class citizens. Here in Acre, most are poor and dressed in rags. This was important since the new hardware allowed for bigger crowds and over 100 NPCs on screen at once, as opposed to the previous 8 in Prince of Persia. The team's aim was to make it so you don't find yourself seeing the same person as you wander the streets. Accompanied by the soundtrack, which Jesper Kid does fantastic work with here, comprised of deep instruments and holy chanting imbued within the music, it all keeps you feeling immersed and yet unsafe in this part of the Levant, where even as the deadly assassin you embody, you feel just that little bit more on edge than you did a while ago. Our investigations in Acre lead us to discover what Garnier's work entails. In a stolen letter found written by the target himself, we learn he's working within the Hospitaller fortress walls, where his patients, who enter the compound but never escape, are assumed to be given drugs derived from plants of some sort, in efforts to create temporary effects on them, ones to simulate those of an artifact stolen from him. Curious. He also mentions the loss of a man in Damascus, who he relied upon for supplying weapons and armour, obviously Tamir, but another mention of a man in Jerusalem who supplies him with his subjects we know nothing of yet. There is something undoubtedly connecting these men though, as Garnier fears for his work in case assassins strike again. We gather some intel on the fortress itself to prepare. Candelabras exist inside to help us scale across the rafters, and archers line the rooftops, stopping all from entering, bar scholars. We also get our first couple missions from informants in this sequence. One, who's obviously a fucking loser, because we don't remember him from assassin school.
Remember me? No? I learned my craft at the same time as you. Still no memories of me. Doesn't matter.
Because of this, he makes us collect flags in the area. Why? Because screw you, that's why. I'm not sure which one I dislike more actually, the informer mission or the kill the targets without getting detected one. You'll see why I dislike the other one in a bit. Why this is the challenge he's set for us? I don't know, but Christ, it's definitely the least engaging one the developers could have thought of. Clearly there just weren't enough flags across the game world already for us to pick up. Oh, and the valuable information we get from him?
Getting into the fortress will require cunning. That's all I have for you.
What do you think I've trained for as an assassin? Of course I'm cunning, and you're a similar word, but I can't say that because I'm not allowed. It's bad and YouTube won't let me. Returning to the bureau, we share everything we've gathered with Jamal.
How fares your search for Garnier?
I know when and how to strike.
Share your knowledge with me then.
He lives and works within the Order's hospital, northwest of here. Rumors speak of atrocities committed within its walls. It seems the good doctor enjoys experimenting on innocent citizens. Most of them kidnapped and brought here from Jerusalem.
Clever. By stealing his subjects from another city, he avoids arousing too much suspicion here. But back to the matter at hand. What is your plan?
Gagne keeps mainly to his quarters inside the hospital, though he leaves occasionally to inspect his patients. It's when he makes his rounds that I will strike.
It's clear you've given this some thought. I give you leave to go.
We climb the scaffolding around the side of the guarded entrance and take out the archers undetected before skillfully descending the...
No, help! Help me! Help me! Please! You must help me!
Enough, my child. I asked you to retrieve the patient, not to kill him. There. Everything will be all right.
No!
Give me your hand.
Don't touch me! Not again!
Cast out this fear, else I cannot help you.
Help me? Like you helped the others? You took their souls! I saw! But not mine! No! You'll not have mine! Ah!
Take hold of yourself! Do you think this gives me pleasure? Do you think I want to hurt you? But you leave me no choice.
Every kind word matched by the back of his hand! All lies and deception! He won't be content until all bow before him!
You should not have done that. Return him to his quarters. I'll be along once I've tended to the others.
You can't keep me here! I'll escape again!
No, you won't. Break his legs, both of them. I am so sorry, child. Have you people nothing better to do?
We can see now, clear as day, these people were not patients the Naplouse aimed to help, but experiments subject to torture. And so, we find a final remedy for the Doctor himself.
Let go your burden.
I'll rest now, yes. The endless dream calls to me. But before I close my eyes, I must know what will become of my children.
You mean the people made to suffer your cruel experiments? They'll be free now to return to their homes.
Homes? What homes? The sewers? The brothels? The prisons that we dragged them from?
You took these people against their will.
Yes. What little will there was for them to have. Are you really so naive? Do you appease a crying child simply because he wails? But I want to play with fire, Father. What would you say? As you wish. But then you'd answer for his burns.
These are not children, but men and women full grown.
In body, perhaps, but not in mind. Which is the very damage I sought to repair. I admit, without the piece of Eden, which you stole from us, my progress was slowed. But there are herbs, mixtures and extracts. My guards are proof of this. They were madmen before I found and freed them from the prisons of their own minds. And with my death, madmen they will be again.
You truly believe you were helping them?
It's not what I believe. It's what I know.
Garnier's confession brings light to how he really felt about his work. He genuinely thought he was helping these people, his children as he says, and all of this pain and suffering was to free their minds from madness. He's also not bothered by death, but rather accepting of it. What's concerning is the fact that even in death, he persists with his beliefs, unwavering and wholeheartedly convinced by his own words. Where Tamir was a sanctimonious and unprincipled dealer of death and knew it, the Doctor shows genuine care and affection for those he considered patients here, considering himself just a man of reason pursuing science. Adding to this mystery, could the artifact he brings mention to, this piece of Eden, be one and the same as what currently sat on Al-Mualim's desk back in Masyaf? Unfortunately, we have little time to ponder that detail before the guards of the fortress are upon us. Clumsily escaping the fortress here, seriously, what am I doing? I head back to the bureau. And something I didn't bring up when first talking about escapes is mentioning Jesper Kyd again. This music that kicks in once you complete and escape an assassination is probably one of the best pieces in the game. It's almost a shame it doesn't take longer to escape, so it can play out. You can see why it's the most replayed bit of the soundtrack when you look it up on YouTube.
What news, Altair?
Garnier is dead.
Then you should return to Masyaf with news of your victory.
There is something else.
Speak it then, or would you have me read your mind?
What do you think he wanted from these people? That he would keep them and experiment on them as he did?
Yours is not to ask, but act, Altair. It doesn't matter what he did or why. Only that he's dead.
But Garnier seemed to believe he was helping these people.
Is that what you saw?
No. What I saw was not a place of healing, but of pain.
Then why are we having this conversation?
I don't know. Forget I spoke of it.
I already have.
Jamal quickly brushes off Altair's concerns with Garnier's actions and what he would have wanted from his subjects, telling him not to concern himself with the work Al-Mualim had assigned him to. We can see Altair is still troubled nonetheless with the fact that something is linking these two targets, though he's not beginning to question his orders just yet. So we return to Masyaf in hopes of getting some answers from Al-Mualim himself.
Have you news for me, Altair?
Garnier de Naplouse is dead.
Excellent. We could not have hoped for a more agreeable outcome.
And yet...
What is it?
The Doctor insisted his work was noble, and looking back, those who were supposedly his captives seemed grateful to the man. Not all of them, but enough to make me wonder. How did he manage to turn enemy into friend?
Leaders will always find ways to make others obey them, and that is what makes them leaders. When words fail, they turn to coin. When that won't do, they resort to baser things, bribes, threats, and other types of trickery. There are plants, Altair, herbs from distant lands that can cause a man to take leave of his senses. So great are the pleasures it brings, men may even become enslaved by it.
You think these men were drugged then? Poisoned?
Yes, if it truly was as you describe it.
Herbs. This seems a strange method of control.
Our enemies have accused me of the same.
The promise of paradise.
They think it is a garden, overflowing with women and pleasure. But I drug you as Garnier did his men, and tempt you with its rewards.
They do not know the truth of it.
Which is how it must be.
But if they knew the truth of it, that all we seek is peace...
Then they would not fear us, and we would have no hold over them. Go. It is time you continued with your work. Another rank is restored to you, as is a piece of your equipment. We'll speak again when the next has fallen.
Asking again about how some of the physician's captors seemed grateful, Al-Mualim explains the drugs and herbs from far away that made these people addicted to them is what gave Garnier the control over his patients. Drugged to the point they were thanking him for doing so. He then brings mention of the fact that enemies say they do the same when slandering the assassins and Al-Mualim himself. This is another reference to the novel Alamut that the game is based on. In the novel, Hassan drugs his Fadai, that being his most valiant soldiers, with hashish, and sends his pupils to what he claims to be heaven, where beautiful women known as Hori surround his men in a garden of paradise. All this was done thanks to the power he possessed, gifted to him by Allah, and more than just that, he claims to hold the means for these men to return to this heavenly plane. Through this, Hassan convinced his men that he was something of a prophet, perhaps even a god, who they happily served, because as far as they knew, he was who he claimed to be, rather than a man simply in control of illusions. The likelihood of all this was slim though, and the smoking of hash was probably just exaggerated by European crusaders to slander their enemies. Altair of course knows his mentor doesn't do such things to the Brotherhood, and so he shrugs off this idea that Garnier may have been doing good, instead focusing on his next target. We gain our throwing knives back, along with our larger belt and sash to contain them, making Altair look one step closer to the master assassin he once was. On our way, we take out another Templar, easily due to his cockiness. Who's he even shouting for? And head towards the gates of Jerusalem. We approach the holy city of Jerusalem. The grand scale and beauty of this particular part of the Holy Land is unmatched to the other cities. Lying in the heart of Israel and sitting within the Judean mountains, Jerusalem is home to Christian, Islamic and Jewish faiths. This city was then and still is now a hub for multiple and diverse religious beliefs, which over the centuries has influenced the layout and architecture, housing many significant religious landmarks all encapsulated within the walls of one of the oldest and most conflict-ridden cities in the world. Here and now it is under the control of Saladin, whose military we can see have taken camp outside the walls, though control of it is greatly demanded by King Richard, who had it taken from him by the aforementioned Saracen leader in 1187. Before then it housed the headquarters to the Knights Templar in the Dome of the Rock, or Templum Domini as it was renamed by themselves, up upon the Temple Mount. A feat of Islamic architecture that's beautifully recreated here in game. Beneath the mount lay Solomon's Temple of course, where Altair lost his chance to claim the apple. No doubt returning here brings back memories he'd rather not face. Dipping into the cemetery sitting just outside the main gate, we find a scholar being assaulted for his beliefs, and quickly deal with the guard, so he offers his help getting us inside. At this point we've reached all three cities in the game, so it seems fitting to talk about the world and the freedom within it. When designing the game, Patrice wanted everything to be interactive. The more interactivity with the world, the more freedom within it. The goal was to create an organic design for the world, one of which your own actions in it would respond to you, the player. You see this vision through all the mechanics that make up AC1, which include responsibility for your actions in traversal, social stealth, and your general behaviour in the game through actions like shoving too many people at once to be pursued by guards. You have the freedom, but you also have to be aware of the consequences that come with that freedom. The Assassin's Maxim doesn't just apply to them, but the creed perfectly fits the world you as the player inhabit, and so, everything is permitted. You ever seen those guards on stage in front of their platoons of soldiers? Perhaps you imagine they're being lectured after a long day of routine training. I know I did. As a kid I would sometimes sneak around the camp, hands in prayer, only to reach the captain on stage and kill him before facing off against all those guards he led only moments ago. If you also did this, then cool, because that's exactly what they wanted you to do. Patrice said that their problem with the first AC was that they never asked anyone to do those kinds of things, even though they're part of the game and you could. The majority of people just never had the incentive to imagine up their own little impromptu side story on the way to their next assassination, despite it being set up right there for them. That's a shame, because the fun is there to be had, and perhaps that's why some people don't appreciate and find AC1 as engaging as the later games, because they just want to enjoy an experience that's presented to them, and they're not directed to have fun in. Another quote from Patrice is that the world is less of a sandbox and more of a flower box. What he meant by this is that it's functional and looks pretty, but first and foremost drives the story forward in a narrative structure. Jade also corroborates this in saying that they had played with the cities in the kingdom in efforts to make the experience cool and interesting to watch whilst you were playing. I'd say their vision was successfully met. The game is open world, that's indisputable, but despite it being an incredibly well made and immersive one, it still functions more of as a cinematic backdrop for the story. Think of it being akin to the highest budget stage you've ever seen for a play. At its core, it's a linear story in nature, implemented into this open world. There is nothing bogging it down and breaking pace to the narrative like so many other games. There's no go here and do pointless objective world design. Everything you do in the game matters. It's a sad tale that game design has regressed into filling a game with nonsense to do that offers little more than to waste your time as the player. Even playing AC Valhalla, I found myself constantly traipsing around this world, wondering what the hell was I doing, just trekking across land to do random crap that held no significance to any plot or character development. I also happened to play the Mafia remake around the time I was playing Valhalla, and I'll be the first to admit that the game is a million miles away from a flawless experience, but after playing the 100-hour long game that was Valhalla, it was an absolute pleasure to play a linear story with zero pointless side content. The same applies to AC1, although it's a hell of a lot better game than Mafia. It's a very tightly knit together experience. Look at the later games filled with bandit camps or fort takeovers or any of those types of activities. That could exist in this game for sure, and some people who ask for a remake of the first game also ask for more side content like that. But here's a question for those people. Even if there was well-made side content in any form, why would Altair as a character do that? Is it really a remake of AC1 you want, or something else entirely? Because Altair has his objective: redeem himself by killing 9 men. He has nothing to learn in terms of new skills. We know he has a lot to learn philosophically as an assassin, but when it comes to the actual killing of people, he's more than competent, and despite being stripped of his equipment at the beginning, he is perfectly capable of to handle himself with a single blade. So why would he need to take a break from his mission to go and loot the Templar stronghold for an epic new sword with perks and stats? He wouldn't. The point of following Altair on his journey is not to learn new skills or crazy combat moves, it's to see him learn the lessons of humility and eventually reflection on his own actions and that of his attitude towards the Creed itself. That is done through his experiences and lessons learned during our main story. A story we will now get back to, because this video is going to be so long, oh my god.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Your presence here deprives me of both. What do you want?
Al-Muallim has asked.
Asked that you perform some menial task in an effort to redeem yourself. So be out with it.
Tell me what you can about the one they call Talal.
It is your duty to locate and assassinate the man, Altair, not mine.
You'd do well to assist me. His death benefits the entire land.
Do you deny his death benefits you as well?
Such things do not concern you.
Your actions very much concern me.
Then don't help me. I'll find him myself.
Wait. It won't do having you stumble about the city like a blind man. Better you know where to begin your search.
I'm listening.
I could think of 3 places. South of here in the markets that line the border between the Muslim and Jewish districts. To the north near the mosque of this district, and east in front of St. Anne's Church, close to the Babariha Gate.
Is that everything?
It's enough to get you started, and more than you deserve.
Entering Jerusalem's bureau, we find Malik, assigned to the position of Rafiq following what happened prior in this very city, still fresh in both our characters' minds. The moment we enter, you can see Malik still feels the same disdain and hatred towards Altair for getting Kadar killed. Altair expected this is how it would be, of course, though he knew in this moment not to be his usual self, answering him back with the same tone he had used previously in Solomon's Temple, instead having the humility to treat Malik with the utmost respect he deserved from him. Having been honoured as a reward for his efforts in recovering the apple, he technically holds a higher position and outranks Altair now, something he most likely always wanted, but most certainly not at this cost. After everything Malik had lost, treating Altair with this harsh manner was the least he was going to do, and Altair knew he deserved everything he got. Nothing would lead to forgiveness nor atonement for his actions. Whether he had held a higher rank or not, Malik had every right to speak down to him now. But after losing his family, his arm, and with it the ability to complete field work he had trained many years for, this was no reward. Not really. Only in title did he eclipse him. Malik had lost the status that mattered as an active assassin, and therefore the guilt Altair bared was warranted. Still, he had a job to do. So Altair asked where he may begin his search for his next target, a slave trader by the name of Talal. Talal works near the Barbican, in his warehouse filled with human slaves, holding them for when they're ready to ship off to Acre, or rather were ready to ship off, until we took care of the doctor in our last chapter. By bribing the city guard, he is able to carry out his work undisturbed. Our tangible intel for this sequence takes the form of a map, showing Talal's guard positioning around his compound, where he inspects his stock daily, but we also get knowledge of Talal's behaviour, that he is a coward who will run at the first sign of danger, having many followers ready to fight and die in his name, while he makes an escape and heads for higher ground, as he is a skilled bowsman, likely to take a ranged offence against us, as backed up by an informant I liked, until he asked me to recover 18 Masyaf flags he dropped running away from thugs. How? Regardless, we can expect a fight on our hands. Now we have gathered all we can, we share what we know with Malik.
Malik.
Come to waste more of my time?
I found Talal. I'm ready to begin my mission.
That is for me to decide.
Very well. Here's what I know. He traffics in human lives, kidnapping Jerusalem citizens and selling them into slavery. His base is a warehouse located inside the Barbican, north of here. As we speak, he prepares a caravan for travel. I'll strike while he's inspecting his stock. If I can avoid his men, Talal himself should prove little challenge.
Little challenge? Listen to you. Such arrogance.
Are we finished? Are you satisfied with what I've learned?
No. But it will have to do. Rest, prepare, cry in the corner. Do whatever it is you do before a mission. Only make sure you do it quietly.
Though dissatisfied with the attitude in which Altair gathered his intel, Malik grants us permission to carry out the assassination of Talal. I will say, although Malik isn't happy with our work, this for me is one of the more enjoyable sequences to gather intel on, due to the fact we're not just preparing for where to go or what the layout of the guards in the area will be like, but how the target himself will respond once we get there. We learn of his skills and preferred methods of combat, but also his flaws and how he will react if, or rather when, things don't go to plan for him. Depth in studying targets is not something that's touched upon in future games. Assassinations are set up for you, but you never get this wonderful level of immersion in finding out what makes your target tick, and AC1 excels at this. Nevertheless, we're still met with a surprise when we arrive in his warehouse. Walking right through the entrance with no resistance, the gate slams shut behind us, immediately making us feel something is wrong. Is this a trap? If it is, it still makes no difference. Talal must die. We enter with no guards in sight, only people. Slaves imprisoned in cages, in shackles mounted on the wall, and in disgusting pits where the innocent people of the beautiful Jerusalem had been kidnapped and thrown into the dark, damp squalor beneath it. If this was a trap though, Altair could easily have already been killed, so why wasn't he? Talal is playing a game, creeping in the shadows around us before he opens the gate of another chamber allowing us to enter. His men rush around on the balconies above, and jumping down, engage us in combat. They prove more of a challenge than most guards we have faced up to at this point in the game, but not too much of one. As expected, once we've killed his loyal assailants, Talal makes a run for it, us following him up onto the rooftops. He barely has time to draw his bow before we are upon him, and our blade is buried into his throat.
You've nowhere to run now. Share your secrets with me.
My part is plain. The Brotherhood is not so weak that my death will stop its work.
What Brotherhood?
Al-Mu'alim is not the only one with designs upon the Holy Land. And that's all you'll have from me.
Then we are finished. Beg forgiveness from your god.
He's long abandoned us. Long abandoned the men and women I took into my arms.
What do you mean?
Beggars, whores, addicts, lepers. Do they strike you as proper slaves? Unfit for even the most menial tasks? No. I took them not to sell, but to save. And yet you'd kill us all. For no other reason than it was asked of you.
No. You profit from the war. From lives lost and broken.
Yes. You would think that, ignorant as you are. Wall off your mind, eh? They say it's what your kind do best. Do you see the irony in all this? No, not yet it seems. But you will.
Talal's confession feeds us with much of the same mystery that's already been unravelling, but also some particularly nice introspection on his part. He hints at the previously mentioned Brotherhood that also works towards similar goals as the Assassins. At this point in the game, we can gather that all of our targets thus far must have been part of this scheme, connected by web, but we still don't know what they want or who leads them. What we should focus on, however, is the point he makes about Altair's views on the world, and the problems he deems exist in it are all he sees, not being able to open his eyes to another perspective. This brings us back to one of the ironies of the Creed, being the one to reveal the danger of blind faith, yet practicing it yourself. Ironically, Talal is the one warning us of the danger here. At this point of his story, Altair may not understand or be wanting to accept what his targets so far have said to him, but even as his enemies, he still feels they all make valid points. Ones even he cannot deny are worth contemplating on. Justifying himself, Talal states he was the saviour of these men and women, as they wouldn't have even been fit as slaves. We know these people would have been sent off to Garnier had we not intervened and stopped his little experiments already, so these two men's points combined would make a fitting argument. Despite Altair having much to think on, they still went about their actions in a bad way. Kidnapping, imprisonment and torture. And therefore, we finish claiming the life of another, and head back to our friendly as ever brother, Malik.
Altair! Wonderful to see you return to us. And how fared the mission?
The deed is done. Talal is dead.
Oh, I know. In fact, the entire city knows! Have you forgotten the meaning of subtlety?
A skilled assassin ensures his work is noticed by the many.
No! A skilled assassin maintains control of his environment.
We can argue the details all you'd like, Malik, but the fact remains I've accomplished the task set to me by Al-Mu'allim.
Go then. Return to the old man. Let us see with whom he sides.
You and I are on the same side, Malik.
Malik scolds our performance in carrying out our work, and to be honest his criticisms and concerns are valid. As someone with a great deal of respect for the Creed, he sees Altair performing his missions with success, but not within the guidelines of the Brotherhood. Here, not hiding in plain sight, but alerting the populace. You can see his perspective making sense, and his points aligning with what Altair thinks himself regarding his targets. Their goal is one with reasoning behind it, to make the world a better place, much like the Assassins. But in the same way, if Altair doesn't carry out his own goals within the guidelines put in place to govern the Brotherhood, is he any better than his enemies? Altair, remaining calm once more, tries to reach out to Malik towards the end of their conversation, but sadly to no avail. At this point, neither of them are wanting to be the men they need to be, to understand and get along with one another. So Altair returns to Masyaf, we return to Abstergo.
God damn it! What's the problem now?
I'm getting weird temperature readings. I think the Animus is overheating.
Christ, it's always something! How long?
Too soon to tell.
These delays are unacceptable, Miss Stillman. I want progress reports every hour.
Here we are again, taking a break this time due to the Animus overheating. Seems convenient for Desmond, given the closer he gets to his ancestor's target memory, the closer he gets to not being of any use to Abstergo anymore. But I'm sure this malfunction wasn't planned or anything, right? In this section, Lucy shares with us some disturbing details of her past and why she defends Vidic, apparently due to him saving her life, which might be a good thing had the people trying to kill her not been working for the same company she had. She even thinks she may have been forced into accepting her job because of Abstergo, making sure that was her only option. More concerning theories about how much power this company has. Once we decide to turn in for the evening, we find our first major key to snooping around the lab for the first time. An access code that works on the door to Desmond's room, so we can wander freely without prying eyes. We find Lucy's access key pen she carelessly left on the Animus here, letting us read her most recent emails. The only new thing of interest is an update, or rather lack of an update, in regards to Lucy's co-worker who mysteriously left the company. She received no proper reason from HR as to why they cannot reveal the details of her death, and Warren himself is telling her not to dip her pen in company ink, so to speak. The subtlety in the fact that we are learning something obviously more sinister happened to her shows Abstergo is dangerous and even a threat to their own employees should they get on the wrong side of them. After a good night's kip, we have a quick chat with Vidic over coffee. Well, his coffee. I don't think Desmond has even been fed since he arrived like 3 days ago. I'm sure he's a really hungry boy now. Apparently, all the progress mankind has made over the past 1,000 years was down to Abstergo and their predecessors, though they did have some help from the gifts left for them by those who came before, which I believe is the first time they ever name-dropped the first civilization, but that's something to get into in the future video. Before we hop back in the Animus, we also snatch Vidic's pen we know hangs off his coat pocket for use in the future. Something I never noticed here is that Desmond is very subtly already taking on the bleeding effect. I've never thought about all the times we've pickpocketed as Altair, but it stands to reason why Desmond is able to successfully do this on his first attempt. You could say in hindsight it's also down to his training he received in his childhood on the farm, which wouldn't be wrong, but at this point in 2007, when Assassin's Creed was just this single standalone game, I feel it's more implied that Desmond is mirroring Altair's abilities with the appropriate field work he completed. Or it's a mix, and both reasons are valid, who cares. Whatever the case, this isn't shown to the player here. It's something you get rewarded with when you yourself take the initiative to think about it and explore your opportunities within the game's environment, which, after all, is what being an assassin is all about.
Come in, Altair. You've done well. 3 of the 9 lay dead, and for this you have my thanks. But do not think to rest upon your laurels. Your work has just begun.
I am yours to command, Master.
King Richard, emboldened by his victory at Acre, prepares to move south towards Jerusalem. Saladin is surely aware of this, and so he gathers his men before the broken citadel of Arsuf.
Would you have me kill them both then? End their war before it begins in earnest?
No. To do so would scatter their forces and subject the realm to the bloodlust of 10,000 aimless warriors. It will be many days before they meet, and while they march, they do not fight. You must concern yourself with a more immediate threat. The men who pretend to govern in their absence.
Give me names and I'll give you blood.
So I will. Abun Nukud, the wealthiest man in Damascus. Majduddin, Regent of Jerusalem. William of Montferrat, Liege Lord of Acre.
What are their crimes?
Greed, arrogance, the slaughter of innocents. Walk amongst the people of their cities. You'll learn the secrets of their sins. Do not doubt that these men are obstacles to the peace we seek.
Then they will die.
Another of your items is restored. Take it. See that it is put to good use. Return to me as each man falls, that we might better understand their intentions. And Altair, take care. Your recent work has likely attracted the attention of the city guard. They'll be more suspicious than they've been in the past.
Al-Mualim informs us of the coming conflict between King Richard and Saladin as he marches towards Jerusalem. However, our next 3 targets pose a greater threat than war, could you believe? Despite his rising concern for the conspiracy that is growing throughout the Holy Land, Altair still remains loyal, and still says nothing, only wanting to bloody his blade more, finally grateful he's beginning to redeem himself in his master's eyes. Just as Talal had said, he kills only because he was asked to do so. And so we will. We head next to this guy again, huh? Okay, sure, I'll teach your students some more, not like I'm busy bringing peace to the Holy Land or anything. With our gloves returned, we can once again counter-grab and stop enemies throwing us about, which will serve to piss us off less for the rest of the game. We also have the ability returned to us to catch ledge, easily one of the most useful moves in the game to save yourself from death if and when you choose to make a risky jump. Returning to Damascus, we should be more cautious this time. Our work has attracted attention throughout the land, resulting in more guards now patrolling the rooftops, and groups of them constantly in a suspicious level of alert down on the streets. This acts as a subtle way to ever so slightly increase the difficulty of stealth, now we're far enough into the game to know how it functions and what is socially acceptable or not. We arrive in search of our 4th overall target and the 2nd in the city of Damascus, Abul Nukud. In between some sassy comments,
"Quite exciting, quite dangerous. I envy you, Altair. Well, not the bit where you were beaten and stripped of your rank, but I envy everything else. Oh, except for the terrible things the other assassins say about you. But yes, aside from the failure and the hatred, yes, aside from those things, I envy you very much." The bureau leader tells us that he is the merchant king of Damascus, and the wealthiest man in the city. Hence, it makes sense we are directed towards the wealthy district this time. With our last visit, we only travelled around the poorest area of the city. Each city has its 3 targets, and each 3 are either residing in the poor, middle, or rich class districts, which are locked off to us by a memory wall until we reach the appropriate point in-game. This keeps the game feeling fresh, giving us a new but in turn dangerous unexplored area to familiarise with the player, alongside new architecture to appreciate and different classes of people to help feel immersed in whatever particular district you find yourself in. Now we have the catch ledge ability back, let's talk about the other system in the game, parkour, which is integral to the assassin experience. Parkour plays the same tune as our combat and stealth controls, using the puppeteering concept, with your low profile and high profile actions to engage in a full range of movements using your arms and legs. While moving in high profile, you can engage in core parkour. This mechanic was developed so you can navigate the open world as you see fit, with no limitations by predetermined contextual platforming like Prince of Persia. No other game at this point had such a sense of freedom of choice. This was truly innovative for 2007. Much like the combat, the acrobatic traversal from Prince was also changed to make the movement feel much more weighty and realistic here. Essentially, the way parkour works is by triggering each animation for Altair to snap to a targeted surface in whatever direction of your choice, with every crack and crevice of the architectural elements in the world being interactive, and targeting being possible from any and all angles and levels, giving the player full directional control. People don't understand quite how near perfect this system works, especially compared to its far shallower successors in the years to come. But people who complain about it not working for them are simply wrong. The pathfinding responds to exactly how you, the player, are inputting the commands. No more, no less. Sure, mild inconsistencies exist, resulting in unforeseen animations or glitches playing out that, for once, can't be blamed on Animus magic. Then again, glitches exist in 99% of games where they shouldn't, and imperfections, such as occasionally engaging in a leap of faith when you didn't intend to, can be forgiven for the freedom you have here, as that's what makes the system great. To utilise parkour to the best of your abilities, you of course want to be up on the rooftops. Up here, parkour flows smoothly thanks to having the full range of quicker available movements than in the narrow, crowded streets below. What matters is how you use them. The best way to navigate is by spending as much time on your feet as possible, as this is how Altair moves the quickest, with the least amount of animations playing out as possible. The animations that do play out should be done with the lower part of Altair's body, and not scaling with his hands, as that's when Altair moves slowest. Simply moving up a flat surface is the most boring and least practical way to engage in movement, not to mention it leaves you more susceptible to losing your grip when guards throw rocks at you, yet again breaking the flow of movement. The animations done by engaging your legs include stepping from one object to another, wall running, and vaulting.
One of the implementations that lends itself to the mechanics are the fact that you have the ability to input the next animation midway through the one already playing out, cancelling it and choosing where to go, using your skill and initiative to figure out the best path to take and keep momentum. The parkour system is built with cancellations in mind, and to not utilise them would be foolish. Wall ejects are crucial to keeping speed, and the more you can pull off during vertical scaling, the better. Most inputs for parkour are done in high profile, but there is value to releasing it and switching to low profile movement too. These include slowing your pace when running to switch into a jog, therefore stopping the possibility of you accidentally scaling objects you don't mean to, or having NPCs knock you over. You can also release high profile to safely descend from edges of higher surfaces to a platform within reasonable dropping distance without breaking flow, like scaling your way back down or flinging yourself off of a building would do. Now, when you do find yourself in air from jumping, then you have the ability to catch ledge. What works best about this mechanic is that by holding down your empty hand button, you have a full range of directional movement for where you wish your arms to extend to. There is still an opportunity to save yourself, even if you misjudged a jump from a great height, changing the outcome from potential death to a life-saving catch, which is very satisfying to pull off. Parkour is engaging, and most importantly, it's your responsibility. When you mess up, you have no one to blame other than yourself. There is no hand-holding, no contextually scripted paths. You are given full control of your character, and you must take the initiative to learn how to effectively navigate the world you're in. Sure, there are things to help you out. Preset routes as well as ladders are positioned on street level, and exist to stand out and fluidly get you up to the rooftops, along with haystacks helping you do the reverse. But when you do have this control, you have any and every free running possibility literally at both yours and Altair's fingertips. And the mistakes you make, you will learn from. Each risky leap you take won't always pay off, but the learning curve is what keeps you engaged with the challenge and keeps parkour satisfying and rewarding. A huge part of parkour is not just your inputs, but that of the world itself, curated in such a way to encourage these infinite possibilities and master its spaces. You have every building's walls to run up and eject off, poles to swing from, beams to leap from, and merchant stands to dive through. Then there's vaulting. I didn't even know about vaulting until a few years ago, but by using Vault, you can either slip over low-level objects to the ground with ease, or lower yourself from a beam to get into a hanging position before then dropping to the level below quicker and more efficiently. This move is never actually introduced to you by the game and is only possible by moving from one non-standing object, like a beam or hanging by a ledge, to another, whilst holding down the high profile and empty hand button mid-jump. So quite frankly, I'd be surprised if you had figured it out by yourself. It's a tricky move to pull off, and I'm nowhere near to perfecting it, but I'll link a vaulting tutorial in the description too that explains all this far better than I could, for anyone interested. Again, it's befuddling as to why they never teach you this in-game, given it's such a useful and stylish mechanic the devs implemented. To wrap this section up, remember to study the world, much like an assassin would, coincidentally, and by using a combination of your moveset and the environment around you, you can make it possible to move your way through these cities in the game with fluidity and style. Any new player can take note of what object they're moving to next, but using your intuition to be preemptively aware of every surface in reach in any direction is essential to mastering this system. Beginning our investigations, we find an informant who seems to know Altair well, in fact asking after someone called Ada, and solemnly commenting,
"Any news of Ada since she left?" "No. How sad. I'm sure you'll find her someday."
This is quite a nice little nod towards a character in the mobile and DS game Altair's Chronicles, which me and 7 other people played. Set about a year before AC1, where Altair is in search of an object called the Chalice, which turns out to not be an object at all, but a woman, although it's 1191 back when plenty of men probably considered them one and the same. Ada, who Altair eventually fell in love with, is taken away by ship, and Altair does in fact vow to find her. Sadly, by the time he catches up to her, he finds himself too late, and she has been executed, beginning to fuel his resentment towards the Creed due to his failure, and subsequently closing himself off from future love and even discussing past ones. Oh, I guess spoilers for that shit 15-year-old DS game. I actually kinda loved it, truth be told, but I would hope my tastes have changed since I was like 11. Anyway, from this and our other investigations into Abul Nakud, we learn he loathes himself, hiding away usually in his chambers, only coming out when giving toasts at his parties, of which he is having wine delivered to, in contradiction to his faith no less, and is hosting one tonight, which we will undoubtedly attend, invitation or not. We also get the usual reconnaissance for our mission, guard positionings, advice on scaling scaffolding, or a fountain in the courtyard if we wish, of course gathered from another flag mission.
I must find some flags which have been stolen from our cache.
The Templars stole flags, did they? Why? These weren't even taken anywhere, they were just scattered around the local area. whatever. You also might be thinking by now, why do I even do these Inform missions? But jokes aside, I do actually like to immerse myself as much in the assassin recon in this game as I can, even if some of it is not of the highest quality design. In years gone by, I would have just rushed to get to the next core assassination memory and story beats, but the past few times I've replayed the first game, I've enjoyed more than ever doing all the missions, gathering all the intel before the strike. I don't know, it just adds to the experience, I guess. The most interesting intel we steal is a letter disclosing that Abul is quietly funding both of our other upcoming targets, William of Montferrat and Majardin. But there is also money, the people of Jerusalem's money, that should be funding the war effort that is in fact being embezzled for the extravagant parties hosted at its palace. Also, what the fuck am I doing in this footage?
Peace be upon you, Altair. How may I serve you?
I've done as asked and learned all I need to know about my prey.
Then you must share your knowledge with me.
Abu Naqud is corrupt to the core and despised by his own citizens as a result. It appears he's been stealing money meant for the people of Damascus and spending it on himself. Even as we speak, he flaunts his greed, preparing for a lavish party. His guards and servants should have their hands full dealing with the guests. They won't even know I'm there.
Most impressive, my friend. The others said you'd make a mess of things, but not I. No, I was sure you'd come through, and come through you have. The Bureau is yours to do with as you please until you're ready to begin.
Now I have my marker, I slip my way into the opulent palace positioned in the rich district. Altair looks out of place here in his simple robes, but I love the idea of an assassin hidden amongst the guests at the party. Still, this man seems too self-involved for him to notice and gives us an announcement.
Welcome, welcome. Thank you all for joining me this evening. Please eat, drink, enjoy all the pleasures I have to offer. Take your time, I will wait. I trust everything is to your satisfaction. Good, good. It pleases me to see you all so happy. For these are dark days, my friends, and we must enjoy this bounty while we still can. War threatens to consume us all. Salah ad-Din bravely fights for what he believes in, and you are always there to support him without question. It is your generosity that allows his campaign to continue. So, I propose a toast then. To you, my dear friends, who have brought us to where we are today. May you be given everything you deserve for it.
Here he stands, Abul Naqud, the Merchant King. A gluttonous, obese, acne-ridden man, draped in his garish robes of velvet and bedazzled with jewellery, a brooch in his turban, and a pendant around his neck. This man is no stranger to enjoying the finer things in life, at the citizens of Jerusalem's expense, of course. He looks down upon his guests, literally and figuratively, all the more wealthy people of the city.
Such kindness! I didn't think it in you! You, who have been so quick to judge me, and so cruel. Oh, do not feign ignorance. Do you take me for a fool? That I have not heard words whispered behind my back. Well, I have, and I fear I can never forget. But this is not why I called you here tonight, no. I wish to speak more of this war, and your part in it. You give up your coin quick as can be, knowing all too well it buys the deaths of thousands. You don't even know why we fight. The sanctity of the Holy Land, you'll say, or the evil inclination of our enemies. But these are lies you tell yourselves. No, all this suffering is born of fear and hate. It bothers you that they are different, just as it bothers you that I am different. Compassion, mercy, tolerance. These words mean nothing to any of you. Mean nothing to those infidel invaders who ravage our land in search of gold and glory. And so I say, enough! I pledge myself to another cause. One that will bring about a new world in which all people might live side by side in peace. A pity none of you will live to see it. Kill anyone who tries to escape.
Archers fill the galleries in the courtyard, and a bull changes his tone, his speech turning more frustrated as he begins to admonish his guests, blaming them for the problems that cover the Levant, lambasting them for talking behind his back, and belittling them for having no comprehension of the war they are funding and helping Salah al-Din fight. It seems the bull sides neither with the Saracens currently holding his city, nor King Richard, who marches to conquer it, claiming he has pledged himself to an order who shall usher in a new age. As his speech draws to a close, guests begin to splutter and collapse to their knees, choking on the poisoned wine they were so easily gulping down. Those who haven't drank from the fountain that bleeds red begin to run in panic as a bull orders his archers to kill everyone left as his guests run in fear around the palace grounds with no escape, like a hunter picking off his unassuming prey. Amongst all the chaos below, we make sure this is the final party he will host.
Be at peace now. Their words can no longer do harm.
Why have you done this?
You stole money from those you claim to lead, sent it away for some unknown purpose. I want to know where it's gone and why.
Look at me. My very nature is an affront to the people I ruled. And these noble robes did little more than to muffle their shouts of hate.
So this is about vengeance, then?
No, not vengeance. But my conscience. How could I finance a war in service to the same god that calls me an abomination?
If you do not serve Salah ad-Din's cause, then whose?
In time, you'll come to know them. I think perhaps you already do.
Then why hide? And why these dark deeds?
Is it so different from your own work? You take the lives of men and women, strong in the conviction that their deaths will improve the lots of those left behind. A minor evil for a greater good? We are the same.
No, we are nothing alike.
Ah, but I see it in your eyes. You doubt. You cannot stop us. We will have our new world.
Nukud tells us the celebrations and the generosity to the nobility of the city was all a mask to keep them from being too openly hostile toward him, even though he knew everyone mocked him behind his back. And so he aligned himself with a new group that helped him rid the world of the kind of people who had such distaste for him, as Abul was deeply hurt by their words. He claims he could not in good conscience use the money he had taken from the people of Jerusalem to fund the Saracen side of the war, as his god had abandoned him due to him being an abomination. From his extravagant style and behaviour, and the line in his speech just now about people of all kinds living together as he caresses one of his male guards, it's possible that Abul is homosexual, or at least enjoys a bit of the gay sometimes, which in the 12th century was probably not as chill as it is these days. Still, who can blame him? Lastly, he all but confirms his affiliation with our other targets, and no doubt the funds he didn't spend on delicacies and wine were sent across the land to fund King Richard's side of the war, prolonging the conflict. Apparently this new world is not one we can stop from happening, and the doubt Abul saw in Altair's eyes was well placed. Our protagonist was more uncertain in his work now than ever, and so we return to the Bureau to report our latest mission as a success.
Word has reached me of your success, Altair.
Abu Naqud's reign of terror is at an end.
I'm glad to hear it.
He killed them. The men and women at his party. It was poison. A coward's tool. Blamed them for the war. Said he wished to end it.
Strange, but then again, the Merchant King was known to be a bit different. Perhaps this was simply a symptom of his madness.
Perhaps.
You sound unconvinced. Speak with Al-Mualim then. He may offer a better explanation.
Yes. We'll see what he has to say.
Come, Altair. Speak with me a moment.
As you wish.
Word has reached me of your success. You've my gratitude and that of the realm. Freeing these cities from their corrupt leaders will no doubt promote the cause of peace.
Can you really be so sure?
The means by which men rule are reflected in their people. As you cleanse the cities of corruption, you heal the hearts and minds of those who live within.
Our enemies would disagree.
What do you mean?
Each man I've slain has confessed strange words to me. They are without regret. Even in death they seem confident of their success. Though they do not admit it directly, there is a tie that binds them. I'm sure of it.
There is a difference, Altair, between what we are told to be true and what we see to be true. Most men do not bother to make the distinction. It is simpler that way. But as an assassin, it is your nature to notice, to question.
Then what is it that connects these men?
But as an assassin, it is also your duty to still these thoughts and trust in your master. For there can be no true peace without order, and order requires authority.
You speak in circles, Master. You commend me for being aware, then ask me not to be. Which is it?
The question will be answered when you no longer need to ask it.
William, as usual, talks to us here in riddles, sounding wise and articulating his words in what I think is the perfect example of saying something, but at the same time, nothing at all. Such a way to speak clearly frustrates Altair, who willingly gives every detail of his missions, bar his most personal thoughts, the Master would question, only to receive nothing in return. The Master hiding his thoughts and plans from Altair seems to only be pushing him further and further away from Altair's acceptance to continue carrying out work for him, with the idea of redeeming himself for this man seeming less and less appealing as time goes by, as the more questionable his words prove to be to Altair, dwelling on his mind. The only thing Altair gets is a new sword and his next orders, to bring down the other two men whose names currently sit at the top of his list. Next up, William of Montfort. Oh, come on man, I have work to do. Quickly we learn we can now dodge in combat. Again, another skill that Altair really should have been able to do this entire time, but I guess he needed his dodging shoes or whatever, and we can finally begin our return journey to Acre. These guys really shouldn't spawn here, you know. Plus, after rescuing this monk, I must have killed half the guards in Acre by now. Blending my way past all the dead bodies. Who could have done all this? We're finally within Acre, once again. This sequence is rather more political than the others, but I shall try to sum it up as best I can. Essentially, after a 2-year siege, the Crusaders have gained control of Acre, and it is still in their hands as of now. In the time the Templars were poisoning the water supply, the Crusaders moved in, due to Saracen surrender, and William of Montfort was assigned as the city's regent, basically meaning he was appointed to govern over Acre in King Richard's absence. In this time he conscripted citizens and began rationing food supplies, making his relationship with Richard become increasingly strained. This was also due to William's son, Conrad, building more tension between the three, as when they conquered Acre, they also took with them 3,000 Saracen hostages. While Richard and Saladin were in discussions for them to free the captives in exchange for Christian captives on the Saracen side, Conrad objected to this, so Richard had sent him to Tyre, and the king himself had marched towards Jaffa, where he and his troops would meet with Saladin. In that time, William, now left to his devices, ordered the execution of the hostages, and nearly all 3,000 were beheaded in order to send a message to their enemies, only bolstering the divide between the regent and his liege.
Rafiq.
Word has spread of your deeds, Altair. It seems you are sincere in your desire to redeem yourself.
I do what I can.
And sometimes you do it well. I assume it is work that reunites us?
Yes. William of Montfort is my target. What can you tell me of the man himself?
William has been named regent while the king conducts his war. The people see it as a strange choice given the history between Richard and William's son Conrad. But I think Richard rather clever for it.
Clever how?
Richard and Conrad do not see eye to eye on most matters. Though they are civil enough in public, there are whispers that each intends evil upon the other. And then, there was that business with Acre's captured Saracens. In its wake, Conrad has returned to Tyre, and Richard has compelled William to remain here as his guest.
You mean his hostage?
Whatever you wish to call it, William's presence here should dissuade Conrad from acting out.
I've never been one for politics.
But surely you realize your every action shapes the course of this land's future. You are a politician too, in your own way.
As you wish. Now where would you suggest I begin my search?
Presently, Jabal seems to be treating Altair the nicest of the three Rafiqs we converse with at this point in the story. No straight up hate or condescending tone, he genuinely seems impressed with Altair's work thus far in his quest for redemption and is showing him greater respect. Taking his advice, we head out towards the Chain District, where the Crusaders have taken over the Citadel and William's personal quarters are based. It's also the only place in Acre not to have dead bodies lining the streets and buildings still smoking embers. William's faction of guards are patrolling the rooftops here in greater force, and guards below are also less vulnerable to your attacks. They grab and throw a lot more frequently, and Altair can only stun and counter-stun sergeants and captains, as opposed to counter-killing them on the first try. Our investigations on William tell us he's struggling in his leadership role. Citizens dislike him as regent, and even the men he commands hold little confidence in their leader. If this wasn't enough for him, we also learn Richard is visiting, much to William's distaste, though usually after an argument with his king, he retreats inside the citadel to mope, distracted and proceeding to scold his men. We learn from an interrogation that our opportune moment to strike will come after their discussion, once William has been berated by his king, but due to the gates being closed, our only option of entrance and escape is to scale the walls and descend from the other side, potentially using some forgotten scaffolding to our advantage. I love how sassy Altair's jokes are, by the way. That's something I haven't mentioned yet regarding his character writing. For all the people who say he's bland and monotone, get out here. How can you not love?
There's one last thing I need from you.
What is it?
Your life.
As a little side note, something I found as I'm writing this section here is that in the PC version of the game they actually expand upon the Informer mission types. I only thought the director's cut had extra flag missions or something I'd equally want to smash my head into a wall over, but no, they seem to actually address player feedback and give a greater diversity of missions on the later PC release. These consisted of an escort mission where you need to protect an informant as they try to get out of the city they're in. Apparently these were slow paced and tedious, sadly. Archer assassinations where you assassinate archers, who would have fucking thought, which I guess mixes things up a little from the regular street level targets us peasants on Xbox have to kill more of. Rooftop races where you have to reach a second informer within a time limit who was awkwardly on the other side of the city. Why a time limit? I guess because video game. And finally, merchant stand destruction, where you have to liberate the people from capitalism and save them money on their purchases by throwing people into stands of pottery, I guess. I have to say, although I can see this would make investigations more diverse and therefore lead to less monotony in the gameplay. Monotony? What the I'm tired at this point. I have to say, although I can see this would make investigations more diverse and therefore lead to less monotony in the gameplay loop, I personally don't feel I've missed out on anything over all these years. They seem like a nice addition, but I'd rather stick to the Xbox version, especially since they upped the resolution and frame rate for this game on Series X.
Should you be discovered, they'll sound the alarm and you'll be forced to try again.
Acre is also where we can climb the highest viewpoint here, atop the Church of the Holy Cross. A little Easter egg, if you will, even though it's technically like an Easter egg from the future, is that the hymn you hear from inside the cathedral as you climb it is also the same one you hear at the end of AC2 when you infiltrate the Vatican. Which is just something I've never noticed until my last playthrough and thought was cool, so now you know too. This is definitely the sickest building to scale in the game, not only due to its size and height, but also the intricate details lying within its digital architecture. This was AC1's equivalent to Unity's Notre Dame years before that was undertaken, but I still think it's pretty damn impressive in comparison. From up here we see the port where we'll go later on, and with the mist from the sea covering the southern part of the city, you gotta admit, for 2007 this is quite a spectacular view. Also, who left this flag up here? Here you can also watch me royally cock up some parkour. And now I'm through a wall and I've drowned. That's another thing to mention. Altair can't swim in this game. I mean, he himself as a person can, Desmond just can't while he's in the simulation. This is due to a glitch in Abstergo's 1.28 Animus, but it's rectified in the 2.0 and later versions. Why do I know these things? Basically, swimming is a no-go in this game. Not that it's desperately needed here anyway, at least he's flexible.
Altair, what brings you back so soon?
I've done as asked and armed myself with knowledge.
Speak, and I will judge.
William's host is large and many men call him master, but he's not without enemies. He and King Richard do not see eye to eye.
It's true, they've never been close.
This works to my advantage. Richard's visit has upset him. Once the king has left, William will retreat into his fortress to brood. He'll be distracted. That's when I will strike.
You're sure of this?
As sure as I can be. And if things change, I'll adapt.
Then I give you leave to go. End the life of Montferrat, that we may call this city free.
By now we can see with each target Altair eliminates, he seems to be taking on his role as an assassin more seriously. He knows as much about his target here as he possibly could, and states himself he will adapt to any changes that come his way. He has a bit to go as of yet, but still, his development and change of mindset bring a smile to my face. As we get into the flow of bettering ourselves, investigating and eliminating each and every target, so too does he, and it's nice to see that connection of the player and Altair shine through. Naught left to do now but head to the Citadel and finish William.
"3,000 souls, William. I was told they would be held as prisoners and used to barter for the release of our men."
The Saracens would not have honored their end of the bargain. You know this to be true. I did you a favor.
Oh, yes. A great favor indeed. Now our enemies will be that much stronger in their convictions. Fight that much harder.
I know our enemy well. They will not be emboldened, but filled with fear.
Tell me, how is it you know the intentions of our enemies so well? You who forsake the field of battle to play at politics.
I did what was right, what was just.
You swore an oath to uphold the work of God, William. But that is not what I see here. No, I see a man who's trampled it.
Your words are most unkind, my liege. I would hope I might have earned your trust by now.
You are Acre's Regent, William, set to rule in my stead. How much more trust is required? Perhaps you'd like my crown.
You missed the point. But this is nothing new.
Much as I'd like to waste my day trading words with you, I've a war to fight. We'll have to continue this another time.
Do not let me delay you then, Your Grace. I fear there will be no place for men like him in the New World. Send word that I wish to speak with the troops. We must ensure that everyone is doing their part. Warn them that any negligence will be severely punished. I'm in no mood to be trifled with today.
Yes, my lord.
The rest of you, follow me.
Interestingly, William was actually not the original target in this sequence, but his son Conrad was. The dev team changed this to keep the deaths of Altair's targets in or around 1191, in keeping with historical accuracy. Now, I'd like to take a moment to appreciate the cinematic intention of these scenes here, since we've seen a good few at this point. You might say that AC1 doesn't have real cutscenes in the modern sense. Sure, you can interact with the animus glitches to allow us to navigate through the memory closer, but Altair's movements aren't motion captured, even if other certain key characters to the scene are, and the camera angle isn't fixed for the complete duration of these scenes. Therefore, I can see why people prefer AC2's fully fledged cutscenes over these ones, but let me enlighten you for a moment as to why the devs decided on these scenes and to why I feel they have just as much, if not more, cinematic appeal. See, Patrice led a team that had grown since its inception from 20 people to over 150, and a portion of them made up the Hollywood team, who are responsible for crafting these cinematic moments, as they called them. They exist with full intention of the player watching them, but also so they themselves are not being taken out of the experience. What I mean by this is, compared to other games and future AC titles where the camera work and visuals will be precisely worked with in order to create a purely watchable cutscene, these environments were crafted with just a small area in mind, enough to still be immersed in game and walk around, but not so much that it interferes with the scene playing out. As with combat and parkour, the goal was to have the player embody Altair with puppeteering controls, and here to specifically let you play as more of an actor and lock you into a scene without stopping you from also being the player. That's entirely why you don't lose control during the cinematics. They were crafted that way with intention. I personally think it helps the scene shine through in a way that breaks away from the norm. It also puts focus on the target through a narrative lens, making you as the player know that Altair is meant to be watching this particular person at this particular time, studying them, hidden amongst the crowd, and along with us as the player, Altair is also getting some introspection as to who our target is and what kind of mental state he is in, right before we strike. No other AC game has captured the pre-assassination vibes quite like the first one did, and probably never will again. Before Patrice got into video games, he went to acting school. He wanted to become an actor, and wholeheartedly believed that his teachings in acting theory were transferable to game design. Giving you, the player, the actor, the ability to puppeteer Altair was not just to tie into the lore of the Animus or help with controlling your character, but it was grounded in Patrice's love for the creative art of expression through movement. When I was a kid playing this game, I would always turn away from Al-Mualim during the lines of dialogue where he was scolding Altair, or when Altair himself was just acting like an insolent child at those points in his story. It was funny, but almost felt right to turn your back on people in cutscenes like you're just ignoring what they're saying. But that was the whole point. Who would have thought that over a decade later, I would learn that Patrice did the exact same thing when he played the game, because he had that preconceived notion of wanting the player not just to play Altair in his game, but to play Altair, as in take on the role and perform Altair, let them play out the pre-written story and dialogue with their own emotive body language, just like an actor would do on stage. Perhaps that's all AC1 is in a way, Patrice's little 12th century play allowing you to be the puppet master to Altair and act out your own adventures as you want, all inspired by his passion for the creative arts and letting him live out the acting dreams he never got around to doing. It's fucking beautiful. I'm gonna need to get back to the game now, aren't I? As the crowd disperses from the spectacle that was seeing the king, we find a route up the outer walls of the citadel, the most secure area we've approached the target from so far. Altair too was somewhat in awe of seeing Richard here. He was the King of England. Given his status and all he had accomplished, even if his actions were barbaric, it was still quite a moment. Altair admired him, though the king is not for us to worry about. Not today. All our intel proving correct, we eliminate the archers positioned here. I'm acting as if I needed any of this intel, like I haven't played this game like 100 times before. Laying down an escape route for when we, escape, we find William upbraiding his men. His personal guard gathers in the inner courtyard of the citadel, where being completely tone-deaf, he blames them for all his incompetent failures. He scolds them for his own failings, and if we weren't here, I bet he wouldn't have lasted much longer in his current position anyway. Lucky for him that we end his pathetic idea of leadership now, along saving the pain of anyone ever having to see his fucking terrible haircut ever again.
Rest now. Your schemes are at an end.
What do you know of my work?
I know that you are going to murder Richard and claim Acre for your son Conrad.
For Conrad? My son is an arse, unfit to lead his host, let alone a kingdom. And Richard, the Ancien is no better, blinded as he is by faith in the insubstantial. Acre does not belong to either of them.
Then who?
The city belongs to its people.
How can you claim to speak for the citizens? You stole their food, disciplined them without mercy, forced them into service under you.
Everything I did to prepare them for the new world. Stole their food? No. I took possession so that when the lean times came, it might be rationed properly. Look around. My district is without crime, save those committed by you and your ilk. And as for the conscription, they were not being trained to fight. They were being taught the merits of order and discipline. These things are hardly evil.
No matter how noble you believe your intentions, these acts are cruel and cannot continue.
We'll see how sweet they are, the fruits of your labors. You do not free the cities as you believe, but rather damn them. And in the end, you'll have only yourself to blame. You who speak of good intentions.
William here claims the city is that of the people, and shouldn't be run by any leader, least of all his son or the king. Yet, as usual, our target's actions are contradictory of what impact they were having on the land. He claims his oppressive edicts of thievery, discipline, and forced servitude were all to prepare them for the new world, which we've been hearing suspiciously too much about at this point. Once again, in death, our target begins to make sense of their noble goals, but still, their actions are not justifiable. Not to the Assassin Brotherhood, anyway. He ends his confession with not a vague and mysterious threat like the others, but straight up telling us our actions will not free the people of the Levant, but instead damn them.
What news?
William of Montferrat is dead, and with him his plans for betrayal.
You've done well keeping Acre from his hands.
But why now, when the Crusaders require unity most? Could have waited.
Waited for what? For Regent to return and discover his schemes? No. It was the perfect time for him to strike.
Strange. I was sure he meant to take Acre for Conrad, yet he claimed this was not his plan.
You cannot trust the words of a snake, which even in death produces venom.
I should discuss this with Al-Muallim.
Yes, my friend. Make haste for Masyaf. I am sure he is eager for news.
Here with Jabal, Altair questions the political motives of William, stating that they need unity to defeat the Saracens at this point in time more than ever, and all of this should have been able to be postponed. Finally, after all these cryptic confessions from his targets alluding to a conspiracy greater than he can comprehend at the moment, he is forced to confront Al-Muallim for answers, this time definite on getting them.
Come, Altair. I would have news of your progress.
I've done as you've asked.
Good, good. I sense your thoughts are elsewhere. Speak your mind.
Each man I'm sent to kill speaks cryptic words to me. Each time I come to you and ask for answers. Each time you give only riddles in exchange, but no more.
Who are you to say no more?
I'm the one who does the killing. If you want it to continue, you'll speak straight with me for once.
Tread carefully, boy. I do not like your tone.
And I do not like your deception.
I have offered you a chance to restore your lost honor.
Not lost. Taken. By you. And then you sent me to fetch it again like some damn dog.
It seems I'll need to find another. A shame. You showed great potential.
I think if you had another, you'd have sent him long ago. You said the answer to my question would arise when I no longer needed to ask it. So I will not ask. I demand you tell me what binds these men.
What you say is true. These men are connected by a blood oath not unlike our own.
Who are they?
Non nobis, domine non nobis.
Templars.
We learn that each of these men are all connected under the servitude of one man, Rebirth, each of his targets not working within their own selfish goals at all, but all high-ranking members of another brotherhood, pledging allegiance under the Templar Cross. Rebirth's Templar Cross. A collective vision to usher the Holy Land into a new dawn, a new world that all might be subservient, supervised, and in which worldwide peace can be achieved not by freedom, but by controlled and unrivaled force. The Mentor claimed he kept us oblivious in regards to our target's true allegiance thus far, in hopes we may learn it for ourselves, making its value mean all the more to us. Altair felt great resolve in the outcome of this rather risky approach to this situation, which I love by the way. This is one of my favourite conversations in the game, due to the way Altair, who should be careful in how he acts, confronts Al-Muallim, perhaps just a bit too bravely. Now no longer simply fueled by his own ambitions, he gains a new perspective here on his work, being all the more aware of how he performs his actions going forward, and how important they are, not just for his own redemption, but that of the entire Levant. As for Altair's leap of faith line...
How did you know I wouldn't kill you?
Truth be told, Master, I didn't. I took a leap of faith.
I don't think it's silly. I think it's witty, and in fitting with his character, though Oliver didn't much agree as he chose to remove it from the Secret Crusade novel entirely. But that's fine, to each their own I guess. We get some throwing knife holster things back, and with Altair satisfied with his answers, we set off once again to Jerusalem. Unlike Acre, where I try not to bump into the guards, here I can't resist ploughing through all these poor people whilst on horseback. Look how perfectly lined up they are. Don't judge me, okay? I know you've all done the same.
Safety and peace, Malik.
Word that the city was possessed of either. Why do you trouble me today?
Al-Muallim has marked Majduddin for death. What can you tell me about him?
Salahuddin's absence has left the city without a proper leader, and Majduddin has appointed himself to play the part. Fear and intimidation get him what he wants. He has no true claim to the position.
That ends today.
You speak too readily. This is not some slaver we're discussing. He rules Jerusalem and is well protected because of it. I suggest you plan your attack carefully. Get to better know your prey.
With your help, I will. Where would you have me begin my search?
What's this? You're actually asking for my assistance instead of demanding it. I'm impressed.
Be out with it.
As you wish. Here's where I would look. First, to the southwest near the mosque. After that, head south of here. There are 2 locations that might interest you. The southernmost church is one, the other is in the streets, near a synagogue.
Thank you for your help, Dai.
Don't foul this, Altair.
Meeting Malik, we are not greeted with hostility, but also he's not exactly welcoming either. He just kinda has less disdain in his voice and is more accepting of our presence than last we met. Still, he seems impressed Altair actually asked for his help this time round, rather than being demanding of it. The help we require, finding our next target, Majduddin, a former scribe who has clawed through the ranks and opportunistically gained his position of Saracen Regent of Jerusalem through fear and intimidation in the absence of Saladin. Even the populace want Saladin back, so why not lend a hand? Now we've done plenty of these investigations at this point, let's talk about the gameplay loop that comes with it. People say that the design of AC1 is outdated. I feel that means something different depending on the person it comes from, but in a way, I understand what they mean. Make no mistake though, I don't fully agree with the sentiment. Obviously, you can feel things getting repetitive. There is a reason they changed AC2's gameplay and didn't decide to do exactly what they did in AC1 again. I'll admit the design is dated in terms that it is basic, and players expected more, even back then. AC1 was never the perfect envisioning of the potential these games could be, but that also goes for many other first games in a series. Only look at the first Mass Effect, the first Bioshock, even more recently in the first Plague Tale. All of these games have their systems built upon and improved in their corresponding sequels, and that's only natural, but you can't blame any of those first games existing as they do. What I can't understand are the people who claim AC1 is quote-unquote boring. Basic doesn't mean boring. The gameplay loop is repetitive by nature, but like I've mentioned previously, this is the only AC game to fully put you in the actual profession of an assassin, carrying out their work of investigation, preparation, and elimination. And it stays engaging through the new weapons and tools at your disposal as the game progresses. So, do these people have a problem with the fact that you're doing assassin work? The game's core premise? Don't get me wrong, I totally understand if you prefer Ezio's story-based missions throughout his games and find them more fun. I'm not trying to tell you they're not, some days I'd even agree with you. AC2's design is arguably better for diversifying mission design and keeping flow and pace to the narrative. That comes with Ezio's story being precisely crafted for you. But Altair's story calls for this game's direction. He's been demoted to a novice. It's the only game to capture the sense of working as a true assassin, carrying out your work like a soldier, following orders. I'd even go as far to say that AC1's existence the way it is lends itself to displaying the state and inner functioning of the Brotherhood at this point in time, before it evolves and shifts past these militaristic ways by the time of the Renaissance. If that's the story they're telling here and you don't like it, I'm inclined to say maybe that you just don't actually like the game, which again is fine, but I find it funny when people ask for a remake but with more side content like the RPG games, or a change of Altair's character so he isn't boring. It sounds like they just want a different game at that point. I wonder if these people get bored with mining in Minecraft or shooting guns in COD. I don't play Forza Motorsport because I don't like the fantasy of being a racing car driver. I do play this game because it gives you the fantasy of being an assassin, and I wouldn't change that for anything. But that's just my 2 cents. Let me know what you think in the comments. Our investigations reveal Majduddin is instilling fear into the populace by executing people even if they only commit minor crimes. He tries to convince the people to turn in any criminals in order to keep the streets safe. However, this is far from the truth. This is a cover for his real aims, separate from Saladin's wishes. All is a ploy to be able to execute innocent individuals who are not a threat to the people of Jerusalem, but to those he serves, Templars. The best time to kill this one? At his own executions while he's distracted on stage, and we learn where an execution is to take place later today. Though his guards are numerous and our target is conscious for his safety, this won't stop us. But increased guards means more problems should this not go to plan. We hear from a man whose son will be executed today that Adin could be throwing random citizens into the executions just as a means of instilling fear. Why? We don't know, but perhaps we may be able to save this man's son.
What news, novice?
I am not a novice.
A man's skill is defined by his actions, not the markings on his robe.
We can trade barbs or do Al-Muallim's work. It's your decision.
Then be out with it.
Jerusalem's Regent Majduddin is holding a public execution not far from here. It's sure to be well guarded, but it's nothing I can't handle. I know what to do.
And that is why you remain a novice in my eyes. You cannot know anything, only suspect. You must expect to be wrong, to have overlooked something. Anticipate, Altair. How many times must I remind you of this?
As you wish. Are we done?
Not quite. There is one more thing. One of the men to be executed is a brother. One of us. Al-Mulim wishes for him to be saved. Do not worry about the actual rescue. My men will take care of that. But you must ensure Majduddin does not take his life.
I won't give him the chance.
So I hope.
Malik makes some good points here, and even though he would not admit Malik was right, Altair also believes he cannot know everything about his mission. The Wailing Wall Gallows is where the execution shall take place, towards the western edge of Solomon's Temple. Knowing the existence of many guards and the rooftop positions of the archers from our investigations, we can take them out to avoid as much range resistance as we can whilst we carry out our work below. Now we see the great Majduddin, met with thunderous applause as he embarks out onto the stage, 4 people held to be executed, one of them being our assassin brother Malik mentioned. The crowd makes it clear they're expecting a show, and as sickening as their bloodlust is, that is definitely something we can deliver on.
Silence! I demand silence! People of Jerusalem, hear me well! I stand here today to deliver a warning. There are malcontents among you. They sow the seeds of discontent, hoping to lead you astray. Tell me, is this what you desire? To be mired in deceit and sin? To live your lives in fear? Then you wish to take action? We do! Your devotion pleases me. This evil must be purged. Only then can we hope to be redeemed. This is not justice! You've no right to do that! Who do you take? And all of you stand idle, complicit in this crime. God curse you all! See how the evil of one man spreads to corrupt others? They sought to instill fear and doubt within you, but I will keep you safe. Here now are 4 filled with sin. The harlot, the thief, the gambler, the heretic. Let God's judgment be brought down upon them all!
This is not God's judgment, but one man's own insanity taking root. And with us here, it ends now. Making my way through the crowd, reaching the side of the rostrum, we take our chance. These 4 lives in exchange for the cost of 1.
Your work here is finished.
No, no! It had only just begun!
Tell me, what's your part in all of this? Do you intend to defend yourself as the others have and explain away your evil deeds?
The Brotherhood wanted the city. I wanted power. There was an opportunity.
An opportunity to murder innocents.
Not so innocent. Dissident voices cut deep as steel. They disrupt order. In this, I do agree with the Brotherhood.
You'd kill people simply for believing differently than you.
Of course not. I killed them because I could. Because it was fun. Do you know what it feels like to determine another man's fate? And did you see the way the people cheered? The way they feared me? I was like a god. You'd have done the same if you could. Such power.
Once perhaps. But then I learned what becomes of those who lift themselves above others.
And what is that?
Here, let me show you.
Unlike the other men we have slain, Adin simply claims he saw an opportunity for power and took it. Granted, he may believe in what the Templars stand for, but his own goals were more prevalent here. He killed because he found it fun. He enjoyed the crowds cheering him on as he held the people's lives in his hands, purely for his own power-hungry indulgence. And the Templars let him manipulate the people, so that he may rule over them with power, thinking it was for the good of the land. That was Templar through and through. As I had commented on before, things did in fact not go to plan here, and I nearly ended up fumbling the assassination. Every target we kill in the game is is done in the method of the Levantine assassins, a blade in plain sight for all the target's allies and the general public to see. They want their work to be known at this point in time and have it send a message. Having the guards swarm me was punishment for my sloppy approach, but also something to love about the game. All the dialogue we hear, be it from Al-Mulim, whichever Rafik sits in the bureau, or through our investigations, is important intelligence for the final assassination. I could have approached this kill smarter, and I know I could have done better. That's the learning curve to conquer.
Jerusalem needs a new ruler.
So I have heard.
What's this? No words of wisdom for me? Surely I have failed in some spectacular fashion.
You performed as an assassin should. No more, no less. That you expect praise for merely doing as told, however, troubles me.
It seems everything I do troubles you.
Reflect on that. But do so on your way back to Masyaf. Your work here is done.
Malik has neither judgment nor praise for us, and although the scene is short, it communicates subtly how Altair is now feeling and truly beginning to feel remorse for his actions in Solomon's Temple. You can hear in his voice how he is disheartened when reaching out to Malik here. It seems today is not one for forgiveness, and we head off once again to see the Master.
We done already?
Get up.
Whatever you say, Doc.
I'm ending the session. No, I'll be right there. You're sure about this? Yes. No. Everything's Denver. I don't see how he could... Of course. I understand. You're in a lot of trouble, Mr. Miles.
What's his problem?
They're coming for you.
Who's coming for me?
Assassins.
Hey, I had nothing to do with this.
Sounds like they're mounting some kind of rescue attempt. Guess you're more important than you realized.
Man, things just keep getting weirder and weirder around here.
It was bound to happen.
What do you mean?
That little fight your ancestors started during the Third Crusade, it never ended. You're being held by Templars.
Vidic's a Templar?
There's no way you could have known. They hide it so well. But to answer your question, Vidic works for them. We all do. Abstergo is their company.
I thought Templars were old dudes with funny hats who sat around drinking beer and plotting world domination with, like, the lizard people.
No. Except the part about world domination, I guess. Look, Desmond, it's complicated. Half the stuff they say about the Templars comes from crazy tinfoil hat-wearing nut jobs. The other half is misinformation intentionally produced by the Templars themselves.
But they are the bad guys, right?
If there's one thing I've learned since I started working here, it's that there's no such thing. It's all so relative. I guess the best way to explain it is, what they want is good. But the way they're going about it, it's bad. Really bad.
What are they trying to do? Lucy?
Yes?
Miss Stillman, I need to speak with you. Get up here, now!
On my way, Doctor. I'm sorry, Desmond, I have to go. You should turn in for the night. The answers to all of your questions are right in front of you. You just have to know where to look.
Overhearing an assassin rescue mission for Desmond, Lucy reveals we're being held by Templars, or the modern day equivalent being Abstergo. All the plans of world domination from the Crusades, they're still in motion, and their plans are advancing exponentially compared to back then. We're sent to our room, but as with every evening, we stay up and snoop around. You may remember we snatched Warren's pen earlier. Well, now we can snoop into some of his emails too. We see Lucy has been chasing up her inquiry about her missing colleague to Abstergo's CEO, and Warren needs to deal with her nosiness, or else. There is also something here about the Abstergo satellite launch, now postponed until December 21st, 2012. I'm sure that won't be relevant at any point in the future. Lastly, a final email of interest from an unknown sender, rambling about people losing their minds because of a metal ball. Could be a mentalist. Just remember this email for when I bring up Denver International Airport later on. Logging off, we do finally get some shut-eye before another day in Altair's shoes.
Missed you this morning, Doc.
Get in the Animus. Start your memory already.
I trust you are well rested? Ready for your remaining trials?
I am, but I'd speak with you first. I have questions.
Ask them. I'll do my best to answer.
The merchant king of Damascus murdered the nobles who ruled his city. Majd-ad-Din in Jerusalem used fear to force his people into submission. I suspect William meant to murder Richard and hold Acre with his troops. These men were meant to aid their leaders. Instead, they chose to betray them. What I do not understand is why.
Is the answer not obvious? The Templars desire control. Each man, as you've noted, wanted to claim their cities in the Templar name, that the Templars themselves might rule the Holy Land, and eventually beyond. But they cannot succeed in their mission.
Why is that?
Their plans depend upon the Templar treasure, the Peace of Eden. But we hold it now, and they cannot hope to achieve their goals without it.
What is this treasure?
It is temptation.
It's just a piece of silver.
Look at it.
What am I supposed to see?
This piece of silver cast out Adam and Eve. It turned staves into snakes, parted and closed the Red Sea. Ares used it to start the Trojan War, and with it a poor carpenter turned water into wine.
Finally, we get our answers to why all our targets would betray their leaders in order to serve Robert de Saab. All their work together to build a new world order, but pointless without their Templar treasure. Just why Al-Mualim still calls it this, I don't really know. It's in assassin hands now, and the Templars weren't even the ones to create it. This is a piece of Eden, and even presented here to Altair in 1191, it's still many, many millennia old. This piece of Eden is responsible for all the miracles that have been passed down through the myths and tales across the centuries. First beginning with Adam and Eve taking it, though not from a garden and though not a fruit, this apple was still forbidden to them, and Al-Mualim was correct. It is temptation. Even at this moment, Altair felt dragged to the object because of its aura. Make no mistake though, the artifact is not magical or alien in origin. It just predates any historical records, which, even at the time of the Third Crusades, humanity has still been documenting things for quite a while. It is, as Vidic said, a gift from those who came before, and simply put, a very ancient but incredibly advanced device made from those with technological understanding far beyond human comprehension. It may be powerful, but all it is science, enough to cast illusions so well they appear real. In terms of the development and reasoning behind these decisions, let me paraphrase one of Jade Raymond's quotes from a dev diary. One of their main objectives was to make the art direction as realistic and close to historical references as they found. Meaning, they wanted to keep everything looking as true to form as what it really would have looked like back in the time period. This goes for characters, city architecture, and the assassins themselves, of course. Also, as a little side note, what is it with people online being so weird with Jade Raymond? Any interview she does, she's always asked about her appearance, and there's always some creepy guy in the comments section talking about how hot she is. Like, chill out, guys. I love that they made it as authentic as possible, except for playing it through a goddamn ancestor type thing. Why? Well, it's because that's the whole fucking point of the game, but that's fine. Never heard of Jade Redmond before, but she's very, very cute. It's unfair, really. Someone get me a job at Ubisoft. Oh, mate, if you worked there now, you'd fit right in. Another point to note is, quote, the difficulty of having a subject where guys walk around in armour who look like knights is that it tends to be associated with fantasy. One of the important things to us was making sure the game and feeling and location was really relevant to people. I find this hilarious. For anyone who isn't quite familiar with the direction AC has taken over the past few years, let's just say they don't feel quite as strongly nowadays as they did back in 2007 with this game's conception. The fact that they went to so much effort to not be seen as a fantasy game is admirable. They wanted to take their vision seriously, and they most certainly delivered on it. Not just from a surface level with knights wandering the streets, but deep into the lore when it came to people, places and objects that existed within the world of, remember, just one game at this point. The sad fact of the matter is that the franchise has done a complete 180 and devolved in areas such as mechanics like combat being less grounded and more floaty with flashy moves, to the extremes of going all out with superpowers and cyclops and frost giants. It's just sad to see a perfect vision tarnished over the years. But I promise that's all I'll say on that. I wish to keep this video celebrating and praising the first game, so let's continue. This pull Altair feels on the apple is because he is only getting an inkling of its full power here. The power to manipulate the physiology of human minds is why the Templars must never have the device back in their hands, now making Altair's mission the Brotherhood's most important, not just for the sake of the entire Levant, but the world. Only a few more Templars remain before Altair's work is done and the apple is safe from them. We are rewarded once again with new equipment and given our next destination, Damascus.
It's the hero of Damas. Come in, stay a while. Tell me all about your adventures.
I'm afraid I don't have the time.
I see. Too important for me now.
It's not that.
No, of course not. How may I serve you then?
Al-Muallim has asked I take the life of the one they call Jubair.
Ah, Salahadin's chief scholar. Strange choice of target in my opinion. But who are we to question the Master's will? I'm sure he has his reasons.
Then you're familiar with the man.
He's been quite busy these past few days, organizing the scholars and sending them into the streets to preach.
What do they speak of?
Light and fire, cleansing sins, apocalyptic nonsense if you ask me. All this talk of paths and a new world.
What about this new world?
We meet once more with the Bureau leader, this time thrilled by our presence, being most inviting. He and Altair seem comfortable enough in each other's company now, as Altair has nearly won back the full gratitude of his brother. This one, anyway. We inquire about our next target, Jubair al-Hakim, chief scholar to Damascus. He and his followers sound like a group of nutcases, to be honest, and normally the stuff it sounds like they're preaching would be ramblings of madmen. But another mention of this new world piques Altair's attention, that this may be something more to indeed look into. We begin our investigations, learning about the daily meetings Jubair holds, and mention of the path to illumination he leads his new students on. Whatever their work is, it demands sacrifice. He plans to destroy all texts and historical documentation in the city, purge knowledge from the land with the goal of cleansing it. The orator we interrogate reveals as much. It seems very Templar to have them decide what information people have access to or not, and this is entirely contradictory to the creed. With the centuries of assassin knowledge lining the shelves of Masyaf to absorb during training, Altair would certainly agree collective knowledge should be provided to all to use as they see fit. That is in itself one of the pillars of freedom. Oh, an informer right behind us. Hello. Our brother is preparing to journey back to the safety of Masyaf and asks us to finish his final assignment and eliminate some of Jubair's men as a favour. This is the first mission of this type where we have to kill not 3 but 5 men. Although the time limit isn't really an issue, the more targets we have to kill, the more margin for error we have. Thankfully I don't mess this one up and we get the intel we need. Jubair's scholars, if you can call them that, have strategic locations around the city where they are burning books and other sources of knowledge, hardly men of learning as they claim to be. We meet our last informant who can't do his work for himself due to his back pains. These excuses are getting worse and worse. You meant to be an assassin, mate? As expected by now, Jubair and most likely our other 2 final targets are not just entertaining the potential of an assassin being after them, but they know it's a certainty at this point. Therefore, his most elite men are out on the streets in force tracking us down. Unlucky for them, we track them down first. You can certainly feel the difficulty of tasks building at this point of the game. The locations chosen and the amount of nuisance NPC obstacles that get in our way are far more than in previous memory blocks. Oh yeah, there are memory blocks in this first game. It would have been so much easier to split my script into chapters if they were in sequences like the next game, but that's fine. It certainly makes you think more about your movement and the guards who could catch you, making you fail your task. We learn Jubair has a rather unique look with what he wears, which should make him an easy target to spot, because an assassin's work is always easy, right? Finally, our final piece of intel we learn is that Jubair and his most loyal men work within the Madrasa al-Khalasa, south of the city. Surprisingly though, it's not his actions that are of interest here, but his wife's. She seems to be against whatever work he's conducting, and has hidden books and such in the garden local to the district as detailed in a letter. Jubair is likely to want to deal with these particular documents himself, so remember that.
What news, Altair?
I've learned much about my enemy.
Share what you know then.
Jubair has become obsessed with purging the city of its knowledge.
A most terrible crime. Now I see why Al-Muallim wants you to remove him.
He's using the city scholars to assist him. They go out into the streets, harassing the people and collecting all their written works. I fear he intends to destroy them all.
He must be stopped.
That's why I'm here. He's to hold a meeting soon, at the Madrasa al-Khalasa. It's where I'll go. It's where I'll take his life.
We depart as soon as we are able, in hopes we may save as many sacred texts and parchments as we can from Jubair's hands. Standing in an alcove overlooking the marbled courtyard to the madrasa, we watch as our target's followers burn books and scrolls below, Jubair himself lecturing his students whilst they do so.
Every single text in this city must be destroyed.
My friend, you must not do this. Much knowledge rests within these parchments, put there by our ancestors for good reason.
And what reason is this?
They are beacons, meant to guide us, to save us from the darkness that is ignorance.
No, these bits of paper are covered in lies. They poison your minds, and so long as they exist, you cannot hope to see the world the way it truly is.
How can you accuse these scrolls of being weapons? They are tools of learning.
You turn to them for answers and salvation. You rely more upon them than yourselves. This makes you weak and stupid.
You trust in words, drops of ink. Do you ever stop to think of who put them there? Or why? No, you simply accept their words without question. And what if those words speak falsely? As they often do. This is dangerous.
You are wrong. These texts give the gift of knowledge. We need them.
You love your precious writings? You'd do anything for them?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Then join them! Any man who speaks as he is just as much a threat. Do any else among you wish to challenge me? Good! Your orders are simple enough. Go out into the city, collect any remaining writings and add them to the piles in the streets. When you're done, we'll send a cart to collect them, that they may be destroyed.
This so-called scholar, who enjoys destroying writings of learning rather than spreading their knowledge, is now murdering any who oppose his ideals of the world, even his own men. A dangerous place to stand, particularly with Altair watching from above. Oh, and those unique robes he wears, by the way, it seems all his followers are also clad in the same clothing. Meaning, this is the first and only assassination in the game where we have multiple targets, but only one true one, the rest being decoys. Now, here's where this assassination encourages you to use your brain a bit more than previous ones. You could go and take out each of the marked targets until finding the true Jubair, but a seasoned player knows to refer to the document we stole earlier regarding his wife's books. It states that Jubair would have gone to gather the hidden books personally from a particular garden, which is where you find him. This plays into the freedom of choice with assassinations that the team were aiming for. It's up to the player how you tackle it.
Why? Why have you done this?
Men must be free to do what they believe. It is not our right to punish one for thinking what they do, no matter how much we disagree.
Then what?
You of all people should know the answer. Educate them. Teach them right from wrong. It must be knowledge that frees them, not force.
They do not learn, fixed in their ways as they are. You are naive to think otherwise. It's an illness, for which there is but one cure.
You're wrong, and that's why you must be put to rest.
Am I not unlike those precious books you seek to save? A source of knowledge with which you disagree, yet you are rather quick to steal my life.
A small sacrifice to save many. It is necessary.
Is it not ancient scrolls that inspire the Crusaders? That fill Salah ad-Din and his men with a sense of righteous fury? Their texts endanger others, bring death in their wake. I too was making a small sacrifice. It matters little now. Your deed is done, and so am I.
Jubair here seems to be acting in confidence of his own beliefs, rather than just by the orders given to him by the Templars. Beliefs, values and goals aligning under that of the Templar cross is not something that's new to us. Many of our former targets had their lives taken because they had done the same. But Jubair's points ring most true compared to that of his comrades. He claims the war between the Crusaders and the Saracens was caused by these very writings. Any war could be, in fact. Text and scripture of any nature contradictory to someone else's beliefs may lead them to act out as a result of them purely existing and nothing more. Humanity simply loves to engage in disputes, and sometimes people in power feel they must be in the right and raise those disputes into conflict. This is actually good commentary on a lesson that you can apply to the real world. It's a problem that plagues us, correct, but unfortunately the points he makes are still ill-founded and false. These are the sacrifices made to have the freedom of access to knowledge of all sources, be they contradictory to our own beliefs or not. People should be educated on the value of power when it comes to the knowledge they have access to, not have it forbade. Everyone has the right to believe what they choose, and because of this truth, Jubair has fallen to our blade.
Altair, tell me you've met with success.
Yes, Jubair's fires are extinguished. His life as well.
Excellent news. I had no doubt you'd succeed.
You should have seen it. The scholars followed him so readily. Wasn't just books they fed to fire either, but any man who opposed them.
Such ignorance breeds only evil. You've done a good thing this day.
As with my other targets, he believed he was doing the right thing, clearing a path to a better future.
Of course he would. Such is the landscape of a madman's mind.
The things I've seen these past few weeks, it's as if all the land has gone mad.
And this is why we fight to end the war, that sanity might return, The people are desperate for direction. It's easy for men like Jubair to prey on this and turn them towards evil. You should go, Altair. Return to Al-Mualim. Tell him what you saw. Let him know the good you've done this day.
Safety and peace, Rafiq.
Upon you as well.
The Rafiq praises our work, thankful for the peace Damascus may now know. Altair, growing wiser, contemplates on how the land is descending into chaos around him. Thankful that his work is nearly complete, Altair leaves, now having gained the admiration of this man, whose name we never bothered to ask by the way, but that's fine, and departs to talk with Al-Mualim.
Welcome home, child. What news?
Another of the named is put to rest.
Then it would appear your work is nearly complete, and your status restored.
A question, Master, if I may.
Ask, and I will answer.
Why these men? Jubair and Sabrand?
Ah, don't you see? They paved the way for change. Ensure threats both old and new are not given cause to intervene.
To weaken them is to weaken our enemy. I suppose that makes sense.
Were these men to continue their work, our work would quickly be undone.
How is that? We've caused them much grief.
We strike at the arms, yes. But this is a hydra that you face, and it is quick to replace that which is severed.
Then we should lop off its head and be done with this.
Soon, soon. We are close. Only one more man stands between us and our ultimate goal.
I will return to my work. The sooner this last man dies, the sooner I might face our true enemy.
Before you go, I have a question for you.
Of course.
What is the truth?
We place faith in ourselves. We see the world the way it really is, and hope that one day all mankind might see the same.
What is the world, then?
An illusion. One which we can either submit to, as most do, or transcend.
What is it to transcend?
To recognize nothing is true and everything is permitted. That laws arise not from divinity but reason. I understand now that our creed does not command us to be free. It commands us to be wise.
In our penultimate conversation with the Master, who has now fully restored our status of Master Assassin, Altair questions why the men he kills are necessary deaths, when he could simply slay their true enemy, Rebirth. Al-Mualim explains simply with ending Rebirth's life, another would take his place, whereas ending the lives of all men involved in their schemes ensures their goal in the Holy Land never reaches fruition. With their ideals of spreading fear and controlling the populace, and the elimination of knowledge for those to speak out, the path for another to rise and continue their work remains. Now we have eliminated those men, it ensures their vision of their new world order ends once we finally reach Rebirth. In turn, Al-Mualim questions Altair about the truth of reality and their creed, and now, after all Altair has been through, he finally understands what it stands for. To question the nature of the world laid in place, and if it is beneficial for all that it stays as it is, or if it should be questioned and the people themselves given the freedom to alter it in benefit for everyone. The Templars wish to use the illusion of the world to their advantage, and lay down the rules for their own vision, rather than let people learn and change things accordingly themselves. Altair, understanding his revelations, collects his final piece of equipment. I said Revelations, that's the name of the other game in the franchise that Assassin's Creed is in, and makes for Acre once more. One last target before Rebirth can be stopped for good. Before we jump into this chapter, let's talk Eagle Vision quickly. Remember that? I won't blame you if you didn't, because I barely used it while playing. As a reminder, it's only usable while fully synced with Altair, so our use of it is already restricted by that. In a way, you could complement the restricted use of it. I've already detailed how much I love studying targets in depth prior to striking, so essentially we know who they are before we've met them. All your investigations are marked on the map from viewpoints too. I won't complain I don't need to use Eagle Vision to find them, only that it goes unutilised here. In AC2, targets are generally less exposed or dressed similarly, so it makes sense to use it to find them amongst the crowd. The missions are crafted in such a way that you're encouraged, or you naturally wish to use this skill in those situations to save time. The devs clearly wanted to expand this ability that went unused in the first game here, but that's what makes it a shame. We're told that Altair obtained his rank so young partly due to his heightened senses, yet we never use it in practice as we earn our stats back here. Sadly, this extrasensory gift of intuition is a rather forgettable gimmick. That being said, it does still have some uses at certain times, one I mentioned earlier and another I'll touch on towards the end of the video. Being very careful not to bump into any guards again arriving in Acre, we meet Jabal at the Bureau, but this target will be more of a challenge to kill than our others.
Greetings, Altair. What news?
Al-Mualim has named another. calls himself Sibrand.
I am familiar with the man. Newly appointed leader of the Knights Teutonic, he resides in the Venetian Quarter and runs Acre's port.
I'll start my work at once.
Here are the places where you should focus your search. On the docks east of here, among the ships and their crews. At the chapel to the northeast, near the cross overlooking the port. And to the north, in front of St. John's Gate.
This is most helpful. My thanks for the guidance.
Altair.
Yes, Rafik.
I owe you an apology.
For what?
For doubting your dedication to our cause.
No, it was I who erred. I believed myself above the creed. You owe me nothing.
As you wish, my friend. Go in safety.
In a slightly more serious mood than our last encounter, Jabal tells us of Sibrand, who is a skilled swordsman and archer, but most importantly, leader and first Grandmaster of the Knights Teutonic. This predominantly German subsection of the Crusaders aided King Richard during his conquest of Acre, and were originally conceived to help the sick and wounded, but eventually became more paramilitaristic as the Crusades raged on. At this point in time, they still aren't completely recognised as a military order, and won't be for about a year or so, but Sibrand seems to think differently, as we'll soon discover. We begin our investigations in the port district of Acre, being the portion of the city Sibrand has been assigned jurisdiction over. We get a map from an informer showing the positions of Sibrand's many guards.
Now, I must go back to Masyaf to cleanse my sword.
Return to Masyaf to clean your sword? You couldn't do that here? Okay. Our following investigations teach us that Sibrand is forcefully claiming all ships in the port of Acre, imprisoning those who don't comply. He plans to build a naval blockade outside the port to stop English ships reaching Acre and assisting Richard with the conflict here. Oh, a Templar betraying their king? Never. It seems Sibrand is paranoid as shit and feels most safe at home within the docks, although we do unexpectedly get a surprise appearance from the man here in the city. I love the idea he's plagued with the thought of assassins coming after him, yelling out into the air.
Do you find this amusing? Do you?
I mean, he's not wrong to be, we are right here watching him. That's what makes Sibrand such a good target though. Any other eavesdrop would be a normal conversation, but after we killed so many of his associates at this point in the game, he's reacting totally differently. It's so cool getting a glimpse into a target's mental state. He knows what Altair is capable of, as do we. The man who has the ability to get to his targets anytime, anywhere, and by the time anyone knows they're dead, he is long gone. He's so paranoid he doesn't trust anyone but his closest men. So much so, he's hoarding food and supplies on his ship, apparently wishing to depart as soon as possible and hide out at sea, away from where assassins can strike. With this new information, it seems time is of the essence now.
Greetings, brother. How fares your search?
I've learned all there is to know about my target.
Share your knowledge with me then.
Sibrand is said to be consumed by fear, driven mad by the knowledge that his death approaches. He has sealed the docks district, and now hides within waiting for his ship to arrive.
This will make things dangerous. I wonder how it is he learned of your mission.
The men I've killed, they are all connected. Al-Muallim warned me that word of my deeds has spread among them.
Be on your guard, Altair.
Of course, Rafik. But I think it will be to my advantage. Fear will weaken him.
Entering the docks, we find Sibrand interrogating an innocent man of God, purely because he's dressed in white robes, like us.
You are mistaken, Master Sibrand. I would never propose violence against any man, and most certainly not against you.
So you say, and yet no one here will vouch for you. What am I to make of this?
I live a simple life, my lord, as do all men of the cloth. It is not for us to call attention to ourselves.
Perhaps. Or perhaps they do not know you because you are not a man of God, but an assassin!
Never!
You wear the same robes.
If they cover themselves as we do, it is only to instill uncertainty and fear. You must not give in.
Are you calling me a coward? Challenging my authority? Are you perhaps hoping to turn my own knights against me?
No. I don't understand why you're doing this to me. I've done nothing wrong.
I don't recall accusing you of any wrongdoing, which makes your outburst rather odd. Is it the presence of guilt that compels a confession?
But I confess nothing.
Ah, defiant to the very end.
What do you mean?
William and Garnier were too confident, and they paid for this with their lives. I won't make the same mistake. If you truly are a man of God, then surely the Creator will provide for you! Let him stay my hand!
You've gone mad! Will none of you come forward to stop this? He is clearly poisoned by his own fear, compelled to see enemies where none exist.
Seems the people share my concern. What I do for Acre! Stay vigilant, men. Report any suspicious activity to the guard. I doubt we've seen the last of these assassins. Persistent bastards. Now get back to work.
For someone who's absolutely driven himself mad with paranoia, he and his guard ironically failed to see the one true assassin watching from the crowd. If you're going to go after any bloke in white robes, perhaps go after the one brandishing multiple weapons, maybe? So Brand himself has just as many weapons on him, as if that will do him any good. Alas, his stupidity is buried by his paranoia, and he retreats back to his ship, among the many others that scatter the port. As with every assassination, let's study our choices of approach. One investigation told us the northern area is less populated by guards patrolling it than the rest of the docks, but you could also make your way around to the other end of the docks, blending to avoid the guardsmen there. We also obtained a map detailing where the drunkards that populate the docks will be. Actually, hang on, how do we have a map of where drunk people are going to be wandering? That doesn't make any sense. Whatever the case, these NPC obstacles are ones to keep an eye out for. Small nuisances like them really make you consider your surroundings in game. All at once you have to be conscious of your detection status, profile and movement, enemies and civilians, and how they'll react to your actions, also while carrying out your main objective. As the game gets more difficult, the more meticulous your choices must be. Being attuned with these things is not essential to playing the game, but certainly is if you wish to master it and pull off assassinations without a hitch. I choose an approach of traversing across the ships, just very carefully watching what I press, or Altair will enter his watery grave, like I initially did here. Whoops. I head towards one of the larger ships in the harbour, bound to be our targets. Oh, it seems the drunk here took care of himself. How thoughtful. As Sir Brand starts firing wildly in all directions, I approach for the kill. Oh, I actually scuffed this assassination first time around. Interestingly enough, Sir Brand, due to his paranoia, will actually have a scripted path he takes when running away from Altair, if he sees you before you approach for the kill, retreating and taking refuge inside a guard tower within the city to hide out there. Much like Talal, I love the thought that went into Sir Brand, and how he would realistically react based on what we know about his character. He's a coward, so he wouldn't stand and fight like any other guard or one of our past targets who was brave enough to face Altair. All of this adds to Sir Brand's character, but also the world around you. Your actions as you progress through the game change how your enemy factions perceive you. From the increase in city guards to the reactions of your targets themselves upon laying eyes on you. It's all fucking brilliant character writing and world building.
In defense of your master! Please, don't do this.
You are afraid.
Of course I am afraid.
But you'll be safe now, held in the arms of your god.
Have my brothers taught you nothing? I know what waits for me. For all of us.
If not your god, then what?
Nothing. Nothing waits. And that is what I fear.
You don't believe?
How could I, given what I know? What I've seen? Our treasure was the proof.
Proof of what?
That this life is all we have.
Linger a while longer then, and tell me of the part you were to play.
A blockade by sea. To keep the fool kings and queens from sending reinforcements. Once we...
Conquered the Holy Land?
Freed it, you fool. From the tyranny of faith.
Freedom? You worked to overthrow cities, control men's minds. Murdered any who spoke against you.
I followed my orders, believing in my cause. Same as you.
Sir Brand states his true fear was not that of death itself, but the fact he believed that there was nothing after his mortal life. After seeing the artifact and knowing what it is and what it has done, he has lost all faith in his god. As for the part he played in the Templar scheme, the blockade out at sea was indeed to stop the reinforcements from Europe assisting the king, giving the Templars room to seize power, or free the Holy Land, as the Dying Knight puts it. He believes faith is the problem with humanity, faith in believing in more than this world. But the Templars would have it so no one believes in any path other than theirs, and so Sir Brand must also perish, into the nothingness he fears lies in wait for him after death.
Altair, you've caused quite a stir.
I've done as requested. Sabran's life is ended.
So it is. So it is. You should ride for Masyaf and inform Al-Muallim of your success.
Yes. I should return and speak to him. Of this and other things.
Is everything all right, my friend? You seem distant.
It's nothing, Rafik. Just a lot on my mind.
Talk to me then. Let me help.
I need to make sense of this myself first. But thank you for the offer.
It is the men you kill, isn't it?
Again, Altair questions the work his master sets out for him, now thinking past regaining his honour and towards the words of these men he kills. Jubair offers wise words, to embrace his emotions, as they are what keep him human, and knowing the value of life, Altair also knows the value of why these men must lose theirs. Nevertheless, he feels these men may deserve to live, as their goals are pure of heart, even if their methods are misguided. This acts as a parallel to what Lucy says to Desmond in the modern day. What they want is good, but the way they're going about it is bad. Of course, Jabal's advice on this is to direct him towards the all-knowing master, he who holds all the guidance and answers. But Altair is beginning to doubt this, with every life he takes, sowing more seeds of doubt within him. And right on cue of me mentioning the modern day, we catch up with Desmond, who has returned to it once more.
Not a lot of time, Vic.
Understand there's a narrow launch window.
Wherever it's hidden, time to retrieve it.
I'm working on it.
And when it's done,
he'll be taken care of.
I want that progress report by tomorrow morning.
I've got some work I need to do, so you've got the rest of the night to yourself.
We overhear Vidic talking with his superior. The project is coming to a close, and Abstergo are getting closer to finding what they are after. Their treasure. No doubt being the same one sitting in Al-Mualim's study hundreds of years ago. The concerning aspect of this lies in the fact that Desmond will still be dealt with once their goal is reached. I think we all know what that means by now. Warren gives us the rest of the night off. How generous. I wonder what plethora of things await to entertain us in this lab. Perhaps Warren could bring us some stationery and we could do some finger painting in our bedroom. Actually, geez, that's kind of dark considering... Never mind. We chat with Lucy again. She herself is getting worried about what will happen when they access that final memory. Obviously, we now know Abstergo is far more than the pharmaceutical conglomerate that they show themselves to be on the surface, having their hands in more corners of society than we know, and wanting the Templar treasure for something more sinister than we can imagine. But it turns out this particular piece of Eden we're following in Altair's memories was destroyed in an incident below Denver International Airport, where the Abstergo research facility was located. Why was it under an airport? I don't know. Why was an umbrella lab in the sewers under Raccoon City? Good place for a secret lab, I guess. The apples still exist in the past, in Altair's memories, and that's where they're hell-bent on finding it. But if it was destroyed, why are we looking for it? Some more after-hours snooping reveals Lucy has been liaising with someone outside of Abstergo. They want more information on the Denver incident, and if you take the time, you can find hidden in a seemingly spam email message letters spelling out, "We will be there soon." Heading to bed, I feel we're going to have an eventful time tomorrow.
Time's wasting, Mr. Miles.
Yeah, I'm coming.
We're nearly done, you know.
And then what?
You'll see. Maybe they'll even let you watch when it begins. It's not as terrible as you think.
Look, I know you're not gonna let me leave. So why not tell me what's going on? Humor me.
I'm not an idiot, Mr. Miles. I think you've already learned quite a bit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course not.
All right, let me ask you something else then.
Yes?
Some of the stuff I'm seeing in the Animus, sometimes it seems wrong. Untrue, like the history is off somehow. It doesn't
what, Mr. Miles? Match up with what you read on an online encyclopedia? What your high school history teacher taught you? Let me ask you something. Do these supposed experts have access to secret knowledge kept hidden from the rest of us?
There are books, letters, documents, all sorts of source material from back then. Some of it seems to contradict what the Animus is showing me.
Anyone can write a book, and they can put whatever they want on its pages. Anything. Used to be, we thought the world was flat.
Some people still do.
Yes, and they publish books about it. Or that the moon landing was a hoax. I believe there's also a book claims the world was created in 7 days. A bestseller, too.
Where's this going, Doc?
The point, I suppose, is that you shouldn't trust everything you hear, everything you read. What's that your ancestors said? Nothing is true.
Everything is permitted.
Yes, exactly. It's part of what makes the Animus so spectacular. There's no room for misinterpretation.
There's always room.
Touché, Mr. Miles. Now that I've answered your question, can we begin?
I particularly like this conversation, so I decided to leave it in its entirety for you to enjoy. Reaching the tail end of the game now, I'd like to mention the parallels between Altair, Desmond and the player. We are being introduced to this centuries-long war, but it's also acting to reintroduce both Altair and Desmond too. You go on this journey with them. The real-world player learns, the Animus subject learns, and so does the Ancestor. All in tandem, all together, and for lack of a better word, all in sync. Then look at Dr. Vidic and Al-Mualim. Both of them lecture our main protagonists, both guide them to work things out for themselves with small snippets of knowledge, yet at the end of every conversation still conceal so much from both Altair and Desmond. Perhaps it's a coincidence, or perhaps the mirroring is foreshadowing things to come. Soon we'll see, as Altair's work is very nearly finished.
My student, we have much to discuss. We are close, Altair. Robert de Sable is now all that stands between us and victory. It is his mouth gives the orders. His hand pays the gold. With him dies the knowledge of the Templar treasure and any threat it might pose.
I still don't understand how a simple bit of treasure could cause so much chaos.
The peace of Eden is temptation given form. Merely look at what it's done to Robert. Once he tasted of its power, the thing consumed him. He saw not a dangerous weapon to be destroyed, but a tool. One that would help him realize his life's ambition.
He dreamed of power then?
Yes and no. He dreamed, and still dreams, like us, of peace.
But this is a man who sought to see the Holy Land consumed by war.
No, Altair. How can you not see when you're the one that opened my eyes to this?
What do you mean?
What do he and his followers want? A world in which all men are united. I do not despise his goal. I share it. But I take issue with the means. Peace is something to be learned, to be understood, to be embraced.
He would force it.
And rob us of our free will in the process.
Strange, to think of him in this way.
Never harbor hate for your victims, Altair. Such thoughts are poison, and will cloud your judgment.
Could he not be convinced, then, to end his mad quest?
I spoke to him in my way, through you. What was each killing, if not a message? But he has chosen to ignore us.
Then there's only one thing left to do.
Jerusalem is where you faced him first. It's where you'll find him now. Let this final offering lend you strength. Go, Altair. It's time to finish this.
Still uncertain of how the Peace of Eden, a simple ornament, could pose such a threat when all he had seen it do thus far was dazzle him, Altair found the idea fanciful. Now we depart to Jerusalem to find and slay our final target, Robert de Sable. Though finally thrilled to be hunting him, Altair understands he underestimated de Sable the last time they met, and would not make this mistake again. After all his trials and challenges, he was wiser, centered, and more perspective than he had ever been. Entering the Jerusalem Bureau for the third and final time, we find Malik, who seems to see in Altair what he himself feels to have become, a changed man.
Safety and peace, Altair.
Upon you as well, brother.
Seems fate has a funny way with things.
So it's true then. Robert de Sable is in Jerusalem.
I've seen the Knights myself.
Only misfortune follows that man. If he's here, it's because he intends ill. I won't give him the chance to act.
Do not let vengeance cloud your thoughts, brother. We both know no good can come of that.
I have not forgotten. You have nothing to fear. I do not seek revenge, but knowledge.
Truly you are not the man I once knew.
My work has taught me many things, revealed secrets to me. But there are still pieces of this puzzle I do not possess.
What do you mean?
All the men I've laid to rest have worked together, united by this man. Robert has designs upon the land. This much I know for certain. But how and why, when and where, these things remain out of reach.
Crusaders and Saracens working together?
They are none of these things, but something else. Templars.
The Templars are a part of the Crusader army.
Or so they'd like King Richard to believe. No, Their only allegiance is to Robert de Sable and some mad idea that they will stop the war.
You spin a strange tale.
You have no idea, Malik. But tell me where they've been seen. I should be after him before he slips away.
3 places I can say for certain. West of here, near both a guard tower and a hospital. And to the southwest, at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. See what you can learn. I will do the same.
I'll be quick as I can.
Stay safe, my friend.
There is a newfound respect between these two. No more insult, sarcasm, or Malik screaming every other word like he seemed to do before. He has seen that Altair has grown beyond his insolent ways of thinking he knows better. Now, all he seeks is knowledge, of why Rebirth is the one man who can end the Crusades, rather than either of the leaders commanding their armies in war. Embarking on our final investigations, we learn Templar Knights now wander the streets, the citizens being none too pleased with the Crusaders making themselves at home here in Jerusalem. Rebirth now claims to seek peace, and to unite the land, ending the war. Wishing to show his commitment to this, his presence in Jerusalem is made apparent. He is attending the funeral for our former target, Maj ad-Din. A Christian at a Muslim's funeral is sure to raise heads, some citizens seeing this act as a sign of them wishing to pay respects, others are unconvinced, and see an excuse for unrest as a result of their presence. Therefore, Rebirth will be heavily guarded during the ceremony, and we will need to be extra cautious. Stealing a map of the guard's detail, as well as Rebirth's position during the funeral, we have all we need, providing us with enough to make this assassination easy. Almost too easy.
You've the scent of success about you, brother.
I've learned much about our enemy.
Share your knowledge then. Let us see what can be done with it.
Robert and his Templars walked the city. They've come to pay their respects to Majd ad-Din. They'll attend his funeral, which means so will I.
What is this that Templars would attend his funeral?
I have yet to divine their true intentions, though I'll have a confession in time. The citizens themselves are divided. Many call for their lives. Still others insist that they are here to parley, to make peace.
Peace?
I told you. The others I've slain have said as much to me.
That would make them our allies. And yet we killed them.
Make no mistake, we are nothing like these men. Though their goal sounds noble, the means by which they'd achieve it are not. At least, that's what Al-Muallim told me.
So what is your plan?
I'll attend the funeral and confront Robert.
The sooner the better. Fortune favor your blade, brother.
Malik, before I go, there's something I should say.
Be out with it.
I've been a fool.
Normally I'd make no argument, but what is this? What are you talking about?
All this time, I never told you I was sorry. Too damn proud. You lost your arm because of me. Lost Qadar. You had every right to be angry.
I do not accept your apology.
I understand.
No, you don't. I do not accept your apology because you are not the same man who went with me into Solomon's temple. And so you have nothing to apologize for.
Malik.
Perhaps if I had not been so envious of you, I would not have been so careless myself. I'm just as much to blame.
Don't say such things.
We are one. As we share the glory of our victories, so too should we share the pain of our defeat. In this way, we grow closer. We grow stronger.
Thank you, brother.
Rest if you need to, Altair, that you might be ready for what lies ahead.
I'm sure Malik's words mean the world to Altair, after all the pain he had put him through. Finally, they have put their differences aside and began their relationship anew. Malik finds Altair deserving of his forgiveness after who he has become, a man with a much greater respect for their creed than before, the same respect Malik also has for it. The creed now binds them. More than just words to guide their work as assassins, it seems to stand for everything it means to be a brother to someone, even a friend. We head towards the cemetery, to end this for the Brotherhood, and for Altair to get the satisfaction of a confession from Rebirth, to learn what he truly intends, and also settle the doubt stirring within him regarding Al-Muallim's guidance in all this. Was it reasonable to have these thoughts, even after gaining back his status, all because of the Master's guidance and advice? Why does his intuition question the moral complexities of the Templars still? Joining the crowd gathered for the fallen Regent's funeral, the Imam begins a prayer. We see Rebirth exactly where he should be, although it seems he has a much smaller frame than last we met.
We gather here to mourn the loss of our beloved Majd ad-Din. Taken too soon from this world. I know you feel sorrow and pain at his passing, but you should not.
For just as we are all brought forth from the womb, so too must we all one day pass from this world. It is only natural, like the rising and the setting of the sun. Take this moment to reflect on his life and give thanks for all the good he did. Know that one day you will stand with him again in paradise.
Amen.
As you know, this man was murdered. We have tried to track his killer, but it has proved difficult. These creatures cling to the shadows and run from any who would face them fairly. But not today, for it seems one stands among us. He mocks us with his presence and must be made to pay. Seize him! Bring him forward that God's justice might be done!
Altair knows something feels wrong here. In fact, everything felt wrong about this funeral. There were two little guards when he first approached the burial area. His target too exposed despite knowing he would be hunted like his brothers and glancing directly at him from across the grounds. This was wrong. This was a trap. And this realisation was far too late, as Altair had already sprung it. We take on all the guards here, plus the archers firing at us, managing to hit everyone but Altair it seems. Which is a coincidence, since that actually happens in the novelisation. After all Altair had been through, however, this wouldn't be where he fell. After a struggle, we finally managed to deal a killing blow to Rebirth. Or so we think.
I would see your eyes before you die.
I sense you expected someone else.
What sorcery is this?
No sorcery. We knew you'd come. Robert needed to be sure he'd have time to get away.
So he flees.
We cannot deny your success. You have laid waste to our plans. First the treasure, then our men. Control of the Holy Land slipped away. But then he saw an opportunity. To reclaim what has been stolen. To turn your victories to our advantage.
Al-Muallim still holds your treasure, and we've routed your army before. Whatever Robert plans, he'll fail again.
Ah, but it's not just Templars you'll contend with now.
Speak sense.
Robert rides for Arsuf to plead his case that Saracen and Crusader unite against the Assassins.
That will never happen. They have no reason to.
Had, perhaps. But now you've given them one. 9, in fact. The bodies you've left behind, victims on both sides. You've made the Assassins an enemy in common and ensured the annihilation of your entire order. Well done.
Not 9. 8.
What do you mean?
You are not my target. I will not take your life. You're free to go, but do not follow me.
I don't need to. You're already too late.
We'll see.
It would seem Altair has been duped, easily mistaken for sorcery, but in actuality this was simply a woman. Rebirth had taken us for the fool we are, and switched with another to masquerade in his place. His personal steward, Maria thought. This seems to be a recurring problem for Altair. He was already surprised with Ada being the chalice.
Ada, she's the chalice?
And now he's been bamboozled once again with Maria. Perhaps this is why assassins should have been allowed to form romantic attachment at this time, because they just forget women exist otherwise. All this was a distraction, so Rebirth could flee to Arsuf, convincing King Richard with the perpetuated deaths of the 8 Templars to rally the Saracens in hopes of an alliance. With their combined efforts, it would make them unstoppable for the Brotherhood to repel. Altair, knowing he cannot allow this to come to pass, rushes back to the Bureau to share with Malik news of this deception, but not before letting his false target live. The only time we spare one in the game, showing us Altair has full respect for the Creed again, abiding by its tenets here. That, or he was just infatuated by this woman's skills and determination in combat. Either way, I'm sure he never regretted this decision, given who Maria will become to him, but their story is for another day.
It was a trap.
I had heard the funeral turned to chaos. What happened?
Robert de Sable was never here.
He sent another in his stead. He was expecting me.
You must go to Al-Mu'alim.
There's no time. She told me where he's gone, what he plans. If I return to Masyaf, he might succeed. And then, I fear we'll be destroyed.
We have killed most of his men. He cannot hope to mount a proper attack. Wait, did you say she?
Yes, it was a woman. Strange, I know. But that's for another time. For now, we must focus on Robert. We may have thinned his ranks, but the man is clever. He goes to plead his case to Richard and Salah ad-Din, to unite them against the common enemy. Against us.
Surely you're mistaken. This makes no sense. These two men would never...
Oh, but they would. And we have ourselves to blame. The men I've killed, men on both sides of the conflict. Men important to both leaders. Robert's plan may be ambitious, but it makes sense. And it could work.
Look, brother. Things have changed. You must return to Masyaf. We cannot act without our master's permission. It could compromise the Brotherhood. I thought you had learned this.
Stop hiding behind words, Malik. You wield the creed and its tenets like some shield. He's keeping things from us. Important things. You were the one told me we could never know anything, only suspect. Well, I suspect this business with the Templars goes deeper. When I'm done with Robert, I will ride for Masyaf that we may have answers. But perhaps you could go now.
I cannot leave the city.
Then walk amongst its people. Seek out those who served the ones I slew. Learn what you can. You call yourself perceptive. Perhaps you'll see something I could not.
I don't know. I must think on this.
Do as you must, my friend. But it's time I ride for Arsuf. Every moment I delay, our enemy gets one step ahead of me.
Be careful, brother.
I will be. I promise.
Altair believed there was more mystery to uncover that involved the Master, but didn't have time to focus on it now. Post-haste, we ride for the battlegrounds of Arsuf, breaching our Master's wishes once more, but only in desperate necessity, in hopes we can stop what may come to pass. Arriving at the plains of Arsuf, we cast our eyes through a thick grey fog onto the coastal road, where civilians from the country drag themselves from nearby villages in hopes to escape the conflict. Hails of arrows fly overhead, and bodies already lay dead on our path. Minor skirmishes had become more frequent in the area recently, causing tensions to grow over the months, and now they had culminated here. Saladin had launched a major attack upon the Crusaders this morning. The Battle of Arsuf had already begun. Going as far as we can on horseback, we reach a blockade in place by the Saracens, but we don't let that stop us. Quickly scaling it and dispatching any foolish enough to block our path. Nothing will stop us reaching Dasab. More soldiers charge upon us, and despite my top tier equipment and practice in combat, the guards still prove tough to overcome in numbers here. Again, more waves arrive, and one by one we slay them, each succumbing to our blade. Reaching the final Crusader outpost, we defeat the sentries guarding the perimeter and make our way into the clearing of their camp, in hopes of an audience with the king to tell him of Rebirth and his Templars' treachery.
Come no further. Hold a moment. It's words I bring, not steel.
Offering terms of surrender then? It's about time.
You misunderstand. It's Al-Mu'alim who sends me, not Salah ad-Din.
Assassin! What is the meaning of this? And be quick with it!
You've a traitor in your midst.
And he has hired you to kill me? Come to gloat about it before you strike? I won't be taken so easily!
It's not you I've come to kill. It's him.
Speak then, that I may judge the truth. Who is this traitor?
Robert de Sable.
My lieutenant!
He aims to betray.
That's not the way he tells it. He seeks revenge against your people for the havoc you've wrought in Acre. And I am inclined to support him. Some of my best men were murdered by some of yours.
It was I who killed them, and for good reason. Hear me out. William of Montferrat. He sought to use his soldiers to take Acre by force. Gagner de Naplouse. He would use his skills to indoctrinate and control any who resisted. Sabrand. He intended to block the ports, preventing your kingdom from providing aid. They betrayed you, and they took their orders from Robert.
You expect me to believe this outlandish tale?
You knew these men, better than I. Are you truly surprised to learn of their ill intentions?
Is this true?
My liege, it is an assassin that stands before us. These creatures are masters of manipulation. Of course it isn't true.
I've no reason to deceive.
Oh, but you do. You're afraid of what will happen to your little fortress. Can it withstand the combined might of the Saracen and the Crusader armies?
My concern is for the people of the Holy Land. If I must sacrifice myself for there to be peace, so be it.
This is a strange place we find ourselves in. Each of you accusing the other.
There really is no time for this. I must be off to meet with Saladin and enlist his aid. The longer we delay, the harder this will become.
Hold a moment, Robert.
Why? What do you intend? Surely you do not believe him?
It is a difficult decision, one I cannot make alone. I must leave it in the hands of one wiser than I.
Thank you.
No, Robert, not you.
Then who?
The Lord. Let this be decided by combat. Surely God will side with the one whose cause is righteous.
If this is what you wish.
It is.
So be it. To arms, assassins!
In a final, desperate fight to save the Holy Land, and with it the people of Masyaf, Altair is forced to take on Rebirth's most skilled guardsman before duelling the man himself. No longer clouded by arrogance, he knew himself to be a different warrior than the man who had fought Desab under the Temple Mount. The Christian king has left the outcome to be decided by God himself, and although Altair's faith only lies in his creed, it seems the Lord does take his side today, as his blade now claims the life of the Grandmaster of the Templars.
It's done then. Your schemes, like you, are put to rest.
You know nothing of schemes. You're but a puppet. He betrayed you, boy. Just as he betrayed me.
Speak sense, Templar. Or not at all.
9 men he sent you to kill, yes? The 9 who guarded the treasure's secret.
What of it?
It wasn't 9 who found the treasure, assassin. Not 9, but 10.
A 10th? None may live who carry the secret. Give me his name.
Oh, but you know him well. And I doubt very much you'd take his life as willingly as you've taken mine.
Who?
It is your master, Al-Mualim.
But he is not a Templar.
Did you never wonder how it is he knew so much? Where to find us, how many we numbered, what we aspired to attain?
He is the master of the assassins.
Oui, master of lies. You and I just 2 more pawns in his grand game. And now, with my death, only you remain. Do you think he'll let you live, knowing what you do?
I've no interest in the treasure.
Ah, but he does. The only difference between your master and I is that he did not want to share.
No.
Ironic, isn't it? That I, your greatest enemy, kept you safe from harm. But now you've taken my life, and in the process, ended your own.
Well fought, assassin! It seems God favors your cause this day.
God had nothing to do with it. I was the better fighter.
Ah, you may not believe in him, but it seems he believes in you. Before you go, I have a question.
Ask it then.
Why? Why travel all this way? Risk your life 1,000 times, all to kill a single man.
He threatened my brothers and what we stand for.
Ah, vengeance then?
No, not vengeance. Justice, that there might be peace.
This is what you fight for? Peace? Do you see the contradiction?
Some men cannot be reasoned with.
Like that madman, Saladin.
I think he'd like to see an end to this war as much as you.
So I've heard, but never seen.
Even if he doesn't say it, it's what the people want. Saracen and Crusader alike.
The people know not what they want. It's why they turn to men like us.
Then it falls to men like you to do what is right.
Nonsense. We come into the world kicking and screaming.
violent and unstable. It is what we are. We cannot help ourselves.
No. We are what we choose to be.
Your kind. Always playing with words.
I speak the truth. There's no trick to be found here.
We'll know soon enough. But I fear you cannot have what you desire this day. Even now, that heathen Saladin cuts through my men and I must attend to them. But perhaps, having seen how vulnerable he is, he will reconsider his actions. Yes, in time, what you seek may be possible.
You were no more secure than him. Do not forget that. The men you left behind to rule in your stead did not intend to serve you for longer than they had to.
Yes. I am well aware.
Then I'll take my leave. My master and I have much to discuss. It seems that even he is not without fault.
He is only human, as are we all. You as well.
Safety and peace be upon you.
In this conversation with Richard here, we see him not as the bloodthirsty murderer as we have heard him to be across the length of the game, but as a fair and centered leader. He dwells on the thought of combat against Saladin, stating that people need guidance from men like him as they would be lost on their own, but nevertheless seeks peace after all this bloodshed. That is something he shares with Altair, who tells him of his order's own goal, one he understands now, not vengeance, not anymore. Peace, that all might be free. Perhaps this in fact influenced Richard, even if just a little. Although he went on to win the battle at Arsuf, he realised he could never hope to claim Jerusalem. Within the year he made peace with Saladin, unvictorious but not bitter, paying tribute to his adversary's honourable fighting, and left the Holy Land in 1192. But our attention now lies on what was uttered by Rebirth. Dying in our arms, he revealed what Altair had been blind to see, the mystery eluding him, staring him in his face all along. Our master, Al-Mualim, was conspiring with the Templars that day, the day the Peace of Eden was found. Whether his original motive was to stay allied with them, or he had planned to double-cross them from the start, it matters not. He had betrayed his Templar allies, the Assassin Brotherhood, and Altair himself. He, who had raised Altair, whose influence of this man surpassed that of his own father since the day he was taken from him in Masyaf 15 years ago. He orchestrated the killings of the 9 men. He sent his best student to eliminate all opposition who knew of the apple's existence, and he planned to control, shape, and claim the Holy Land for himself. The ultimate betrayal, and one he must answer for, whatever the cost. We head to Masyaf, to home. Altair was already willing to sacrifice his life once today, and came out victorious from it. What's once more, for the sake of the Brotherhood.
I said get up, goddammit! Listen!
Oh no.
Seems your assassin friends found us.
What?
How'd you do it, Desmond?
Hey, look, I don't know what you're talking about, but whatever's going on down there has got nothing to do with me.
They're here for you, and I sure as shit didn't invite them. What's the situation down there?
We're taking heavy fire.
Can you contain it, or do I need to evacuate the prisoner?
Only 5 or 6. We've got them outnumbered. Couple of wounded, but we'll pull through. We'll get it under control.
God damn you, Desmond. You couldn't leave well enough alone.
I told you I had nothing to do with this. How would I even contact them? Telepathy? Come on.
Doesn't matter. They'll be dead soon enough. Here, have a listen.
That's been neutralized.
Looks like the cavalry won't be coming.
Dunno, Doc. We're freaking out a minute ago. Your little research facility not as secure as you thought it was? Worried they'll be back with more?
I don't think so, Desmond.
What Lucy here is trying to say is that there aren't any assassins left to come for you. We've been very busy this past year, hunting down your little enclaves, your desert communes and whatnot. I'm afraid you're on your own. Rest up, Mr. Miles. Tomorrow, we finish this.
Dragged out of the Animus, we listen as an assassin rescue attempt goes horribly wrong. But it seems Lucy has one more trick up her sleeve, one more chance to help us before they kill Desmond.
It's not as bad as it seems.
What are you talking about? They just killed, literally killed, my only chance of getting out of here. And then I find out the assassins are all but destroyed, and Christ, I still don't know what these people are planning. But I do know they plan to kill me when they're done. I am screwed, okay? What do you want me to do?
Just try and have a little faith.
What may be our last chance to snoop around the office, we sneak out of our room, this time finding the password for the conference room door. There's nothing of value here, bar a laptop for project lead emails. From here we find a single email, an analysis report for the Animus recordings thus far. It would seem the other subjects of the Animus project before Desmond were all taken here to find pieces of Eden too. The apple they need for their satellite launch in a couple months is only the beginning. Here we also learn of a piece of Eden involved in the Tunguska incident occurring in 1908 Russia, and another listed in something known as the Philadelphia Project, no relation to the cheese. An object that manipulates time itself. The Templars, even being too terrified to fuck about with this one in fear of paradoxes, have thankfully contained it. But as Lucy said, there are plenty more out there to be found.
Get up!
Even earlier than usual, Doc.
I'd like to get this over with as quickly as possible.
If you say so.
Don't be so glum, Mr. Miles. Today is a historic day. One that will be remembered for years to come. Remembered by some of us, anyway.
Where is everyone?
Gone to see the Master.
Was it the Templars? Did they attack again?
They walk the path.
What path? What are you talking about?
Towards the light.
Speak sense.
There is only what the Master shows us. This is the truth.
You've lost your mind.
You too will walk the path, or you will perish. So the Master commands.
It was Al-Mualim, wasn't it? What's he done to you?
Praise be to the Master, for he has led us to the light.
We arrive in Masyaf. The market is unattended and the streets lay void of life, with an uncomfortable aura lining the air. Making our way up towards the castle, the few villagers that are here creepily wander towards us, only to stare, occasionally uttering words of nonsense, praising the Master like some sort of god.
Only speak, Master, and show us the path.
The atmosphere here is perfectly disturbing. The soundtrack captures the uncertainty you should be feeling right now even more so, along with the sound design, or rather lack of. There is no conversation to be heard, no squabbling over market stalls, no birdsong or water from nearby fountains, only eerie silence. It was not the same place Altair had left to kill the Saab. There was no humanity left to be found in his home of Masyaf. Continuing up the slopes towards the citadel, we are greeted by a group of assassins, their minds not their own. Altair is unwilling to kill his brothers and break yet another tenet of the creed, but he has no choice as they draw their swords, brainwashed by Al-Mualim to kill him. More and more approach, and just as we seem overwhelmed, we're saved by someone Altair would have thought mad to have done so just a few weeks ago.
Altair! Up here!
You picked a fine time to arrive.
So it seems.
Guard yourself well, friend. Al-Mualim has betrayed us.
Yes. Betrayed his Templar allies as well.
How do you know?
After we spoke, I returned to the ruins beneath Solomon's temple. Robert had kept a journal, filled its pages with revelations. What I read there broke my heart, but it also opened my eyes. You were right, Altair. All along our master has used us. We were not meant to save the Holy Land, but deliver it to him. He must be stopped.
Be careful, Malik. What he's done to the others, he'll do to us given the chance. You must stay far from him.
What would you propose? My blade arm is still strong and my men remain my own. It would be a mistake not to use us.
Distract these thralls then. Assault the fortress from behind. If you can draw their attention away from me, I might reach Al-Mualim.
I will do as you ask, Dai.
The men we face, their minds are not their own. If you can avoid killing them.
Yes. Though he has betrayed the tenets of the Creed, it does not mean we must as well. I'll do what I can.
It's all I ask. Safety and peace, my friend.
Your presence here will deliver us both.
Your presence here will deliver us both. The perfect line to end their conversation on, coming full circle from what they thought of each other meeting in Jerusalem's bureau. Both now have as much respect for the creed as the other, and both now grieve their former master's betrayal of it together. With Altair's newfound wisdom and Malik's full trust in him, he parts ways with us to do his part, while we do ours. Al-Mulim must die. The citadel gate slams shut behind us. Filling the courtyard were all the villagers missing down below, gathered as if in sermon in front of the entrance to the castle. Passing the entranced townsfolk, being careful not to hurt a single one, we enter the entrance hall of the tower. No resistance from assassins, however. Al-Mulim could have killed us by now, so why hadn't he? Nowhere to be seen in his office, we instinctively enter the garden, no doubt folding right into our former master's hands.
No! What's happening?
So, the student returns.
I've never been one to run.
Never been one to listen either.
I still live because of it.
What will I do with you?
Let me go.
Oh, Altair. I hear the hatred in your voice. Feel its heat. Let you go? That would be unwise.
Why are you doing this?
I found proof.
Proof of what?
That nothing is true, and everything is permitted. Come, destroy the betrayer. Send him from this world.
Conjuring illusions of Altair's fallen targets, in an attempt of mockery perhaps, we fight these phantoms, in reality more of his brothers, disguised with the apple's spell cast over them. With Altair still only being partially resistant to the artifact's full effects it had taken upon the rest of Masyaf, he is paralysed once again by its grasp.
Face me! Or are you afraid?
I have stood before 1,000 men, all of them superior to you, and all of them dead, by my hand! I am not afraid.
Prove it.
What could I possibly fear? Look at the power I command.
Now, having their roles reversed, Altair knows the assassin ideology is grounded in what it means to have peace within himself, just as Al-Mulim had taught him over the past few weeks. With the apple's abilities, his master stands to his detriment where Altair once did, filled with arrogance and cockiness as he casts more illusions, this time of himself. This final fight I feel must surely have been inspired by the portion of the Alamet novel set within a garden of paradise casted with illusions where the climax of the novel also took place. Now, despite what I said earlier about Eagle Vision being unutilised in this first game, you can actually use Altair's gift here to see through the false copies, weeding out the true Al-Mulim. All the years of their relationship are cast aside now, by the artifact and the hold it has on the mentor.
Have you any final words?
You lied to me. Called Robert's goal foul when all along it was yours as well.
I've never been much good at sharing.
You won't succeed. Others will find the strength to stand against you.
And this is why so long as men maintain free will, there can be no peace.
I killed the last man who spoke as such.
Bold words, boy. But just words.
Then let me go. I'll put words into action. Tell me, Master, why did you not make me like the other assassins? Why allow me to retain my mind?
Who you are and what you do are twined too tight together. To rob you of one would have deprived me of the other. And those Templars had to die. But the truth is, I did try. In my study, when I showed you the treasure. But you are not like the others. You saw through the illusion.
Illusion?
That's all it's ever done. This Templar treasure, this piece of Eden, this word of God. Do you understand now? Red Sea was never parted. Water never turned to wine. It was not the machinations of Iris that spawned the Trojan War, but this! Illusions! All of them!
What you plan is no less an illusion. To force men to follow you against their will.
Is it any less real than the phantoms the Saracens and Crusaders follow now? Those craven gods who retreat from this world that men might slaughter one another in their names? They live amongst an illusion already. I'm simply giving them another. One that demands less blood.
At least they choose these phantoms.
Or do they? Aside from the occasional convert or heretic?
It isn't right.
Ah, and now logic has left you. In its place, you embrace emotion. I am disappointed.
What's to be done then?
You will not follow me, and I cannot compel you.
And you refuse to give up this evil scheme.
It seems then we are at an impasse.
No, we are at an end.
I will miss you, Altair. You were my very best student.
We spar back and forth, the artifact weakening us, but finding Al-Mualim each time we continue to duel. Master and apprentice come to an end. All this confidence he has in the artifact, however, makes him careless in his defence, and he forgets what he himself had taught Altair, that an assassin cannot perform to the best of their ability extrinsically in the world, without intrinsically having found inner peace and control of one's emotional state. With this, after a lengthy battle, we defeat him, and our master is no more.
Impossible. The student does not defeat the teacher.
الشيء واقع مطلق بل كل ممكن.
So it seems. You have won then. Go and claim your prize.
You held fire in your hand, old man. It should have been destroyed.
Destroy the only thing capable of ending the Crusades and creating true peace? Never.
Then I will.
We'll see about that. I applied my heart to know wisdom, and to know madness and folly. I perceived that this also was a chasing after wind, for in much wisdom is much grief. And he that increaseth knowledge, increaseth sorrow. Destroy it! Destroy it, as you said you would.
I can't.
Yes, you can, Altair. But you won't.
The phrase in Arabic Altair says here is the maxim of the assassins we've heard throughout the game. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. This being a version of the maxim's real counterpart said by the mentor in the Alamut novel. Nothing is an absolute reality, all is permitted. Our mentor now defeated and the Holy Land safe, we approach the apple, pulsating with energy as it displays an impossible spinning globe made of radiating golden light. The locations of various artifacts dotted all over it, meaning nothing to Altair right now, but everything to Abstergo watching in this very moment. The target memory, and with it, Warren's work is done. Altair's brothers rush to his side, entranced by the image hanging mid-air. With Al-Mualim gone, and the Brotherhood in need of direction, leadership falls to the only other man who could guide them. Altair was the master now.
What the hell was that?
Well?
We've got the map.
How many?
At least half a dozen.
We don't need them all.
We should assume some amount of decay. I can't imagine they'll all still be functioning. At least 2 appear to reside on land masses that no longer exist.
We'll dispatch teams to each site and determine viability. We only need 1, after all.
What about the rest?
Collect them. Let's not leave anything to chance. Last thing we need is some damn survivor making trouble for us in the new world.
And the assassin?
We have what we need. Kill him.
Wait. You know how these things work. I doubt we'll be able to walk right in.
What's your point?
We might need him. His memories. I'd recommend we hold him until we have confirmation that there aren't any surprises waiting for us at the sites.
This is a waste of time.
You said it yourself. We shouldn't leave anything to chance.
Very well. Ensure we have no further need of him, then kill him.
Fine. Stop undermining my authority!
I just saved your ass.
Let's go. We've got a lot of work to do. Don't get too comfortable, Mr. Miles. We'll be back for you soon enough.
What the hell is that?
Warren and Lucy leave us, Lucy having perhaps just saved our life, not knowing when or if she will return. It seems Desmond's exposure to the Animus has triggered the latent ability of his ancestor, and gazing around the room we see her surrounded by symbols painted all over the lab, in blood. Whoever the poor soul was who was trapped here before Desmond, it seems they went insane, but these symbols must mean something. Recognising these red letters from while we slept, we enter our room to see more writing and images plastered all over the wall.
Oh my god. Looks like... is that blood? The hell were they keeping here before me? And what happened to him? What does it mean, I wonder?
And with that, our journey with Desmond comes to a close. For now. This story, which seems to leave us with more questions than answers, is just the end of the beginning. What happened to Desmond? Are Abstergo successful in their goals? Why did Al-Mualim believe Altair could not destroy the apple? And if so, what became of it until the DIA incident? Despite this being quite the cliffhanger, although compared to what follows we ain't seen nothing yet, this game still stands very well on its own, telling the story it sets out to do in a beautifully condensed narrative. This might not be a perfect game, but it's pretty perfect enough. There is so much said here, so much world building and character. So much care is put into the game mechanics and capturing the essence of the Holy Land in the 12th century. And although it's not my favourite entry in the franchise either, it's a really tough choice based on the fact that everything about this game screams Assassin's Creed, perhaps more than any to come after it. I wouldn't change a single line of this game, because everything is as it should be here. There's nothing quite like Masyaf. Nothing compares to Altair's journey from a brash, self-serving student to the wise, introspective and pragmatic leader he becomes, learning what it means to be an assassin not just in name, but in mindset too, being fully aware of his senses, emotions, and what the actions he carries out stand for. It's a perfect introduction to this world, this mythos that made it such a pleasure to invest my time and energy into back in the day. And for those wanting a new back-to-basics Assassin's Creed game, you're never gonna get it. Ubisoft are not interested in creating worlds like this anymore, telling stories and weaving narrative threads of this complexity throughout time periods and characters alike. A game in which a complacent individual rises through the ranks of this ancient order, relearning its ways and embracing its teachings. But you want to know the best part about that? And this goes out to all the fans of these original games. You don't need the back-to-basics, return-to-roots game you think you crave. You already have it. You've had it since 2007. It's the very first and utterly timeless entry to this franchise, called Assassin's Creed. Thank you for watching. Well, there you go. Finally at the end of the video. If you did stick around for the whole thing, genuinely, thank you so much. I know this video isn't quite on the actual 15th anniversary of AC1. I'm aware that it's 10 months after, but there's still a couple months till the 16th anniversary, so I'm going to count it. This was a real passion project for me that I've been working on since the beginning of this year. I mean, I had the script finished around February or March time, but I completely underestimated how long it would take to edit together, especially given this is the first ever video I've made and I knew nothing about video making at the beginning of this year. So go easy on me, guys, okay? I'm sorry if it sucked or the pacing was bad or whatever, you know? What do you want me to do? I'm sorry. Do let me know though if, like, you know, there's things I can improve on. Constructive criticism is of course welcome. The video also did turn out far longer than I planned it on being, you know, for a first video, but I'm just an insane man and couldn't be stopped, I guess. I do plan on doing more long form content in the future, including a sequel to this video next year on AC2, looking forward to doing that. Hopefully gonna make it a bit shorter, a bit shorter than this one, So subscribe, stick around for that if you want it. But there'll be other AC content for UAC fans as well, and other stuff, other unrelated gaming stuff for the gamers. Maybe it's already there by the time that you found this video, who knows. I also actually had notes to do a section on a potential remake of AC1 in this video, even though Ubisoft are never gonna do it, are they? It's probably for the best that they don't. But this video is already far too long, so I didn't include it. But let me know if you do want to see that, and maybe I'll do it as like a separate video in the future, maybe for a little bit of fun. Other than that, thank you again. Like, subscribe, stick around. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with your gran, and there's lots to come. So, I'll see you later. Bye!